Is that going to be it now?
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. I can hear you, but I can't hear myself through this.
Oh, okay.
All right, well, hopefully we didn't miss too much right there.
I think we missed one
on
each platform. Yep, one on each.
We had a no lift on platform 4 by Brian McMaster. Awesome. Getting a little bit of help from the gator there. All right, so we're through 2 attempts. Platform 3, we've got Matthew coming out. What's his last name? Frankenhauser. It's too long to fit on the bottom line. That's kind of funny.
David Wang, platform 3, getting ready to take his squat.
Super controlled on that.
Good looking opener. Platform 4.
Also good looking for Matt.
Frankenhauser looking good. 2 reds for depth on platform 4.
Got another master lifter coming out, Bradford Olson. I vaguely remember some of these faces. I did the Masters World Cup in Memphis a couple months ago, and so I recognize a handful of these lifters already.
That's nice, that's nice. It's good to see them back out here at Raw Nationals.
All kitted up in A7, who is our main sponsor of the event.
Bradford taking a big squat. There we go, good opener.
Looked pretty deep from here.
1 red light looks for depth on platform 4. Kevin about to take 180 kilos.
Really sunk that one.
There we go. Almost
Whoa.
400 pounds.
There's a little eye opener there.
Yeah, there we go, spotters and loaders.
Wake everybody up in the afternoon. Mark Davis, really good attempt there. Yeah, pull that.
All right, we got 3 white lights on platform 4. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the lights?
Sure. Okay, so each platform is going to have their own light system, right? So obviously if you don't have any infractions, you're going to get a white light. That's the common one. Everybody knows that. But what not everybody realizes is that there's different color codes for infractions that you could get, the red lights. So there's 1, 2, and 3, red, blue, and yellow. Red on a squat is always going to be depth. Blue is going to be any kind of double bouncing or downward movement with the bar. And yellow, like I like to tell all the refs I train, is everything else.
That's a good way to look at it.
Everything else.
That's a great way to look at it. You're a national ref. I'm a national ref. And there are so many rules to learn, so many. So thinking of it as everything else is the best way.
Josh Lip over on platform 3. Moved very well for an opener.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think we introduced ourselves at all. So, for those listening at home, I'm Alex Walters. I'm the Indiana State Chair and a national referee for USA Powerlifting. And with me is...
Dee McCarthy out of Virginia, national ref.
Ah, there you go. A lot of referee experience here at this this live stream commentary going on.
We can make some educated guesses.
Yes.
We can't see everything from back here, but we can make some educated guesses why a lift may be good or bad. But the platform referees have the best view of everything going on out there.
Yeah. Perspective is key when you're officiating. And there's a lot of experience out there, too, so they know what they're doing. Like on platform 3 right now for Jason Thomas, we can see BJ Foss in the background. He's, I think, Category 2, maybe Category 1 referee.
I believe Category 2. Showing out. There you go, Jason. Oh, 2 reds for depth there. Just got to sink it a little bit more.
Looks like Jose Vincents is going to time out on platform 4.
One of those everything else red lights on platform 4.
Curious as to why he decided to time out. I wonder if that was just an error. I know with 4 platforms, things can get confusing pretty quick.
We got some hype there on platform 4. Coming out, getting ready to go.
Monty Lofi, a Master 3 lifter. Master 3, that is 60 to 69 years old, I believe. Got some spring in his step, though.
Out there, 172.5 kilos.
And Daniel Marrero, 190 on his opener. That looks good on depth.
Oh, absolutely. Daniel's rack looks a little bit different. You notice that?
I did notice that.
So the racks that we have here, you can kind of customize them to whatever you need. Let's watch Monty here. Push it.
I'm not quite sure that was there.
I don't know. We'll see what the judges have to say. Got a couple color cards there. One for depth and one for the everything else. We got Danny on platform 3. He's got his rack set up the same as the lifter before, so you can customize these racks. Some people like to put the uprights in. Gives them a little bit more room to walk out. And that way the plates don't clip the rack as you walk out and kind of throw you off balance. So just gives you a little bit more customization.
Are you a rack in or out lifter?
I'm a rack out lifter.
Same. I can't do it.
I can't do it either. I started on the power racks.
Okay.
So I'm used to way out.
Pierce Woodworth coming out. Teen 2 lifter. Teen 2. That is, oh, good grief. I should know this off the top of my head. That's
State
16
chair.
and 17.
It is.
Ah, there's so many rules.
There are so many rules. Oh, that was a quick opener over there for Pierce. One red for depth over there. One red for depth. I didn't see it, but like I said, we don't have a great angle sometimes.
Yeah, that's from the right-hand side. It's really tough to see that perspective from here.
Yep.
Got Bill Matthews, Master 2 lifter on platform 3, 75 kilo lifter, 195 kilos for his opener. Quick.
Yeah. A little shaky at the top, but that is a lot of weight going there. See what the judges have to say.
Well over 2 times the body weight.
Yeah. Got another Masters lifter, Masters 1. We got the Masters out here showing out.
Looked pretty solid.
Yeah, easy opener.
It is a little tough from our spot, too, because we actually can't hear any of the commands.
Yeah, true.
Looks like we're going to have the last lifter of Flight A on platform 4, and then we'll go back up to the top.
That's a good segue, though. Let's talk about some commands. What are we looking for in the squat?
All right, so in the squat, you are only going to have 2 commands. You're going to have squat and rack, right? So in order to get your squat command, you're going to do what Dwayne here does. He's going to walk it out. He's going to be erect under the bar, lock out his knees. He's going to get the start command, descend.
Well into depth.
Yep, gets depth, stays erect at the top, gets his rack command. There you go. That's all you're really looking for. I probably didn't explain that the best. Hopefully people get it.
At least we had a visual.
Yes,
a
perfect.
textbook visual
Yes.
there. Absolutely.
Got Mike Beaupre coming out on platform 3 with his opening attempt, 202.5. 3 lifters remaining in the first round of flights on 3. That looked very quick.
Squat.
And then Brian McMaster on platform 4. I was kind of saying this beforehand. I recognize this guy from Masters World Cup. He's actually from Australia.
Really?
Yeah. He's also, it doesn't say which Masters division he is, but if I remember correctly, he's in his 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I didn't believe him when he told me that in Memphis.
I wouldn't believe him if he told me now. That's amazing. Both lifters stepping up now. Jason Chen, platform number 3. Lee Rogers on platform 4. Look at these simultaneous walkouts.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. This doesn't happen very often.
No, not very often.
Oh,
So close to the same time.
I'm upset with Jason now. But I'm not upset with how that squat looked for him.
Absolutely not. Looks strong. Lee, it looks like, got some red lights for depth. David also got 2 red lights for depth.
Maybe our camera angle is just a little bit deceiving, but these seem like some pretty strict calls out here right now.
It does, but these refs are, like you said, so experienced. They're not going to miss anything. So we have 3 lights. You need best of 3.
Right, 2 out of 3.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 lights. 2 reds is a bad lift, 2 whites is a good lift.
Matthew coming out. He missed his opening attempt, but he did decide to go up still to 160.
It's an interesting way to go.
I'm curious what he missed it on, because that looked really smooth.
It did, yeah.
And then we have an American record attempt as a opener, 245 at 75. I think he's got more in the tank off that too.
I would say so. Let's see the lights. New American record on an opener.
Over 3 times body weight as an opening squat. Jay Thompson coming out to retake his opening attempt.
I'm a retaker. If I miss, I'm a retaker.
Absolutely.
I'm not going up.
Absolutely.
Some people are braver than I am.
I am not that brave. Thankfully, I do myself favors and I don't miss that often.
That's the hope of everybody.
Yeah.
Sank that one, it looked like, but we'll see.
It did look pretty close.
Oh, yeah. Deeper than the first one, but he'll have to give a little bit more on the third.
Have you developed any reputations for your judging? Do people know what to look for with you?
Sometimes. One of the pros that we've had out here, I saw her earlier, she's a Virginia native, and she said, are you out there being mean to the lifters today? David looked like he got a good squat, definitely sank that one.
In the Midwest, I've definitely developed a reputation for being a little bit on the stricter side when it comes to squat depth.
Yes, yes. So have I, and I try to impart the good standard, but we just uphold a standard. That's it. That's all we can do.
And I'd like to think we've both been trained by some pretty good officials, so it's validated. You've got Saber Schnitzer, and then I've got Cat 1 official Dane Roach, who's been my biggest mentor.
Oh, yeah. Two big heavy hitters in USAPL.
Got a couple 10-kilo jumps from first to second. Kevin Spencer on 3. He's in the 67.5-kilo open. And then Bradford Olson also went up 10 kilos in the 67.5 Master 3. I believe today's session is all men. It's 67.5 up through 82.5.
I believe so. Good walk out there for Bradford.
Slowed down quite a bit, but still looked really strong.
Didn't stop, still, kept moving. Good second attempt, got 2 white lights.
2 to 1.
Good push there for Kevin on platform 3.
Am I alone in thinking that Monty and Bradford kind of looked alike?
No, you're not.
I thought Bradford just turned back around for a moment to retake.
I had the same thought when I looked up. But I don't know. I don't know that anybody can match Monty's spunk for life he's got going on. Yeah.
Can we talk about this jump on platform 3? Ooh. 170 up to 200.
30-kilo jump.
Must be super confident. I mean, that's sometimes part of the game plan, though, right? A lot of lifters don't like to push it on the opener. They like to play it super safe, essentially turn it into a 6-lift meet.
Yeah. Monty, 2 red lights. So we'll see what he picks for his third. Let's watch this 30-kilo jump.
Well, it moved like it was warranted. I'm not convinced on the depth from our view. 2 to 1, though. So I agreed with the front ref. It is always a little interesting, though, when the chief referee is the only one to call depth.
Yes.
And I say that despite having done that a couple times this morning.
You got to call what you see. Sometimes your angle is better or worse.
Jose out on his second attempt. He jumped 10 keys despite missing his opener.
Oh, a little loss of strength, or did he lose his balance?
I'm not sure. It did look like he got kicked forward just a touch.
see what he does for his third attempt.
So they gave him the everything else lights, right, for the missed attempt. One of the officials did call him on depth, though, so that is a concern that when he comes back out to take that third, he didn't have the strength to get it there, and he cut it. So, I mean, I am a little bit concerned.
Joshua with a 12.5 kilo jump on platform 3.
Slowed down a little bit through the middle. I do want to see the depth call on this one. 2-1, he gets it.
Anthony with a 10 kilo jump on platform 4, Masters lifter.
That was solid, too.
Was solid. Bill Matthews with 200 kgs.
Looked fast.
A little shaky, but definitely fast.
3 whites.
Yeah, 3 white lights. There's another one that went up after missing their first one.
12.5 is an aggressive one after a miss.
We got Pierce over here, feeling out the weight.
I think he's got a nasal strip on.
I think so too. We got the altitude up here though, so
That's
maybe he's
true.
bringing in some extra oxygen. It was smooth.
3 reds on that one on depth. That's fair. I could see that one from here, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit high, a little bit high.
I don't know about you. My judging brain takes over watching this.
Oh, absolutely. My judging brain takes over anytime I see any lift.
Yeah.
Instagram, a meet, anything.
I have a bunch of USAPL lifters at my gym in South Bend, Indiana, and I always tell them, I'm like, I'm judging your lifts regardless of whether or not you ask me to, but if you want me to tell you what I think of it, then you have to ask.
Exactly. Exactly. I keep it to myself unless they ask for some help. We've been talking this whole time in kilograms, but I bet a lot of our listeners don't know that good conversion over to pounds.
2.2.
Yeah, 2.2. So we take the kilograms, multiply it by 2.2, and you'll end up with the pounds.
For example, and you can kind of see it on the screen, but for example, Danny Lee at 205 has got 451.95. I like to just round that down. I think you have to earn the whole pound up. So I would say 451. And then we've got Dwayne over there, 468 on the bar with 212.5 kilos. That looked incredible.
Good push. Definitely good push.
2-1.
Yeah.
Danny Lee moved to 205 pretty well. Didn't get to depth, though.
I was wondering about that, especially on that left side. As I age, my body's not being so kind to me. One side ends up higher than the other side. So sometimes that's why we see that one red light on one side. Sometimes the hip on that side really is higher.
All right. Brian McMaster coming out. He really needs this third attempt. I don't like saying that, but he does need it.
He's got to get to depth. I think that's been his issue each time. So he's got to really push it. He pushed it lower that time.
I think he had to have gotten there. If he didn't, I'd be surprised on it. And
he jumped that command, I think.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
He got so excited. I saw that
man.
step happen right before his knees didn't quite lock, and he took a step.
And that's the toughest part for us right now, is being able to not hear those.
Yep.
So looking at our spotting and loading crews on platform 4, I believe they're out of San Antonio. I'm not sure what school that is. And then on the left, I think that's Pitt. Is that their spotter and loader crew?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, because the young man on the right-hand side was handling a lifter from Pitt on platform 4 this morning.
Gotcha.
Lee Rogers out to retake his second attempt that he missed at 150 kilos, 330 pounds.
Quick descent into that hole. Let's see what the judges have to say. Good, 3 white lights. And Steven, 7.5 kilo jump. Oh, that face. He felt what we all saw.
That was a tough second attempt.
Exactly.
Well, he got it though, 3 white lights. I'm just not sure that there's much left in the bar or in the tank for him unless he misgrooved that.
Yeah, yep, I'm not sure. We'll see what he does. Because he could not take it. So, could save his energy and not take his third.
I've never been one to do that, but I've also never been one to need to worry about that at a national meet.
Yeah, definitely.
Jay Thompson gets his third attempt. He needed that one to stay in the meet as well. He got that one 2-1. Jason Chen, a little bit of confidence there after missing his opener. He only bumped up 2.5 kilos.
Sometimes if it's a little bit of a technicality, I think this might have been the person who kind of tipped forward a little bit. So it might have been a little bit of a technicality there.
And then we are into third attempts now on platform 4, Matthew Frankenhauser.
Jason pushing hard.
That looked great from Jason.
That looked great. Yes, definitely.
Come on, Matt.
Oh, so close. Good save by our spotters and loaders. That is not an easy job. I don't know when the last time you spotted and loaded, because it's been a little while for me. But that is not an easy job, so I like to give them their props anytime I can.
Yeah, I always make it a point to tell them good catch or like say thank you to every single thing they do for me on the platform. I even saw my Ohio State crew when I was on platform 1 this morning. They were sitting over there eating lunch. I made sure to go out of my way to tell them thank you again, because that is seriously the hardest job here, and these guys are working every session. Every session,
All the flights. It's a tough, tough job. Mark over here looks like he sank it, at least a little bit. We'll see what they have to say.
no lift.
Yeah, I was a little curious about that one. It's hard when the lifters fold forward like that. Some people just have that, like a Kim Walford squat where they fold over on the top half. It just makes it so much harder to get your hips low enough.
Bradford coming out now for his third attempt. Took a more conservative jump from his second to his third, just 5 kilos. And then Michael Beaupre over on platform 3, 12.5 kilo jump up to 215. That's another huge squat.
Quick into the hole. Look good from where we are.
And that looks like the perfect third attempt selection for Bradford.
What a push. What a push. Oh, just missed it on depth.
Now we got another person who needs this third attempt, Monty Lofield.
This is Hype Monty coming out. I was wondering if we were going to get the hype. You know, he came up kind of low key.
Just channeling that energy.
Yep.
Really want him to get this. Never want to see a lifter bomb out.
No, never.
Uh-oh, Johnny Graham's doing something over on platform 3.
All right, let's get behind Monty here.
It looked really close.
Really close.
I want to see what they got to say about it.
Oh.
No lift, 2-1 on that one. That's an unfortunate thing to have happened. So there must have been some Did he say it went down for everybody?
No, I think it was just ours, unfortunately.
Oh, cool. All right, well, we're experiencing some technical difficulties back here in the Barbell Productions media area.
Hopefully you guys at home could still watch, but here we are back. Here comes another American oh, this is a world squat, world record squat.
So that's what Mr. Graham is doing.
Oh, there we go.
That is incredible.
Wow.
258 from David Brown. 3 white lights.
568 pounds. That is a big squat.
That is only 4 pounds under my best squat, and I've got him by 25 keys.
I was going to say, you stand a bit taller. Pierce over here fighting for it.
Oh, what a grind on that one.
Ooh. Let's see what the judges have to say.
Oh, no lift there for Pierce.
No lift on depth there. Waiting on Anthony on platform 4.
Looks like some camera issues on platform 3. Comes Anthony, a 12.5 kilo jump from his second to his third. I remember he looked not quite shaky, but let's say rigid.
Rigid is a good word. Rigid is a good word.
But I didn't have any, like, questions about how his squat moved.
It is a big jump after a rigid feeling.
Gets his start.
Good depth. See if we can grind through.
I think he'd tell you he probably had another 5 in there.
Probably. Some lifters just grind. It could be an easy squat for them, and sometimes they just grind it out. Just the way things move. We're experiencing some technical difficulties in the back, but it looks like we have Joshua up on platform 3. Can't see the screen, but we can see the lifter that's up. Talk about the lights at least.
Dwayne coming out, just trying to chip that. I think that was when we were talking about where it might have been beneficial for him to just scratch, but coming up, trying to build the total, trying to get 215 going.
It's a good.
Moved very well.
That one might have moved better than the second.
I would agree with that. And he's going to get it 2-1. And that'll move us into the second flight on platform 4. We will be led off with Samuel Blackwell. There's something happened to Joshua's lift on 3. We still can't see it. He had the everything other card come out.
Oh, the yellow card.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So it could have been a command, could have been a timeout. You could have just failed the attempt. It's kind of impossible for us to know at the moment.
Samuel Blackwell, excuse me, Teen 2 with the sunglasses. I do remember him, high school nationals last year. Always came out with the sunglasses on. Those lights are bright.
There was a joke at the Midwest Central Regionals. They were called the Flashbang Regionals.
Oh.
So the same kind of thing. The lights are very bright sometimes. I want to say it was probably 40% of the lifters came out wearing sunglasses.
Things hit the scene and everybody jumps on. Everybody. Nice deep squat. Nice wide squat too. Don't see that as much for the smaller lifters, 75 kg.
With the flat shoes too. Are you a heeled squatter or are you a flat shoe squatter?
I am. I'm a heeled shoes squatter. I don't have as much ankle flexion as I wish.
I do not either.
I don't have as much flexion at all anymore, but the ankles have always suffered, so I do the heels. The heels gives you a little bit and it gives you a little wiggle room, helps you hit the depth without having to go ridiculously wide on your squat.
All right, let's see. On platform 3, we had another no lift with 3 yellows. Still not sure what that is. But Danny Lee will be coming out for his third.
Got Danny on platform 3, Daniel on platform 4, coming out for his first attempt. Wow, big, powerful squat.
I would like to see a big jump from him.
Exactly.
I'm curious to see what they're going to put in for him. I'd like him to go probably 180, if not 185.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Last warm-up for sure just happened.
He did only get it 2-1. He did get called for depth on his left side, but sometimes people don't sink their opener as much, and it just takes that extra bit of weight to really drive him into the hole.
Especially when you squat as fast. $212.5 kilos. 2 white lights on platform 4. We've got Nick coming out on platform number 4. 177.5 kilos.
391 pounds. That's a textbook opener. 3 whites.
John is going to be coming out on platform number 3. We're still having some technical difficulties. Can't see the platform, but we can see the lights. So waiting to see what those lights look like.
Daniel Madsen coming out to take his opener. Teen 2 lifter, 182.5, opening up at just over 400 pounds. That's huge for a high schooler. And boy, did it move well.
It sure did.
I do want to see the call here.
Yeah, I was curious about that one.
Yeah, 3 reds on depth.
We had John on platform number 3 get 3 white lights.
For those of you listening that when we talk about depth may not be 100% sure what exactly we're talking about. So it is the top, or excuse me, what is it? The center of the hip joint?
Top surface of the leg is below at the hip joint is below the top surface of the knee.
Yes. I tried to walk into explaining it, and I'm just too tired. So suddenly everybody's like, oh, the state chair of Indiana doesn't know the rules.
Well,
no,
you were out here working. You were out here working yesterday,
yes.
Today.
Very tiresome.
Yes. It is mentally taxing.
Yes, it is.
Not like the spotters and loaders,
No.
but it is mentally taxing. Got to get that wording right, though.
Julio Sanchez on his opener. Little hiccup,
but I see it on his face. Maybe he thinks it was a misgroove of some sort.
It had to have been.
Or maybe he just didn't like the weight. Maybe it was too heavy. I don't know. Oh, 3 red lights for depth.
Yeah.
Daniel on platform 3 looks like he got 3 white lights.
Nicholas Petrushin coming out now, opening at 200 kilos. Teen 3 lifter, 440 pounds.
Teen at 440 opener. There you go. Snapped his knees, locked. What an easy opener.
Beautiful.
That's what you like to see.
That is absolutely the way I think all openers should look.
Talked about his knees a little bit. When you walk the bar out, you have to lock your knees prior to getting that start command, like we were talking about earlier. It's one of the points in the starting position, just locking your knees. So I think he remembered right at the last second. You saw him pop them.
And if your knees aren't locked out, what will happen is the side referees won't put their arm down to signal to the chief referee that you are in the correct starting position. So you might get told to replace the bar. We, as the chief referee, will come out and explain to you what we need to see from you in order to get the start command. The key word is locked or unlocked. I know sometimes refs or coaches will ask, oh, were the knees soft? It's like, nope, they weren't locked. I have been like ruler bashed over my fingers to stop saying the word soft.
Yes. We got to have proper terminology out here.
Locked or unlocked is the only way to call it.
Nothing soft about a knee. I don't know if you've ran your knee into something. Nothing soft about a knee.
Have you ever talked to Jack Marcus about it?
I have not.
So he'll go, I don't care if your knees are soft. I don't care if you use lotion or anything and moisturizer. And they're like, Jack, you know what we're trying to say here.
Jargon. Every industry has jargon. We don't like it around here. 210 kilo opener over here on platform number 4.
Michael Beaupre over there, a good lift on his third attempt, 222.5 kilos.
Brings him 3 for 3.
Zane Hefty with a hefty opener at 210. I had to. I will make that joke throughout the rest of the session.
As long as he keeps going. He's got to bring hefty weight.
And it was a great squat, too.
Yes.
210 on his opener moved great.
260 over here on platform number 3, which has got to be he's going to break his world record he just set.
Yeah, and going off of how the first two moved, I think it would move easy, but he only jumped 2 kilos.
Yeah.
So that's a little concerning.
It is. Maybe he just wants another break. We'll see. Or maybe it's feeling weird. Who knows? That's one of the things about powerlifting. You never know. Something could just feel the tiniest bit off, and it could throw you off, and we would never know out here.
Antonio Gomez coming out 210 for his opener.
Looks like miss on the world record on platform 3, unfortunately.
I wonder if they put that in and he just timed out. A 2 kilo jump after world record and then 3 yellows. Like, I don't think the strength would have been an issue for him.
I don't think so.
But I guess it'll remain a mystery to us.
We can only speculate.
No lift for Antonio. Depth was called on him there.
Giancarlo is coming out on platform 4.
Might as well. A little bit of a mid-bar position. Kind of pause squatted it.
A little bit. Made sure he hit depth. He said, I hit it. Do you see it? I see it. Do you see it again? Still got it called. One of them. That's that left side again.
And then we'll have the last opener of Flight B on platform 4 with Ivan. Or Ivan. Could be one or the other. I really don't know.
Your best guess is anybody's best guess. So Ivan has one of his uprights turned in, which to me seems a little bit more stable. But like I said, I'm an out lifter, but it does help when you walk it out so that you don't clang those plates.
With the pink A7, I'm assuming the rigor mortis sleeves.
I would guess. They held him there for a minute before they gave him the squat command. I'm thinking maybe his knees were not quite locked.
There we go. 2-1, good lift there, though.
We've got a good lift on platform 3, 180 kilos.
And then Brian Wu's going to come out, take an opener of 407 pounds or 185 kilos.
Samuel Blackwell going to come back out with these shades on, I'm sure.
I forgot about those already. Once a lifter goes away, this is why you'll hear people say if you need to find out what you got a red light for, you need to ask right away. Because after 5 lifters, you're going to come up and ask me. I'm just going, I don't remember.
After 2 sometimes, I don't remember. My lifter was 2 lifters ago. What was it? You tell me.
I don't have any question on his depth.
No, not even a little bit.
And that was a great jump 17.5 kilos.
We've got Dante on platform 3, 197.5 kilos. Three white lights on platform 3.
Daniel's coming out for his second attempt. Didn't take quite the aggressive jump that I was hoping for, only 10 kilos.
Let's see if he can make this one look just as speedy.
Obviously, they know something that I don't.
One of the big benefits of having a good handler that knows you and a good coach that you've worked with is they can look at a squat and say, this is what we're doing.
And things can change fast, right? So that 165 absolutely flew. I'm hoping this one will, but it's also possible that it slows down significantly. But it didn't.
It did not. That power coming out of the hole is pretty amazing. Hopefully he gets the, oh, he got one red again.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I didn't see it from here, but.
All about perspective.
Absolutely. Got Jeff on platform 3 with 3 white lights. Next is Luke coming out, starting at an opener, 200 kilos for a 75 kg open male. Julio on platform 4, retaking his opener.
I already can't remember. Did he miss on depth for this one?
You know, I don't.
No. Well, I hope so. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I don't hope that he missed on depth. But he's coming out now. Yeah, okay, so it was on depth.
So let's see if he can sink it a little bit more. He's got that wide squat, too.
He's got 10 seconds to get a start. Gets the command in time.
Definitely sunk it.
Absolutely he did.
All right.
Did the smart thing and retook, just like we were talking about earlier. Paid off there.
Luke got good lift, 200 kg. Now we have Jordy coming out, 210 kg on platform number 3. $190 kg on platform 4 for a team 3. That's a big squat.
Moved incredibly well as well. I think he's got another 10 kilos in him at least.
Absolutely. Are you a regular size jump, large jump, send it, or are you a large jump, small jump?
I'm a large jump, small jump.
That's how I am too.
I've always had the mindset of have a target number that you'd like to hit on your second, and like that's all you're aiming for. And then if you hit it, awesome, take a smaller one, give yourself a break. But if you don't, then hey, you give yourself 2 cracks at your target for the day.
That's right. Yep, I'm the same way. I like doing mine that way. But we are seeing more and more of these lifters come out and do that first attempt really as a first warm or a last warm up, and then taking a very large jump to their second.
I'm a big fan of doing that because a lot of times at this national level, it's not necessarily the strongest lifter that wins, but the best power lifter, right? So if you come in, you have the right strategy, and you execute properly, you don't have to have the highest total coming into the meet as long as you have the highest total on the day. So if a couple people don't execute, miss a few lifts here or there, somebody who's down in 5th place can very easily find their way to the top of the podium.
That's right.
I think we saw that a little bit last night in the Primetime session. There was, I can't remember the weight class, but one of the women's groups, it might have been 52 or 56 kilos. They had 5 women walk in with a qualifying total within 5 kilos of each other.
56 it was,
yeah.
And that's so up in the air. You need every kilo. Every single one counts.
Dan Madsen's second. He missed his opener, comes out.
What a save from the spotters and loaders. That was great.
San Antonio team. Just got dumped forward on that.
Yeah, it might have hit in the hole a little funny. The weight kind of pushes you forward sometimes, especially if you're scared to fall backwards. That's a lot of weight to fall backwards. Jason on platform number 3 with a good lift. We have all good lifts so far on platform 3 in this flight.
Knock on wood.
I know. Hope I didn't jinx him.
Can you recall the longest you've seen a meet go with no missed attempts?
Oh gosh, I don't know that I've ever taken notice.
The only reason I know it off the top of my head for me is because it happened a month and a half ago.
Oh really?
It was down in Bloomington, Indiana at the Eclipse Summer Classic. And it's a youth meet, which made this even crazier. It took 52 squats, I believe.
Wow.
52 squats before somebody missed.
Wow. That speaks volumes.
And I think it took up until like 27 before any of them got a red light for anything.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that speaks volumes. Some good coaches out there in Indiana.
Absolutely, yeah. Shout out to Aaron Boer, one of my meet directors there.
I tell you, the lifters work so hard for this, so hard, but you can watch the difference of a hardworking lifter that has a good coach and a hardworking lifter that has a coach who is not as experienced. And the experienced coaches, they come through with these attempts. Those are the ones you walk away, just not there maybe. They walk away with the perfect attempt selections. You know, there's experience matters out here. So we'll see what Kurt does. That was he missed his first, and then he missed his second, so we'll see what he picks for his third attempt. Set up nice, taking that big brace. Good push there.
Slowed down through the middle, but it's kind of expected on that second attempt there.
Yeah. I didn't jinx him yet. We got 3 white lights for Edgar on platform number 3.
D's a pretty big flight.
Yeah. Callum coming out on platform 3, 222.5 kilos. And Giancarlo took a 10-kilo jump for his second. Oh, let's see if he can push through. Not sure on that depth. We'll see. We'll see what the judges have to say. Yeah, a little high.
Antonio Gomez is going to come out for his second attempt. Pretty bold jump here, 210 to 230 after missing his opener.
I wonder, was it a technicality? Oh, we've got visual back on platform 3.
Just in time for Gerard Pasquale to come out for his 225-kilo opener. Exactly 3 times body weight.
Antonio getting hype over there.
Gravy.
Smooth opener on platform 3.
Now we get to see something that we haven't seen a lot of in Raw Nationals so far. On platform 4, we're going to have 5 spotters because the barbell is going over 500 pounds. And that's just our standard practice.
A little extra safety there. Nobody wants to catch 500 pounds by themselves.
That moved really well.
It did. Oh, I don't know if he took that step.
I think part of it might just be the intent of it, though. So that's one where he got 1 red for depth and 1 red yellow card for something else as Bryce Lewis breathes a sigh of relief walking by. So that's one where the 2 officials called him on something different. So that might be one where the head coach, if he catches that, would like to go and talk to the jury and see about maybe contesting that call.
We do have a jury. That's a good point. What can we use the jury for?
Oh, boy.
We don't see them at every meet.
Making our officials nervous?
Absolutely. All these red ties over here, the Category 1 referees, making everybody nervous.
pair of no lifts on 3 and 4.
The jury's a tough job, though. The jury's a tough job. You got to watch 2 different platforms at the same time. They look for egregious errors when they're looking at the platforms. Egregious errors, and they're able to overturn lifts should a coach or lifter, if they don't have a coach, contest the lift. They can turn it from bad lift to a good lift or a good lift to a bad lift if there's an egregious error.
And I believe we saw that last night in the primetime session as well.
We did.
Lifter timed out but didn't get called for it. The platform officials did the correct thing and judged the lift as though it was in time. A opposing coach saw the error, challenged, and the jury was like, correct. Like, they missed it, so they overturned the call from a 3 white light good lift to a no lift. That is a very rare one.
Yes. Samuel grinding it out.
Looking cool there, too.
Oh, yeah. Look good from here. Yep, 3 white lights.
Got Tariq Dundee coming out for his opening attempt, 237.5 kilos in the all-white apparel.
Opening 523 pounds in the 75 kilo weight class.
I think Depp's going to be close on that one.
Especially on that his left side. I think he was a little higher on one side. Oh, it was the right side. His right.
His right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, our left.
Again, not a great angle to look at.
Dan the Man coming out now for his 3rd attempt. Took a 12.5 kilo jump to 187.5. Going off of how his first 2 moved, I think he's got this in the bag. Right now it's just a matter of coming out and executing. The strength has looked there on his first 2 attempts. Gets a start.
Big brace.
As long as he hit depth there, that moved incredible.
What a good squat. It's always cool to see the ones that stand pretty upright. Oh, we got a depth call.
I believe that's Isao Rivas on platform 3. Took his second attempt at 185. Gets it 3 whites.
Julio coming out, 190 kg for his 3rd attempt. I think he had a bit of a depth issue on his first attempt, so.
And then that was the one where he was a little kind of shaky, had some fluctuation in the bar
yeah,
there.
and he made the face too when he finished his lift. Sometimes you just know. Sometimes you can just feel it.
I do that a lot myself. If I have a rep that doesn't feel the best, I'll stand up at the top and I'm just kind of like, ooh, what was that one? Depth looks good on that one. That moved better than the second.
It did, definitely. Those first squat jitters sometimes. That's what I always tell people. Start out light so that you get those first squat jitters out.
Especially on a stage like this, right? You got 4 platforms going. You had to qualify for this, which means you're already one of the top lifters for your division. It's a pretty competitive field back here. We have, last I saw, the roster was at 950 or so.
That's a lot of lifters.
And that was after a couple withdrawals and no shows at the last second.
And you got to think about it. You're in a different state. You're in a different venue. Some people, they train the same way every single day, all the time, same equipment. So even that little bit of a change can make a difference to these kids. Oh, just not there for Daniel. Needed that one. He finished out missing all 3 of his squats, but he can still continue, correct?
He can still continue. So if you do, unfortunately, not collect an attempt in any of the 3 lifts, well, I guess not in deadlift, this one didn't apply there, but in squat or bench, and you want to continue, you still are allowed to, but you do have to inform the scoring table of your decision to remain in the meet. And if you don't, then you'll be pulled off of LiftingCast and the meet will just kind of continue on.
But you worked so, you know, all these people worked so hard, so sometimes it's nice to keep going. Do your bench, do your deadlift, see what you can pull out for the day in those 2. Then you know what you're working towards for your next meet.
And it happens at every competition. I wish it didn't, but it does.
Just not there strength-wise probably for Nick on platform 4.
He took a large jump from his 2nd to his 3rd, going up to 205.
Got Jeff coming out on platform number 3, 212.5 kilos. He's got 19 seconds, so let's see if he can get out and get this start command.
Got to have a little bit of urgency here.
I know. Daniel taking a big squat there for a 3rd attempt.
That moved well.
Good
He's happy
smile
with it.
there.
Jeff does get the start command.
3 white lights on platform 4 for Kurt. Oh, not Kurt. I apologize. Daniel.
And then 3 white lights for Jeff on his second. All right, so now Kurt Gonzaga coming out, 210 loaded on the bar. He's going to need this one. Missed his first attempt, went up 5 kilos, and then missed that attempt as well.
Feeling out the weight. Got a strong walk out there.
I think he was the one who kicked forward last time.
A little kick forward there again, just not there today.
You just really hate to see that. That is a bummer when that happens. I think that puts us up to 3 or 4 already in this session.
I think
just
so.
on platform 4.
I think so. And that's one of the things dealing with, that you have to think about and you have to deal with doing a strength sport is sometimes the weight strength isn't there. You train and train and you peak and peak, but sometimes it's just not there that day.
Got Zane Hefty coming out, taking his 3rd and final squat attempt. 220 kilos, just a pretty small jump. 2.5, that's all you can take.
Yep.
Unless you're
smallest.
chipping an American or world record in the open category here at Raw
That's
Nats.
right. We did see 238, right? 238.
Grinds it out. I think the depth was close on that one. Yeah, no lift, 2 to 1.
Jordy with a really pretty squat there on platform 3. 3 white lights.
That one seemed like it was going to be a good one because I was busy waiting for the red or white lights to pop out on platform 4, and in that time, he took his entire attempt, so that's a good sign.
Absolutely.
Giancarlo Mendez coming out to retake 225 kilos, 496 pounds. And then Thomas Coons also taking 225 kilos on platform 3.
Oh.
Come on.
What a grind.
Really good battle there for Giancarlo.
See what the judges have to say about that.
2 to 1, good lift.
Good lift.
Thomas got slowed down a little bit, stood it up pretty well. 2 to 1, good lift, gets a depth call from the center judge.
Nicholas, Teen 3 on platform 4.
I'm a big fan of the gold Nike Romelio 4s that he's got on too.
Oh, yeah.
That moved pretty well for a 3rd. I want to see the call on depth for him. And he gets it, 3 white lights. I believe that's Isander, 225. I hope I'm not pronouncing that incorrectly. Nice and controlled. Depth looked good.
Yep. Definitely controlled on the way down, too. Way down and up.
3 whites. Ivan retaking his 2nd attempt at 235.
See if he can get through.
I think he got called on depth on the last attempt.
Oh, okay. Depth looked good to me. Yep. 3 white lights.
I'd imagine so because that 3rd one moved so fast.
Yeah. Jason, 15 kilo jump to his 2nd attempt on platform number 3. Nope.
He's not going to have it on the strength for Jason. I think he was high on that squat as well.
Yeah, I think he was too. Had a little bit of a wince, so I hope he didn't hurt himself. Antonio coming up, 10-kilo jump there for him.
$240 kilos. What is that in pounds? 529, I believe.
You're better than I.
529. I should know.
529. I see it on the screen. I need the color-coded chart.
He moved it well. I'm just not convinced on the depth.
I'm not either.
Especially going off how it's gone today, but he gets it 2-1. Edgar looked like he crushed that one.
Yeah, 3 white lights. All right, so we're going to be starting the third flight for platform number 4. It's a 3-flight session. It's a long time to wait for these lifters to come back up again.
Can be, yes. 3 flights. Well, with the San Antonio crew going, it should be probably about 45 to no, there's the 10-minute break, so a little over an hour before we see some of these lifters back out to take bench. I know I've certainly done meets in the past where you get done squatting, and then I have time to go and take a nap out in my car.
Yep. Two reds on depth over there on platform number 4, 1 on platform number 3.
All right, we've got a retake of an opener for Leandro Gerard.
Uriah is starting out on platform number 4, coming out with a smile. We love to see that.
Double body weight opener for Uriah. He looks eager.
He does.
I don't think we're going to question his depth today.
No.
Those are my favorite kinds of lifters, too. They come out and they do that on their open, and you just breathe a sigh of relief because you know your day just got at least a little bit easier.
Exactly.
Leandro moved that well. I'm not sure what he got called on the first attempt. I think Armando was still down.
Curious about the depth call. 1 from the front, but a good lift.
Now Dax Decker taking his opener. 170 kilos, 374 pounds.
Nice depth on that one for Dax.
Great opener. Gerard's back up. 235 for his second attempt. 518 pounds.
Oh yeah, that was a nice squat. Platform number 3. Got another Masters lifter coming out on platform number 4. Masters 2 lifter.
Pat Foster with 175 for his opener. Moved great.
Absolutely.
I think the depth was there. 2-1, he gets it. Ooh, here's a lifter I'm a fan of on platform 3, Mark Hyman. He is, I can't remember whether he's a Category 2 official, but I know he's at least a national official. He was from Michigan. That's how I know him. I believe now he lives in California. He's also a international master in chess.
Oh, how interesting.
He was playing in a chess tournament in Spain within the last 2 weeks.
Huh, how opposite.
Which I believe has affected his training a little bit.
I'm sure.
As he gets called for depth on that, which is pretty unheard of for Mark.
Yeah. Platform number 4, we have Donovan Thompson.
That's a familiar face.
It sure is. 3 reds for depth, so he'll have to sink it a little bit more.
Yep. And then here's another face coming out on platform 4 as well, Al Matagrano.
Virginia native, one of our Category 2 referees, just was donned that title this past year.
lot of experience with officiating going on these two platforms.
Absolutely.
Tariq Dundee getting ready to unrack his second attempt at 245.
Good depth for Al. Moved well. 3 white lights.
You can see the strain in Tariq's face. Moved pretty solid for a second attempt.
Bit slow for a second, so we'll see what he picks for his third. I'm interested.
It was a 7.5 kilo jump, right? 237 to 245.
Yep. If I can math that fast. Julio, Team 3, coming out for his opener, 197.5 kilos. 435 pounds.
Moved it well. I'm a little curious on the depth.
Yeah, I was too. Now he knows. Now he knows he's just got to sink it a little more.
Asau coming out for his third at 190 kilos. 418 pounds. I think he had another 5 kilos in there.
At least. He likes those 5 kilo jumps. Maybe his,
Yes.
his non-existent fourth attempt. 5 more.
Maybe he's going to go take another attempt in the warm-up room.
That's right. Blink and you'll miss it. Luke on platform 4.
This might be the coolest name of the entire meet. But I don't know how to pronounce the last name, so it makes me feel bad. But Axel's a cool first name.
It is, yeah, definitely. Brian, 20 kilo jump for Brian for his third attempt on platform number 3, 490 pounds.
Oh, come on.
Good grind.
Yep.
Good lifts. Good lift for platform 4. And good lift for platform number 3. 3 white lights.
So far, nothing too crazy going on either of these platforms. Still got time, though. Jose Gonzalez coming out to take his opening attempt, 215 kilos. Meanwhile, Luke taking his third. He went up 7.5 kilos to 222.5 on platform 3.
Jose coming out giving some fist bumps to the spotters and loaders. We love to see it.
I think that's a pair of good lifts.
Yep. I would say so. Oh, we got a depth call on platform 4. I'm not going to lie. My eyes were jumping back.
This is why I'm not on the jury.
Yeah.
It's hard to watch, too, at one time.
It absolutely is. Again, speaks to their experience. It's a different beast. We got same attempts on both platforms here. First attempt for Javier, 222.5 kilos, and the same for his third, Dante on platform 3.
They don't know it, but they're racing. I think Dante's going to win the race.
Oh, absolutely. He said, let me get this third attempt over
Oh,
with.
come on.
Push it out. Oh.
Oh, my, that was the battle of a lifetime,
It
too.
was. I thought he was going to push through that sticking point.
Yeah,
oh, man.
I didn't see any downward movement on the bar
I didn't
until
either.
he didn't have any left in the tank to push.
Yep. That is one of those red, light, blue cards, is that downward movement of the bar during the ascent of the lift.
The other reason you could call it is a double bounce in the hole, which, I got to be honest, in my 5 years of reffing, I've never seen that.
Once. I've
Really?
seen it once. Yep. Yep. They did nearly a pause squat, kind of like what we saw earlier. and then did a double bounce recovery out of the bottom.
That's a very weightlifterish thing to do, so you don't see it very often in powerlifting. But, of course, it is there for a reason. If it's in the rule book, it means it's happened at least once, and somebody's like, we got to get out in front of this.
Exactly.
Ben Rowe coming out to take his opening attempt at 225.
Not sure about that depth on platform 4.
I'm not sure about it either. Yeah, 3 reds. I'm hesitant to try and make the call before the lift's actually complete, because we're not in the judges' chairs, so our perspective is obviously not going to be what they're seeing.
Exactly.
Jeff Trong. Oh, what a good battle that one was. Slowed down in 2 different spots on that squat. No lift. 2-to-1, 1 call on depth. 1 was a blue card, and that would have had to have been downward movement.
He may have, and I thought this might have been the case, he may have had unlocked knees at the completion of the lift.
That could be.
Because that rule does say at the beginning and the end of the lift, and I think they were a little bit unlocked.
And that is a trickier one to call.
Especially from this angle. It's just what my eyes, peeked to, but it's hard to call that from over here.
Jason Reed took 230 on his 3rd attempt. I think the depth is going to be close. Yeah, no lift for him there, 3 reds. Seen a lot of squats missed on depth today on both of these platforms.
Calvin Trapp, Teen 2, opener, 245 kg. I can't do that math in my head.
Wait, which one, 245?
245. 500 and...
It should be 545.
545.
540, darn it.
540.
247.5 would be 545.
Gotcha.
I should know those. I work up in that range fairly frequently. I think I'd have those down.
Well, regardless, it flew like it wasn't 540 or 545.
Jordi Rodriguez, 3rd attempt, went up 7.5 kilos to 230. He moved it well, but that's one where it's like I feel confident saying he's probably not going to get it because of depth. But he gets it 2-to-1. I'm going to stop trying to call lifts from the camera well.
Yeah, these are just educated guesses, but don't want to call them too early.
There's also the possibility that because of the whole benefit of doubt, that perhaps one of the spotters or loaders blocks the viewpoint of the official from the sides. And in that case, you have to call everything else that you're able to see, give benefit of the doubt on depth to the lifter.
We're in it for the lifters, not trying to mess them up in any way. So if there's a question, we have to give it to the lifter, and as we should. Thomas with a strong walkout, 232.5 kilos.
Depth looked really good for me.
Uriah grinding it out.
Good lift for Thomas. Uriah cheesing hard.
I know it. That was a grind for a 2nd attempt. Blue card. Could be the knees. It's hard to see from here. Sometimes when they tip forward, it does give a little bit of downward movement to the barbell, but I didn't see it from here. Got Al coming back out on platform number 4. 7.5 kilo jump.
Isan Dare grinds through that 3rd attempt.
Curious about that one on platform 3, but we'll see. Yeah, I was thinking it might be that. Al getting 1 red light on platform 4 for depth from the front judge.
Red lights getting fired out everywhere right now.
I know.
Like, I know I said I developed a reputation for being strict. It feels like there's a lot of calls coming out right now. Not to say that they're incorrect.
It's one of those things when you go to those local meets, you hope that the refs there are holding the standard, because you come here and these refs are not going to miss anything. You got these category refs that have been reffing for years and years. They're not going to miss a depth call.
There were multiple officials at the jury table this morning that have been an official longer than I've been alive.
Yes.
Mark Hyman retaking his 237.5 kilo squat. He missed it on depth on his second.
See what the judges have to say.
And he gets it 2-1.
Dax's second attempt was just not there. Maybe a strength thing, maybe a missed groove. Good catch by the spotters and loaders.
Pat Foster coming out for his second attempt. He went up 10 kilos to 185. Getting over that 400-pound mark. And then Callum Hurst taking 240 for his third and final squat on platform 3. Pat dunked his.
Absolutely. Absolutely did. Callum grinding it out. Let's see.
Gives a little nod. Let's see the call. Gets it good, 2-1.
One for depth. Here's another, like you said, a familiar face. Donovan Thompson. We just heard earlier from his wife, Jennifer Thompson. One of the best benchers alive.
Wait, when did we hear from her?
She was not on the commentary out here, sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry about that.
No, I didn't know she was talking. I must
She
have been
was-
changing at that point.
She was talking, she inducted somebody into the Women's Hall of Fame.
Who was that?
Terry, I believe is her name. I was scarfing down a bit of food between reffing this morning and now. Donovan, 2 red lights for depth.
I think he got called on his opener as well.
Did he?
Yeah, so Donnie Thompson missed his opener at 175, jumped up to 187.5, and gets called on depth for that one. That feels like a pretty uncharacteristic move. But he's another one of those lifters who's been doing this probably longer than I've been alive, so I'm pretty confident he can come back and get his third.
I'm sure he can. I'm fairly certain he's how Jen got into powerlifting, so he's going to show out for his third.
Created a monster then.
I know, he's going to show out. Leandro on platform 3, 242.5 kilos.
Oh, not enough there for him today. Jose Gonzalez retaking his opener at 215.
That one looked deep enough. 3 white lights.
Gerard Pasquale going to come out for his third attempt, 545 pounds at 75 kilos, which is 164, 166, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
So we're talking nearly 400 pounds heavier than he is. As Luke Milliner takes his second attempt.
Smokes it with the speed, not the depth though. So we'll see what he does for his third. What a grind.
A lot of energy up at the top from him.
3 white lights. Got Benjamin retaking his second. Sorry, retaking his first attempt for his second attempt. Almost 500 pounds on platform 4, 496. See what the judges have to say.
Stood it up. It looked tough. 3 reds on depth.
Got Joshua Anderson on platform 3.
That's another familiar face.
Sure
National
is.
referee.
Sam Strong athlete, Sam Calhoun.
That moved great. I got to meet Josh this past year at the Arnold. We worked the scoring table together for the Pro Series finals. It's a pretty fun experience.
Yeah, he's a fun guy. He's a Virginia native, so I see him at a lot of meets. Comes out with a lot of cupcakes.
He disappeared, I think, after squat, and when he came back for bench, he had like 6 Alanis in his hand because we were at the Arnold Expo, and he said he walked over there. They were closing up and told him to take all he could grab, so he did. Now, another familiar face right after him, Andrew Graves. He is one of the state chairs, but I can't remember which state. I want to say, it's not Massachusetts.
Can't quite remember.
Oh, it might be Maine. He's going to kill me. Regardless, he's from New England. Another familiar face, another national level referee.
Yep.
Javier Salas coming out to take his second attempt, 237.5 kilos, 523 on the bar.
Good walkout for both these guys.
Oh, knew pretty early on there.
Yep.
I think Christian absolutely dunks his opener.
Easy first attempt. Sometimes you just know. Sometimes you just try to come up out of the hole, and it's just not there.
I've never been that fortunate. I've always had to grind everything.
Me too. Me too. My bench, though, that's a different story. But my squats, I can usually push through. Some people just hit a wall, though.
And this is a massive squat here for Johnny Vu. 255. That's like 560 something.
As a teen 3.
Teen 3. So he's either 18 or 19 years old. Weighing 183 pounds. Like he's standing up off the couch.
Great second attempt.
That looked like that got sped up.
Yeah, it did. We talking about Chris or
Chris?
Chris, yeah, absolutely.
There's some really strong kids coming out in this session on platform 4.
Team
262 for at most a 17-year-old that weighs 180.
Yep.
Kids weren't built like that when I was in high school.
No, definitely not. Nick on platform 3, 230 kilos, 507 pounds. 500-pound opener. It moved well. See what the judges have to say.
3 white lights for him.
Good lift.
Huge brace from Calvin. Gets to the hole. I do want to see the call on it.
2 reds. 2 reds for depth.
Just cut it a touch high.
Yep.
And then platform 4 is going to go all the way back down to Mike Mayo as we start the 3rd round of squats on platform 4 for the 3rd flight.
We're starting the 3rd flight on platform 3. Aldair. 230, opening at 507 pounds.
I'm very impressed with where these openers are, too. Because it's not uncommon to see 500-pound squat openers at local meets either, but you're usually seeing it from the big boys.
Oh, yeah. 120, 140.
Yeah, it's like, so to see some 82.5-kilo lifters opening this high is really impressive.
Absolutely.
Josh Sparks, an Indiana native. I got to shout out my Hoosiers when I see them.
Just wasn't there for Mike Mayo on platform 3. Missed that one on strength.
They move very well. Josh is a very strong lifter. I am a little interested to see that depth call, but he gets it 3 white lights. From our perspective, I was not convinced, but I'm not the one that needs to be convinced.
Uriah coming out with some energy. Only up 2.5 kilos.
Just trying to build the total.
Nice deep squat. Oh,
hey,
just not there.
It was the correct call. That means that there was nothing left in the tank for him.
Yep.
Another familiar face. We've got another national level referee. Actually, no, Lee's category.
I believe so.
I can't remember whether it's 2 or 1. I think it's category 2 out of Pennsylvania. If the pit across his chest didn't say it.
Looked like a good squat there, nice and deep.
Looked like a bit of a heavy opener there for Lee. You can see it on his face just a bit.
Dax retaking that second attempt.
Trying to cross over the 400-pound mark.
What a milestone, right? When you hit those 100-pound milestones. Look good from here. See what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
Now on platform 3, Sean Alexander, who I believe is a pretty well-known coach. I've seen him at a lot of these meets coaching.
Opener 512 pounds, sorry, 232 and a half.
And he's got a fantastic mustache.
We got Al coming back up for his third, up 5 kilos on platform 4.
Master 2 lifter, so he's in his 50s. Both of these lifters very controlled. Sean looks like he's a little sore after that.
Al got 2 white lights, 1 red for depth.
And then it looked like Sean got 3. Oh,
It looks like we got an overturn from the jury.
Yeah, good eye there.
Donovan had gotten 2 reds on that second attempt.
He got called 2 reds on depth, I believe.
And looks like we got an overturn from the jury to a good lift. Up just 2.5 kilos, 190.
Probably the smart play.
Absolutely. Like you said, build that total.
Definitely looked heavy for him. Still moved it pretty well. No
2
left.
reds on depth. I thought it looked deeper than his other squats, but I guess it just wasn't there. For me, when it's the 2 side refs calling depth and the front one gives a white light, it's generally right on the line because you got those 2 with the good angle seeing it.
So when you're a chief referee, how do you like to sit to position yourself to judge depth? Because I know how I do it, but not everybody's the same.
I like to sit off to the side a bit, like maybe a 20-degree angle to the lifter. So then that way I can see that hip crease.
Which hip do you look towards? Do you look to the near side or do you look to the far side?
I look towards the near side. And I try to sit at an angle where when I see the top surface of the leg disappear, that way I know they hit depth from my angle.
Gotcha. I also like to sit off to the side. Generally, it doesn't matter to me which side I sit off to. On platform 1 this morning, I was sitting off to the right-hand side because our live stream cameras are positioned off to the left. So I sit that way so that way I can see half of the barbell so I can verify the weights. And then I always look to the opposite hip.
Gotcha. It's all about preference and it's all about practice. That's one of the things I will say with the newer refs. It is about practice.
Yes, doing a lot of meets. Maybe not every weekend like some of us got into it, but definitely having to get some experience. On platform 3, we've got Jack Slavensky. He's another one of my Hoosiers out of Indianapolis, Circle City Strength.
Big opener there.
It's funny, this is the first time I've seen his hair down like that without a hat on. Gets it 2-1, depth called from the middle.
Luke coming out for his third attempt. He went up 2.5 kilos after missing his second.
484 on the bar. Moved really well.
Definitely moved well. Curious of the call. 2 white lights. We got Benjamin coming back out. Needs this lift.
Gotten called on depth both times so far. The second one did look like a bit of a grind. I'm really hoping he can come back out with a bit of energy and make this one move. Want to see him post a total today.
Jeffrey, platform 3, opening 242.5 kilos. Opener for an 82.5.
Walkout looks fine. Doesn't look as heavy.
Big brace.
Manages to stand it up. But he's not going to get the lift. 3 reds, call it out on depth for it. Unfortunate for him, he's not going to be able to post a total. Good grind there for Jose on his third. 230, he's fired up for it. 3 white lights. Justin coming out, taking his opener on platform 3.
Making easy work of 245 kilos. Javier retaking his second for his third attempt, 237.5 kilos.
I don't remember what I was squatting when I was 18 and 19 years old, but it was not this far into the 500s.
Yeah, it wasn't that. I know it wasn't that.
Very confident look from Javier.
Good smile there at the top. 1 red light for depth, but he got the call. He got the lift, 2 white lights. Speedy opener for Jared, platform 3.
2-1, good lift for Jared. Come on, Axel. Oh. Depth was no doubt for me on that one, just not quite there for him.
Those are the hard ones to watch when you think they're going to break that sticking point. It's just not quite there. But it's better to not get hurt. That's what I try to tell myself.
Andrew Graves now out on his second attempt, 225 kilos. Moved great.
Yeah.
I see another 10 kilos getting added on for his third.
Absolutely. Johnny, 262.5 kilos.
This is absolutely massive.
Teen 3. 578 pounds. Let's see if he can get it.
He's got it. I think benefit of the doubt. I think I still white light him on that.
I think so too, but we'll see.
Yep, 3 white lights. He looked a little puzzled on that one. He did.
Joshua back out on platform number 3.
Another great mustache.
Depth looked great. 3 white lights.
Retake for Calvin Trapp's second attempt, 262.5 kilos. Is this our last squat for platform 4?
It sure is.
All right.
Big brace there for Calvin. Let's see if he can grind. Oh, it wasn't even that much of a grind.
No, it wasn't a grind.
3 white
3
lights.
I do love seeing the lifters get fired up like that.
Yeah.
But all right, now with the conclusion of squats on platform 4, that platform is going to go to a 10-minute break once the combo rack is broken down and switched into the bench setup. So we'll see some of those lifters back here in a little bit. Meanwhile, we're going to stay on platform 3 for the conclusion of squats for flight 3. Or E, whatever it is. Is it E?
I think so.
I think it's E. It counts the flights from earlier this morning.
Yes, flight E. 15-kilo jump for Christian.
Controlled walkout. Moved well.
Solid second attempt. 3 white lights.
I don't know if you caught it in the background, but we caught your mentor there, Saber, walking through. That's scary.
Can't miss him. Every time I see something like that, I'm wondering, oh, goodness, what did I do wrong?
In his words, he's looking for a soapbox to stand on.
Absolutely. Seven and a half kilos for Nick.
Controlled eccentric. Quicker out of the hole, slowed him down just out of it.
3 white lights. This is another instance where it's hard for us back here because I feel like they're getting these rack commands so fast. I was curious if he missed it, but they gave him the 3 white lights.
Michael Escano coming out to retake his opener at 237.5. I bet as a spotter and loader, it gets really satisfying when the flights are all this strong because you don't have to take off as many reds. It just makes it go that much quicker.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
And slinging around 25-kilo plates is tough.
It sure is.
That moved really well. Still not going to get that one, though, on depth, 2 to 1.
Just going to have to push it a little bit more. He's going to have to drop it a little bit more on his third.
Lee Macarone coming out for his second attempt. I'm hoping that's how I say his second name, otherwise, or his last name, or he's going to acknowledge that to me later. 242.5 on the bar. Gets his squat, big brace. Honestly, it looked identical to his first. Maybe that's just how he squats. 3 white lights.
3 white lights, yep. 10-kilo jump for Sean.
Somebody's fired up. Who is that? Somebody's fired up on platform 1 and 2 as I look over to the other commentators who are also laughing about it. Well, I think we're going to have a timer reset on platform 3. It looks like a little bit of a misload. That timer should reset.
So the lifter has a minute to get the start command on the squat. But if there is an instance like this where the issue is not their fault, do they get more time?
The timer is supposed to restart if it is not their fault. The timer hasn't restarted, so what I would do in this instance, I would ignore the timer as a referee from this point and just say, all right, there's another compounding mistake here. So if Sean times out here, he should still get the lift, or he's going to get granted a relift, because now he's technically timed out, but that was a platform error, not a lifter error.
Correct.
It moved pretty good for a second.
It did.
He is in some pain, though.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a misstep during the walkout, and I saw some wincing, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
And he didn't get it 2-1 on depth.
I hope everything's okay.
But now we don't get to know about what was going to happen with that timeout situation.
Yeah. 15-kilo jump here to the second for Aldair.
Something's off. Rack height's off.
Rack height's off.
That's another one where the timer should restart. Yeah, you can kind of see it on the video board behind him. It does say 9 out, so that being off, that's not his issue or his fault. So now the timer's just kind of null and void.
Gets it within time anyways.
Yep. It's an efficient setup.
It is. And I'm a big fan. My last meet, I realized I used a little bit more time than I wanted to when I watched it back. I like to have a little bit of extra time. Plenty of times I've watched people have these big elaborate setups, walk the bar out, have to replace the bar, and then they just run out of time because they cannot get back under the bar. They can't get it out of the rack in time and get the start command. So something to keep in mind for some newer lifters.
Josh Sparks coming out now for his second attempt, another 15-kilo jump. I am enjoying seeing the 15-kilo jumps. I definitely like seeing the bigger ones. They shows to me that they've got a little bit more confidence here and maybe a really good game plan going in.
His first one moved very well.
Yeah, Josh is really strong. I've gotten to see him lift a handful of times in person, and I'm always impressed because look at that.
Smooth. Just a touch slower than his opener. I feel like it wasn't 15 kilos slower than his opener.
I'd be interested to see another 10 kilos out of him. $12.5-kilo jump for Mr. Jose Vasquez. 247.5, 545, feeling out the weight. He's got a pretty solid low bar. Cheese is up at the top.
3 white lights.
This third flight here on platform 3 has been doing a really good job with depth.
Yeah, we've got a pretty sea of green. A few little sprinkles of red, but that's what we like to see, especially as refs. We love seeing green all over the LiftingCast.
People are less likely to yell at us when there's a lot of good attempts going on.
That's true.
I got yelled at twice in the first session. Passionate coaches is what I chalk it up to.
That's right.
They both said they were sorry later. I happen to know them both.
Heat of the moment gets away from people sometimes.
Yeah. Doesn't hurt my feelings. Jack Slavinsky coming out, taking his second attempt. Moved it quite well. He might have cut depth just a little bit.
See what the judges say.
Yeah. 3 reds on that one.
Jeffrey coming out for his second attempt. 12.5-kilo jump to 255 kilos, sorry, excuse me.
Jeff being really aggressive with unloading that bar there. Making sure he's getting a lot of upper back tightness. It always kind of scares me when guys tip the rack like that. That moved great, though.
It moved great. From here, depth looked all right. 3 white lights. Looked heavy for a second attempt, but we'll see what he puts in for his third.
And as we are still in second attempt squats on platform 3, we are going to have opening bench presses come up on platform 4. Justin feeling out the weight, platform 3.
Strong push there for Justin on platform 3.
As the legendary Gino heads over to platform 4 to introduce Brian McMaster.
A master's lifter.
Master 5, I believe. All the way from down under. I'm sure Gino's going to say that. 85 years old.
Being very specific with his handoff. So when we're benching, you can get a little help, right?
You can.
It's kind of an awkward lift to get set up for.
Yeah, it can be. One of the tricky parts about that rule, though, in getting a lift off is it does have to be the same person that everybody in your flight uses. So it does have to be somebody from the platform crew, which can be good, can also not be the best kind of thing, right? Not all handoffs are created equal. So you can't have your coach go out there and do it for you. So something that I've noticed a lot of lifters really switch to in the past few years, myself included, is trying to avoid a handoff altogether. Just work on the self-unrack, because then no matter where you go to compete, you don't really have to worry about it.
Yep. What a good push for Jared on platform 3. I'm with you there. I've started to do the self-unrack, and when my coach first said that at my last meet, she said, this is what we're going to do. I was a little unsure because I was so used to getting a handoff from somebody, but it is nice. Like you said, it's consistent.
Definitely takes some getting used to.
Good push from Matthew there on platform number 4 for his bench opener.
I know personally, since I've only switched to it for the last few months, right, the top end strength, it's still tough to do it. But, you know, it's kind of working back up there.
Yeah. It's just another thing, just another alteration. We all love doing little alterations to try to find the next best thing for us. And every body is different.
I like how you really accentuated the words there. Andrew Graves coming out for his third and final squat, 232.5 kilos. I believe that's about 512. His facial expression never changed.
Nope. Monty on platform number 4 for his opening bench. 3 white lights.
These are some pretty big benches for these masters lifters on platform 4. 100 kilo opener for Bradford Olson at 67.5 kilos. Was that like 1.6 times body weight? That's pretty big.
That is big. Joshua Anderson coming out for his third attempt. Jamming out to the music a little bit, getting in the zone.
I dig the whole fit too. I'm a headband lifter myself.
Are you?
Oh yeah. Mine look a little goofier though, because my hair's a little bit longer on top, so it looks kind of funny.
Good strong walkout for Joshua, 235 kilos, 518 pounds.
Always get the full red, white, and blue kit.
Oh, yeah. Nice and deep. See if you can go.
Oh!
Look good to me.
I like the confidence there from him on that.
I think he questioned his confidence for a second. I saw the smile, and then I saw a little uh-oh moment when it started to slow down a little bit more. But he knew he had it.
Now Michael Escano is going to come out, and he's going to need this one in order to post a total today. 237.5 kilos 523 pounds. Come on, Mike. Looks strong on his back.
We'll see what the judges have to say. I know it was depth from his last two, so.
Hey, he gets it.
2 to 1. Going to thank the judges for his white lights.
I don't know if you should thank them right away.
I know. Jose on platform 4.
I think he only thanked the two that gave him the whites.
I think that's.
I didn't see him go to the other side.
I didn't either.
Nick Sia taking his third squat now, 242.5. Good battle. No facial expressions there from him either.
None. His face got a little bit red. I think I saw one vein, and that's about it.
Pierce Woodworth now, platform 4. Nice and easy opener.
Just the way you want to see it. Christian coming out for his third attempt squat. And we got Jay Thompson for his opening bench, 110 kilos as well.
Christian's squat looked great.
Yeah.
Gets it 2 to 1. Yellow card coming out on Jay's first bench there. I'm not really sure what that was for.
We didn't talk about the cards for bench. We're starting bench, so we might want to inform the people.
Okay, so we'll do it the same way that we did it with squat, right? Because it's kind of the same thing. Except red cards. I've never called a red card on bench.
One time.
Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I've called it one time, but then afterwards I was wrong, and I think I got excited at the opportunity to press all 3. So I pressed it, but it wasn't that. So a red card on bench would be either you didn't touch your chest, which it doesn't happen very often, or you touch the belt with the barbell. Again, doesn't really happen. I don't know how long you've been reffing for.
I've been reffing about 5 years.
Same. So the fact that we've only called it one time between us, it's a pretty rare one. But it does mean that it's happened once or twice.
Again, like you said, it's only a rule because it's happened.
All right, so then the blue card, this one you'll see a little bit more often, usually for the later half of the lift, the up and down motion on the bar, but it is also for having your elbows not locked at either the start or the completion of the lift. Am I missing one there?
No, you got those. Those are the blue cards, yep.
And then the yellow is, once again, everything else, right? So not correct starting position, butt coming off the bench, feet picking up, you're doing the hokey pokey. You see that sometimes in local level meets. Or just failing the lift on strength. Lee coming out, third attempt squat.
We got Lee on 4 and Lee on 3. Let's see if these Lees can get some white lights. 3 white lights on platform 4.
And 3 as well on platform 3. All 3 of Lee's macaron squats looked identical.
Yep.
Which is pretty good. It's kind of how you want that to happen.
So since we're working on bench now, let's talk about starting position on bench. We got a few things to keep in mind, right? Got feet. Feet have to be flat on the floor.
As flat as the shoe allows.
Flat as the shoe allows. That is a good clarification point there, because sometimes you see shoes like running shoes, they've got a little bit of a curved heel, and you can put them on the floor, but they might not look like they're completely flat.
Right? Like, I'm wearing a pair of Jordans, which are a little flatter than your Brooks running shoes, but it's like your toes up a little bit, your heels up a little bit, but that is as flat as the shoe will allow you to go.
Exactly. Good push there for Chris on platform 3 for his third attempt squat.
The next bit about the setup, if we're starting at the feet and working your way up, your butt has to maintain contact with the bench.
The whole time?
The entire time. And you're not going to get the start command until it makes contact with the bench.
Gotcha, gotcha. What about your elbows? Something with the elbows.
Your elbows do have to be locked. Yep, that's another one, right? So just like with the squat, your knees have to be locked. your arms also have to be locked in order to get your start command on bench. Also, they have to be locked in order to get a good lift at the completion.
Same as the knees. Easy to remember.
And then one that doesn't happen very often is you have to make sure that you have a legal grip. The most common infraction that I see is a grip that's too wide. I actually got to call a lifter on that yesterday. She had a bulldog grip, so you have to completely cover the knurl ring on the bar in order to have a legal grip. She rested her finger on it, and then when she twisted her hand out, uncovered half of the ring. Suddenly that's an invalid grip, so I had to red light her on that. You also have to have all your fingers gripping the bar, and your thumb has to make sure you're going around it. There's no suicide grip. That's one of the few exceptions where an incorrect starting position, the chief referee can just ignore the side referees and tell the lifter to replace the bar if they have a suicide grip, because that is not a safe grip.
Correct.
And safety is of the utmost importance. So if the two side referees miss that grip but the chief referee doesn't, they do still have the ability to tell them to replace it.
We don't want any barbells falling down on anybody.
I've seen a bar fall down on people before in meets. It's a scary sight. I have not actually seen anybody do a suicide grip at a USA powerlifting meet.
I've seen, well, try. I've seen a few try at local level meets. It's a hard habit to break. It's just like anything else. When you train that way in the gym for so long, you come out and try to do it.
It's definitely not a very common thing to see.
No, only a handful of times. We got a third attempt over here for Sean.
Now, he's been in a little bit of pain with his squats today, and he missed his second attempt on depth.
He still went up, though.
Yeah.
Very upright squat.
I think his depth is good there.
Looks like it.
You can see the pain in that man's face,
I know,
though.
look at that. It's that his left leg.
I wonder if it's something with his back.
Maybe. 3 white lights for him, though. He went up, he knew he had it.
Matthew Frankenhauser hitting his second attempt bench there, 97.5 kilos, 3 white lights for him. I do find it funny that Matthew's the only lifter I've seen all day without his last name on.
Just Matthew.
Because it's just, his last name's just too long to
Yep.
fit.
We'll just say he's a one name wonder. You know, Matthew, Oprah, Cher.
Jose Vasquez looking confident for his third squat.
Good grind. Look at that head shake.
2-1.
Good lift. Monty, our ball of energy masters lifter over there. 3 white lights on 97.5 kilos.
Here comes Josh Sparks now for his third and final squat of the day. 255 kilos, 562 pounds, I believe.
Way outside my wheelhouse.
Yeah, 562.
Look
Hey, I got
at
it.
you. Oh, just not there.
Just quick out of the hole, just not enough steam to carry him through.
But it speaks to a, oh, we got Bradford over there pushing 110 kilos. That looked really nice. It speaks to the experience of a lifter sometimes when you can see them just say, nope, I'm going to save my energy.
Yep.
I'm going to save my energy for bench, deadlift.
I do believe Josh is a really big bench presser as well. Yeah, his opener's set at 170 on bench, and that's the top for his flight. So squat's probably not where he gets out to a big lead or anything. It's going to be that big bench that he's got.
And those are the moments when you just don't want to waste that little bit of energy, because that little bit of energy could be the difference between making your third bench or not. Big jump here for Aldair, 12.5 kilos. Well, I say big jump. It's not, you know.
It's not the biggest jump, but it is a good size jump.
When you're in the 250 kilo range, I suppose it's not as big. Jose on platform 4. Good lift for his second attempt bench, excuse me.
come on.
What a grind.
Great call on his third attempt there.
Perfect. 3 white lights.
We got the teen 2 lifter, Pierce Woodworth, coming out. Second attempt, 115 kilos. He's got a pretty good arch.
Yep.
He's got one of those legal but semi-close to illegal grips with that bit of a bulldog where he's got his fingers pinched up, right?
Pinched up on the bar, yep. We had to get some clarification on that. Make sure it's safe.
Yep. Fingers do have to be gripping, even if it's just the fingertips. It's not how I bench press, but hey, if it allows you to push the most weight, I have no issue with it.
That's right.
As long as it's safe,
It's
I should
safe,
say.
yeah.
No lift on Justin's third squat, but that's okay. He's going to walk out of there with a second attempt, 257.5 kilos. He would have only gotten another 2.5 kilos on it, so I'm going to guess that he just set a number, hit it on his second, was like, may as well go for broke, but just didn't have it.
Yep. See what we got?
Now, this is kind of expected, I think, when it comes to bench, these 2.5 kilo, the minimum increment jumps, just because 2.5 kilos on a bench press is a lot, 5.5 pounds on top of your most recent attempt. Percentage-wise, it's just way bigger than that, so sometimes you just have to.
And bench is that finicky lift. Sometimes you can put, if you're using pound plates, you know, or the little chips, 2.5, 2 pounds on a bench, and it doesn't move.
Yep. It goes from moving great to you're stapled.
Yep. Jeffrey walking out 260 kilos for his third attempt, 573 pounds. Curious of the call there, but it moved well. 1 red for depth, but 2 to 1, he got the lift.
I'm really glad to see that Platform 3 like regained momentum with a lot of good lifts here. Haven't seen, I'm gonna jinx it, but we haven't seen a lot of calls on depth lately for Platform 3. We down to our last squat. We are of Platform 3. I'm sorry, Jared, if I jinxed you in advance. But he's coming out for his third attempt, 265. He is looking intense.
Staring down that weight. 5 kilo jump from his second.
265 is a massive squat.
Especially 82 and a half.
That's up in the 580s, 584. We'll see here in just a sec. 584,
there you
look
go.
at that, yeah.
I think his second attempt moved, but.
It's a start.
Oh, man.
No doubt about it on that one.
He had more.
I think so, too.
Oh, look at that excitement. Anthony coming out on platform number 4 for his second bench.
And now we're going to see that break repeated over on platform 3. 10 minutes from once they get that set up for bench. Looks smooth on Anthony's second. Now we got the Aussie back out, Brian McMaster. His third and final bench press of the meet, 52.5 kilos.
His belt is unhooked, and I wonder if that's on purpose or Something got caught.
Going off how he reacted, I don't think it was.
I don't think so either, but he still got the lift. I had a belt pop off at a meet one time when I was reffing, and Delaware State Championships last year, and he squatted all the way down, and something caught it, popped it open and off, and he still got the lift all the way up.
That is incredible.
Yeah. Sometimes you see some really cool stuff out here.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. Looks like we got a little bit of a misload. Getting that weight fixed.
I think they still have a misload up there, don't they? Do they have a 2.5 on there?
I'm not sure. These, yeah, there's a small plate. I don't know if it's a 2.5.
Looks like it. Yeah, I think they've got it right now.
These chrome plates are super slick.
Yes.
But they are a little harder to tell, especially with the smaller plates, which one is which. Especially when we can't see the weight tree to see what's left over there.
Yeah, that too. That's something else that I do. So when I sit off to the side so I can see half of the barbell, I do it so that way I can visually see that one, and then I also try to position myself to see the weight tree on the other side to deduce what is actually on there.
Yep.
I'm proud to say I haven't had a misload on my platform in like 4 years doing that. And thankfully, I'm done on the platform for the weekend, so I won't have one at Raw Nats. It's fine.
Held it for another weekend.
Absolutely. And then I'm roughing next week in Indianapolis, Indiana. So.
Well, hopefully we didn't jinx you.
Well, actually, I think I have to do some practicals, so I don't think I'll even be making many calls.
Gotcha. Monty with a strong third attempt. Let's see what the judges have to say. Looks like he liked it. 3 white lights.
100 keys. That's a milestone bench for a lot of people.
Yes.
I think some of them might rather have the 102.5 because in pounds, then that's the 225. But 100 keys, triple digits, that's pretty big.
Yep. Bradford setting up to retake his second attempt for his third attempt bench.
I don't recall what he missed.
I don't either.
It might have been strength on that first one.
Might have been.
Do you ever do that when you're roughing? Do you like make a mental note about what lifters do?
I try to, but like you said, sometimes it's a little like the dog from Up, you know.
Squirrel?
Yep. So I try to, and sometimes they come back out and I remember the face and I remember the name. Can't quite remember why I was supposed to remember them, but I do try to make a mental note, especially to see if that one thing has improved.
I think the one that I make the most mental note of is how long somebody's setup is. Because sometimes when I'm chief, my voice goes so bad, I need to time out water breaks. So I know if somebody's coming up and they've got a long setup, all right, I can get some water in.
That's a good one. I should definitely start doing that. Your voice definitely gets tired. Ooh, nice grind here for Jose.
Come on.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. I didn't see any up and down on that, so unless there's something that we can't see, he's going to get it 2-1.
Yep.
Your state chair Saber disagreed with us, though. He did have a blue card. Whether that's for up and down or for unlocked elbows, we'll never know. We'd have to ask him after.
Yep.
Something tells me Saber can remember every red card he's ever given.
Basically. Jay Thompson, 117 and a half.
Good pop off the chest. Just not going to have it there.
Not quite there.
I don't think we've seen it too much just yet. So something that I like to talk about a lot when it comes to the bench press is like basically the 50-50 rule. Have you ever heard about this with the bench press?
No, I haven't.
So a few years ago, the kind people at Open Powerlifting did a study, and they looked at every attempt for every lift, right? So your first squat, second squat, third squat, so on and so forth, and they did the average percentage make versus miss on every attempt. As we watched Dwayne's third bench.
Fly.
Yeah, that was great. But that's also a tough one because he might not have had another 2.5 kilos there. So 117 was probably the correct call.
Yep.
But, so looking at it, 8 of the 9 lifts on average are good. Your third bench press, on average, you're going to miss it. 51% of all third bench presses cataloged on Open Powerlifting are no makes, or no lifts. It's crazy. It's the only lift that's like that.
It's usually the lift I miss.
Yes.
If I'm being honest.
So it's kind of an interesting thing, because now that I'm going to say that, we're going to keep track of it a little bit, maybe like a slight mental note. And it's so far it's in favor of the makes, but it'll probably work its way back down. I don't want it to. I'd prefer it to be wrong today.
Right.
But it usually does work its way down to about a 50% make miss.
Interesting.
But Pierce looks like he's going to contribute to the make there. This is one where if I had thought about this beforehand, I would have had Kevin install a little counter, and I could have just gone make versus miss, little tallies up there. But then if it gets too bad one way, then that might be kind of mean.
Yeah. Not contributing to the study too much.
Mark Davis's third attempt, Master 1 lifter, 120 kilos, 264 pounds on the bar. This is a great fight.
Yeah. Again, unless it was something we couldn't see. 3 white lights. I see it on the big screen.
I'm too busy trying to react to the bottom line. Lee Rogers, third attempt, 122.5 kilos. Taking his time to get set up.
Strong self-unrack there. Fast press command. Oh, not there for strength.
So what are the qualifications in order to get your press command, D?
So we're going to unrack the barbell. When you get that bench command, start command, bring the barbell down to the chest. The barbell has to make contact with the chest. I did have a lifter earlier today who, for some reason, and not something that I've seen before, just could not make contact with the chest. It was a very interesting problem to have. It was 240, 250 pounds, I believe, and it would just hover there, about an inch off the chest, and she couldn't get it down to her chest to touch.
And that's not equipped. That was today, so
Not
that was raw?
Yeah, raw. Yeah, it was a very strange problem to have. But the bar has to make contact with the chest, and it also has to be motionless. Sometimes we see these people who have these extraordinarily light touches on the chest with the barbell. So light, it's making contact, but it's shaking back and forth because they're under so much load. So it has to be motionless, and it has to make contact with the chest, and then you get the press command.
Motionless is definitely the biggest one that a lot of people don't get. They think that a referee has it out for them. They held him there for a long pause. That's not how it works. Granted, pause commands the press command is going to be a little bit different for everybody, but it is just until the bar is motionless. I'm a little bit quicker on them, but I'm still confident that I'm giving the press command once the bar is motionless. Of course, there are lifters that if they get it down there and it looks like they're swimming with it on their chest, I'm going to have to hold them there until they get motionless with the barbell.
Started our first attempts for the next flight on platform 4 for bench. Good opener there from Daniel. That is a big one. I'm glad you brought that up too. Sometimes you see some of these lifters, they just have so much power when they bring that bar down to the chest. It hits the chest and it kind of bounces as it settles. And that's one of those moments, those instances where they think that referees are just being mean or just holding them for long periods of time. But we really are just waiting for that bar to get motionless. It's almost like we hold our breath and hope that you get motionless so we can give that command.
I think we did miss a call earlier. Heaving the bar. That's a blue card.
Oh.
And we skipped over that because it doesn't really happen all that often.
No, it doesn't.
So heaving is where when the bar touches your chest, instead of doing what Antonio did where it goes straight up, you pull it into your chest more and use that stretch reflex to gain yourself speed off your chest.
Use a little bit of that momentum. Antonio did get one red light and it was the catch-all.
The everything else
The
button.
everything else button. So could have been butt, could have been his feet came up.
But only Saber knows.
And I'm sure he'd be happy to explain it all in a very long-winded explanation.
Whether in person or on the Facebook chat.
Easy opener there for Daniel. That's a great call. Looks like we're getting set up on platform number 3 as well. Getting ready for these opening bench attempts for the first flight.
Spotters and loaders coming back out after a well-deserved break, which
Absolutely.
never feels long enough. 10 minutes doesn't always feel that great. The lifters, they're like, yeah, let's go. Let's get right back into it. Spotters, loaders, and refs are like, man, that 10-minute break, we're trying to scarf down a little bit of food, get some more caffeine, go to the bathroom.
That's the hardest part, fitting all those things in 10 minutes. Kurt given a good explanation on the handoff that he would like. Everybody likes to hand off a little bit differently. So it's good to be extra specific with the person giving the handoff so that they know exactly what to expect to give you.
Something I saw at Youth Nationals, which was pretty fun. A lot of the kids, when they would go up to ask for a liftoff, they would walk directly to the liftoff person, like not at the bench, but behind the rack. And like they'd like come here and like, all right, here's how I want it. And it's just like you got the spotter who's just a big burly dude, just like, all right, cool. And then he goes and gives a liftoff to an 8-year-old, and it's just the most adorable thing possible.
Oh, that's great. We love seeing all the age of lifters. I know we talk about the teens, we talk about the masters, we've talked about all these, but the youth lifters
The youth lifters might be my favorite.
It's just a different kind of joy when you watch them.
And they always root for each other, too.
Yeah.
Like, they don't really care about winning or losing. They're just, like, trying to have a good time with their friends. Daniel's opener at 125 on platform 4.
275 pounds. Teen 3 opener for a 75 kg lifter. Got some strong folks out here.
Strong opener for Steven on platform 3 as well. Zane's coming out. We're going to take his opening attempt. I saw D side on me because she was ready for another hefty joke, but I don't have one chambered just yet.
You get 2 more attempts after this. Jason on platform number 3 coming out for his opener, 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Easy opener.
Smooth for Jason. Bench openers going easy.
That's what we like to see.
What's your favorite lift of the 3?
Squat.
I agree.
Squat
We
is my
might be the
favorite.
only 2 people in this building that feel that way.
I know. Squat is my favorite.
I think we used to offer a squat-only division at some point.
We did.
And I really should have taken that up.
Yeah. I always say I wish we had a squat bench, like we have a push-pull. I would love to do a squat bench because I'm not the best bencher, but it's okay. But deadlift and I just don't get along.
I don't like deadlift, but deadlift likes me.
Oh, see, that's lucky.
Yeah.
It's a mutual hate over here. Danny, 112 for an opener, moved nice and easy. And Nick with that good arch setup. We talked a little bit about arches. Kind of looks like it might hurt. What do you got thoughts on it? You talk
I
about
don't,
it?
only because I'm a bigger guy, so I'm not great at arching myself. But I mean, it's completely safe as long as you do it the correct way. If your butt's maintaining contact, then your spine can't move, so there's no shear force created. I almost wish that our good friend Katie the Gator was over here to talk about benching, because she's a great bencher. But she is currently doing commentary on the other platforms and not acknowledging that I'm talking about her.
We've got Samuel Blackwell out here for his opening attempt. 297 pounds, 135 kilos. Still have his shades on.
But arches are important for this, right? It reduces the ROM. It puts you in a more advantageous position. Like range of motion.
There we go.
Sorry.
Got to work on our jargon.
I do. But it puts you in a great spot to be able to push the most amount of weight, and that's really what it's about. You'll have, the guys who peaked in high school talk about it's not real benching, and they used to bench 405, but hey, man, this is the sport. The objective isn't just to, flat back as much as you can. It's to move the weight to the comp standard, and that is fine with an arch.
Yep. I hear from time to time a little bit about how it's safer for the shoulders as well. It's one of the big things that Jennifer Thompson talks about her bench, is really driving those shoulder blades down and back to get that proper movement in the shoulders to keep your shoulders safe when you bench after, over all these years.
Right. It does put you in a much more advantageous position to really use your pecs as opposed to your much smaller delts. It doesn't matter how big your shoulders are, your delt is never going to be as strong as your pec. So peeling your shoulder blades back and sticking them down is going to put you in the best spot. The cue I've always heard, and I like to teach, is pinch the pencil with your shoulder blades, tuck it in your back pocket.
There you go.
That's the one that I go to all the time.
That's a great one. I like the back pocket too. That's good. Drive those shoulder blades down.
And you'll see a lot of the lifters set up in a very similar way, right? John Carlo on platform 4 has got that set up. Shoulder blades are retracted back. They're tucked down. He is completely on his traps. And that's what's going to allow him to push the most weight possible. I don't know if he finished that one. It's hard. No.
I don't know that he got the start command, but again, we can't hear that from here. He did have his elbows didn't look completely locked after that handoff from the spotter and loader. So
Josh Lipp, opener on platform 3, and Ivan Liu on platform 4.
Two self handoffs.
Ivan looks super controlled. There's that soft touch you were talking about.
And that power off the chest, that was good.
A double body weight opener.
One yellow card.
That doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't. He did get a catch-all yellow card, so we'll see what happens. Got two Daniels coming out. Daniel Madsen on platform 4.
This is a big jump for Daniel Madsen's second attempt. 87.5 to 100.
It is. $130 kilos on platform 3.
Solid battle for Madsen.
Easy opener. on platform 3.
I'll admit I was a little worried with the 12.5 kilo jump on bench. Those do tend to scare me, but it moved well there. Curious to see what he's going to put in for his third. If I had to guess, I would say 5 kilos. It doesn't seem like he would want to go just 2.5. Maybe he would have taken a more conservative jump on his first. And then 5 kilos seems like a good number for him there. I think he's got that.
Antonio setting up on platform 4. He's going to opt for a handoff. Both of these gentlemen are. Michael on platform 3. Ooh. Michael on platform 3. I don't know. Did he jump that command? Yeah.
He jumped at least one of them.
I think I saw the press and then just barely saw the hand come through the camera. When we are head reffing, we do motion cues as well.
On bench, it's less for the lifter so much as it is the side referees. And I don't know about you, but I usually have a pretty nice arm pump after bench.
Lots of up and down, lots of air curls for that one arm. Nice second attempt for Nicholas on platform 4.
Conservative 5 kilo jump. Gonzaga on 3, Gonzaga on 4.
What are the odds?
Great opener for Gonzaga. Kurt going feet up on the bench to maximize that arch. Good touch, good speed. Should be a good lift for Gonzaga as well. 3 white lights. Here comes David Brown on platform 3. He already had a world record squat today. His bench looks pretty impressive too.
Yeah.
Over 2 times body weight as an opener.
Masters 1 lifter, the last lifter in the flight for this bench as well. Opening at 347 pounds.
When he only weighs 160 or so. 165-ish.
Yep. Daniel Jackson smoked 130 pounds on platform 4. 130 kilos, excuse me.
Uh-oh. I think there was some kind of mistake over on David Brown's platform. I don't think he's going to get that lift.
Not sure. No.
No, so that bar ended up resting on the face savers. And I can't tell if that's a rack height issue on David's part or our part. But his face saver height's going to have to get reset. I'm curious to see if he ends up getting a relift off that. I doubt it.
He does. He benches pretty flat. He doesn't have that big arch, which accounts for a lot of that face saver room.
And it did look like the saver was set pretty high as well.
Yeah.
Solid second attempt for Daniel.
So David had a pretty narrow grip on that last attempt, his hands. You were talking a little bit about the knurling ring. That's the widest you can go?
Yes, the knurl ring is the absolute widest your bench press grip can be, so long as you're still covering it. You can't half cover it. You don't have to cover it. You can be inside of it, but if you are going to go ultra wide, that does have to be covered.
We got 3 blue cards on platform number 3.
We must have missed some downward motion while we were yapping.
I know.
Zayden Hefty back out now for his second bench, 132.5 kilos. Solid.
It's a nice second attempt there.
I'm almost getting kind of bored by these benches. They're just up, down. They're all looking good. Good battle there for Steven. Might have been a little bit up and down on his left hand. But sometimes perspective is skewed, and he is not going to get that lift 2-1.
Some of these lockouts are a little, 1-2. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So that was a rule that got changed a handful of years ago, right? Like so long ago that I can't even really remember having to call it myself. You do not have to lock out simultaneously. Your elbows can lock out one and then the other. I'd be curious to see what the maximum that could be before you would get called downward on it, right? Like if you just go right arm first and then left arm, that's probably not going to fly. It's probably not going to be the easiest to press either. But I think by definition, it would be legal.
Yeah, downward movement of the whole bar.
Yep. So that's a good one. Not every referee looks for that in the same spot. So when you're watching the bar for downward movement, where do your eyes go?
I generally, and I do this for bench and I do this for deadlifts, I watch the middle knurling. It gives me the best perspective because I can look at the middle knurling to see if it's going, that portion of the bar is going up and down, but also my peripherals can see the outsides of the bar to kind of give me a better perspective of if the whole bar is making an up and down movement.
I generally do the same thing, right? So then it's like, if the right-hand side of the bar goes down, I mean, it might have dipped, or the left-hand side might have just gone up and then made the bar all cockeyed. So looking at the center knurl gives you a really good perspective to see where the average of the bar is. Now for squat, it's obviously a little bit harder because unless you're a side referee behind, you're not going to be able to see that. So when I'm chief, my eyes go to right behind the lifter's neck on the opposite side usually.
Yep. We just got a red card for bench. We were just talking about it over there on platform number 4, Samuel.
I feel like that might have been a wrong button push.
It might have been. The bar did not to me appear to be motionless on the chest.
Oh, that could be it.
But it did come from the head ref, which is interesting.
Because then you'd think that they wouldn't have given the press command.
Right. So, I don't know. It could have been an incorrect press.
Curious to see what that would be.
But
I
we'll
wish I had
see.
a little button to go replay on it. Because I don't even recall if that lifter was wearing a belt.
He was not wearing a
So,
belt.
so it would have had to be that he didn't touch his chest.
Yep.
No lift there for Julio. He took a pretty aggressive 7.5 kilo jump. Looks to be in a fair bit of pain there.
Oh, yeah. Gosh.
He must have cramped up really hard.
Definitely.
He's getting carried off.
It's one of the misconceptions that people aren't aware of if they don't lift, especially powerlifting style, is the bench press is a full body movement. That's one of the reasons why you get in that big arch, so you can use your full body for it. Some people think it's just the chest or the shoulders or the arms, but it really is. You'll see the tension some of these guys get.
Leg drive is super critical for benching at a high level.
And it's so, especially after squatting, maybe in the heat of the moment not getting enough water, you'll see some of these guys cramp up sometimes.
So we got a good lift there on that second attempt for Julio Sanchez. I'm sorry, that was for Giancarlo Mendez. I looked at the wrong thing on LiftingCast, which is big for him because he had to retake his opener. He did get one blue card for his elbows not being locked out, it would appear. So kind of a tricky thing that not everybody realizes. Yes, the chief referee does have to give all of the commands, but they also have to trust their side referees to an extent. So if the side referees believe that the lifter is in a set position, both of them put their arms down. Even if the chief referee doesn't agree, he still has to give the commands and then red light the infraction accordingly. So in that situation, both of the side referees likely believe that the lifter is in the correct position. They put their arms down. Chief referee's like, well, his elbows still weren't locked, so he's going to go through, give the commands, and then red light, blue card according.
We circle on back to that 2-to-1, just like the lights, just like the white and red lights, 2-to-1. That's why we have 3 of them, you know, majority rules.
Daniel Madsen's 3rd attempt. He took a bigger jump on his first one. Now he's up at 102.5, a small 2.5 kilo jump.
Yeah, that second was a grind for him, so let's see what this looks like. That looked better than a second, I think.
Agree. David Wang got on his 2nd attempt. No liftoff. As Johnny Graham walks in front of the camera again. Gets his start. Soft touch. It's a great lift. That is kind of nice. We can actually kind of see the chief referee's hand there a little bit, so we have some kind of indicator.
Yes, definitely. It's nice. I hate when I'm not sure. I mean, we talked about it a couple times. It's hard back here, especially when you're refs. You want to know why.
Oh. Yep, Johnny was on the jury, so he's going around. He's asking referees. Something must have happened on that platform that we didn't realize. And so he's going talking to all the officials. But the only one that I see recently,
Unless somebody's trying to overturn a good lift.
which is possible, I'm curious on what it could be.
I am too.
Michael Beaupre moved that one well. He
What-
jumped his command on his opener.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
That's one of those technical errors. It's not a strength issue, so not as hesitant to not go up.
Still scary though, because then let's say you take a 5 or 7.5 kilo jump, and then suddenly it's not there. Well, now your opener's not in your back pocket anymore. So
Yeah.
now you have to really fight.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm very glad, knock on wood, that I haven't put myself in that position before. I've had some not great meets where I've gone 5 for 9, but I thankfully haven't had any where I've missed an opener. Daniel Marrero, 2nd attempt, 137.5, just over 300 pounds.
We have the Daniels lined up again. Daniel
That
on
happens a
platform
lot.
4.
Is Gonzaga after Daniel Jackson?
Yeah, I think
So
so.
we get Zaba Gaga again? Zaba Zaga? It's been a long day, and I'm trying to do tongue twisters.
Oh.
Zane Hefty coming out for his 3rd. Ah, we missed him.
Yeah.
It was right before it. Darn it.
I don't see any changes to LiftingCast yet for platform number 3, so curious to see maybe the jury didn't agree. It does have to be a unanimous decision.
And then it could also be they were just going through trying to figure out what a light was for, right? They need to stay informed as well. Despite how much experience anybody has, nobody's perfect. We make mistakes, or we're all trying to get better out here.
Good push for Zane.
I think John's going to have a good attempt over on platform 3. Looked a little shaky, 2-1, so he did get a little bit of downward movement.
Zane had a good 3rd attempt. It moved like a great called 3rd attempt. We love to see it. Consistent 7.5 kilo jumps for Antonio on platform 4. Here comes David again, the Masters lifter. 160 kilos.
Face savers do look a little bit lower. They're below the top surface of his chest now.
It's a fight.
Struggles to lock that one out.
And I think we got a bit of downward movement in the middle.
I think a couple places,
Yeah.
Well, that's a little scary to see for David then. Mostly because that means if he doesn't get his 3rd bench attempt, then his world record squat doesn't count anymore.
Yep, you have to post a total in the meet for those records to count, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. He's got 2 records to defend, so hopefully we can everybody can get behind him for this 3rd attempt bench. Moving into 3rd attempts, platform number 3.
Jason Chen retaking his second attempt at 110. And then Daniel Macklin taking his third attempt, 137.5, 303 on platform 4.
Oh, so close for Daniel.
And then Jason did a good job getting that one off his chest, bouncing back after missing on his second.
One looks smooth. 3 white lights. Steven on platform 3 retaking his second attempt. 112.5 kilos. That's 248 pounds. And we have Nick on platform 4. He went up 7.5 kilos to 147.5.
Good third attempt there for Steven.
I was curious if somebody was going to call him for jumping that press command.
Did he?
I think he may have, but the chief ref didn't call it, so obviously they didn't think so.
Benefit
but
of
the
doubt.
side ref called it.
Nick gets 3 whites, throwing 147 back into the rack. We've got some in-sync lifters here again.
Well, there we go. Oh, so close. Jason giving a good fight.
I think that's going to be a pair of good thirds.
I think so too. Got one. Let's see if Jason.
No, 2-1.
Got that catch-all light. I didn't see him jump a command, but again, we can't hear any of it, so.
We can't hear anything. We also have a hard time seeing their feet. We definitely can't see their butt. This is not a good angle to see if someone's butt's down. I learned that this morning. Made a mistake earlier. My side referee made an error and put their hand down before the lifter's butt was in contact at the bench. I, from my perspective, could not tell. So benefit of the doubt, I assumed they were in the correct starting position. Side referee kind of pump faked me and put his arm back up. I had already given the start command. The lifter ended up missing the lift, but we did give her a relift attempt. But hey, there's just another one to show that we're not all perfect. We do make mistakes.
Human
and
error.
Procedures to correct it.
Yep. Not quite there for Danny on platform number 3 for that third attempt. And what looks like we're starting the next flight for platform number 4.
But we're missing an attempt. So we did have one lifter decide to scratch after failing to complete a squat. So this bench flight will go just a little bit faster. That is your option, right? If you don't make a good lift, you are allowed to withdraw from the competition.
We talked a little bit earlier about wanting to see what's there, wanting to see what's in the tank, but if memory serves me, I think Benjamin is a master's lifter.
And I think he was struggling to get that bar up just a little bit.
I think he was, and he's a master's lifter, I believe, and so sometimes when it's not there,
it's just not there.
It's just not there, and you know that. Experience, it trumps all sometimes. Axel coming out, first attempt. Oh. Not sure what happened there.
So he hit the rack, it looks like, on his way down.
No, the spotter had caught it. Yeah. Not too sure.
I wonder if he was told to replace and he started to press it because he just heard the
That's happened.
the vocal cue.
That's happened plenty to me. Despite all that, it looks like still waiting on some lights for platform 4. 3 white lights for platform 4. Joshua Lip on platform 3. 135 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump.
Uriah Snyder's opening attempt, 115 kilos for the Team 2 lifter. Locks it out unevenly, but did lock it out, and it looked like a good bench press from my perspective. And the 3 refs on the platform would agree. Luke Milliner's opening attempt at the same time as David Wang's 3rd attempt. Luke's opener looked great, nice and smooth. David gets his press command.
Good fight there.
I think he's going to have a good lift.
I think so. 3 white lights. Got some more first attempts. Al coming out on platform number 4. Got the self unrack from Al, opening up 120 kilos. That's 260, I believe. Easy opener for Al, just as we'd expect.
Great first attempt.
Are you a heels on the bench lifter, or are you a flat shoes lifter on the bench? I'm seeing both.
You know, now that I think about it, I'm not consistent.
Oh, interesting.
I think I wear flats more often than not. I usually end up just wearing my deadlift slippers. But now that I think about it, I've definitely worn heels on bench in the last 3 months, and I've definitely worn slippers. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
That is weird. But it's good. Trains you for everything.
I'm a let's get bench out of the way type bench lifter, so.
No shame in that.
Dex Deckers. Oh. No wrist wraps.
I know. I can't. I have to have wrist wraps.
I was for a while, and then, like, in my latest meet prep, doing a little bit low bar, my elbow gets too cranky, so then in turn, my wrist gets cranky. That's the hard part about being a powerlifter, is you're just perpetually in pain.
Yes. If it's not one joint, it's another joint. If it's not one muscle, it's another muscle. I have to do wrist wraps, though. I have to do it on squats, and I have to do it on bench. Some of these guys that can lift these heavy weights with no wrist wraps, I'm just in awe of that.
Pat Foster's opener looking nice and easy, as John Gonzaga gets set up for his 3rd and final bench. 147.5 kilos on the bar, 323 pounds. Sorry, 325.
Yep.
Conversions aren't perfect.
Here comes Donovan Thompson on platform number 4.
Probably the lift we think of the Thompsons the most for.
Absolutely. What a fight. Oh, so close on 3. Donovan Thompson with an easy opener, as we'd expect. 3 white lights.
Now, something cool with the Thompson family that I don't think everybody realizes, they're in North Carolina now. They're actually from my home state of Michigan.
Really?
Yeah, they're from Rochester, Michigan.
Oh.
So, like, it's kind of cool. I didn't know that until I was talking to him in South Carolina at Youth Bench Equipnats, and getting to hear that, I was pretty stoked. I was like, awesome. I love hearing more people from the Mitten.
The mitten.
You'll know a Michigan person when you ask them, like, hey, where are you from? And they do this, right? So it's like, I'm not entirely 100% sure where Rochester's at, but so I'm from Niles, Michigan, so I'd go right here. And when you tell people that and they're not from Michigan, they just look at you crazy. And for everybody just listening, yes, I'm pointing to my right hand.
You learn something new every day.
I also think we have like one of the better names for the people from the state as a Michigander. But also, if you're from the Upper Peninsula, you're called a Youper.
A Youper.
A Youper. The UP. Youper.
Oh.
Yeah.
Clever.
Yeah.
Clever.
What are you called if you're from Virginia? Isn't it Virginian?
Yeah, Virginian.
It's kind of lame.
It is lame.
I think now where I live has the best one, though. Indiana. We're Hoosiers.
Hoosiers?
Yeah.
Indianans?
Yeah, nobody calls us that. We're Hoosiers.
I'm going to do it.
Oh,
I'm gonna do it
please
from now on.
don't.
Everybody can thank you. Jason Micah opening up on platform 3. Oof.
Pretty quick.
Flew.
That's going to be a big jump for him, I bet, on his second.
We have a Teen 3 opener, 145 kilos.
319 pounds. I remember the first time I benched 3 plates. It wasn't in my teens. I want to say I was 21 or 22, which, I mean, hey, still not that shabby.
No.
But I also probably outweighed this kid by 50, 60 pounds. So I'm always impressed when I see not just teens, but then the lighter lifters benching such heavy weights.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I feel like it's just going to keep getting crazier.
Yeah, I don't think we're at the end of the list yet.
Oh, and it's all openers.
Johnny, another Teen 3, coming out 155 kilos, 341 pounds. You got Jeff on platform 3. Smooth opener at 264 pounds. 1 yellow card, 1 catch-all card.
Maybe command that nobody else could hear.
Ooh, Johnny may have had a little bit of downward movement there. I don't know. Yeah, just that sticking point in the middle, but it did move very quickly. I'm curious to see if he'll go up. I think this is going to be our last opener. Yep, on platform 4, a Teen 2. 157.5 kilos. It's going to be 347
He's
pounds.
also the one who made me mad because of his squat.
Oh,
so at this point,
yeah.
I'm not that surprised.
That's true.
Kids these days, man.
I know. As I flail my hands. It's just too easy. Got a Tyreek on platform 3. A little bit of a slower opener there.
And then Mike Mayo is going to come out to start round 2 for the 3rd flight of bench on platform 4.
Mike giving a good push there.
It's a really good second attempt.
Yeah.
So far, we're seeing a lot of like really good attempt selections between, I would say more so the 2nd to 3rd attempts. I'm seeing a couple of jumps on openers to seconds that I think are a little bit big.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, as long as if it works, then it's fine, right?
Yeah. Thomas on platform 3, 3 white lights for 130 kilos. Axel with a 7.5 kilo jump. That's a good jump on bench.
I think his name got longer because half of it's gone now
I
from the
think
bottom
so
line.
too.
Hopefully on deadlifts, then it comes out it's just Axel.
Yeah.
Great second attempt for him. Uriah Snyder's up now, 120. This Jordy Rodriguez is still setting up on platform 3.
Opting for the liftoff.
No wrist wraps. Gets his start command. think you and I were looking at the same thing, not convinced that his elbows were locked out. But from the chief referee spot, still got it. So they disagree, and that's really all that matters.
Exactly. Uriah with that uneven lockout, shaking his head. Didn't like the way that felt, I don't think. A little downward movement. Edgar, 137.5 kilos on platform 3. And Luke, 120 with the self liftoff.
That looked like a pretty fast press command for Luke.
Yeah, it did. Looked like it was still bouncing a little bit to me, but like we said, we're out here. 2 catch-all cards on platform 3.
Thankfully, I don't think many referees rewatch live streams when they were reffing to see what the commentators are saying.
Let's hope not.
I mean, the only one that would really have to pay attention is Saber, because I've been given a little bit of grief about his Facebook posts. But he is very aware, so I'm sure it's fine.
He's very aware, and it won't slow down, so.
No, it's not going to stop him at all.
Got a self-unrack for both these lifters. Tandem bench presses. Al pushing his second attempt. Ooh. Leandro.
Bar got away from the spotters there. I hope he's all right.
I hope so, too.
It looked like it made contact with his hip.
No, he's shaking his head like he's okay, I think. Maybe?
Well, the meet will continue. I mean, he walked off under his own power, and it was just his opening attempt.
Yeah.
So he is going to have another opportunity. It looked like he just misgrooved it, right?
Yeah.
And when he was pushing off of his chest, instead of in an arc back over his face, just started pushing away from himself and just couldn't maintain stability over his shoulders. And that's a tough one, too, because when it goes down towards your hips like that, it's not going to catch the face saver, because that's not a hip saver, right?
Yep. Yeah, and when the fail is that quick, when it drops that fast, it's hard for those spotters and loaders. I mean, they were right there. They caught it right away, but it's like we said, it's a tough job. Dax on platform 4, opening at 130 kilos. Or sorry, second attempt. Gerard is opening at 140 kilos.
Get the bulldog grip for Gerard on the left. Right elbow's a little shaky. It looked like he was locked out, though.
Yep, and they agreed.
Dax Decker.
Easy second attempt.
Easy second attempt.
Got 10 kilos from first to second. What do you think second to third?
I mean, with how that moved, I think conceivably 7.5 was there. I'm just always scared to throw that much up for a third. Because then if you miss the 7.5, but 5 was there, well, I mean, you just kind of cost yourself 5 kilos. At a local meet, it might not have as big of an impact, but we are at the national championships here, so you need every kilo possible.
Yeah, every single one. Donovan Thompson back up. 7.5 kilo jump for him. Smoked that second attempt.
Super controlled.
Both of the Thompsons like to do those super fast descents. Controlled, but fast.
I've been lucky enough to see Jen bench in person a few times. The last few years at the Arnold, it's always a treat to watch that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one-of-a-kind experience.
It's also funny, too, because people just walk by at the Arnold and not maybe realize what's going on. Because it's like, oh, there's this woman, she's got 140 kilos on the bar. And you're like, wait, that's like over 315 pounds. And oh, shoot, she weighs like 130. And it just blows everyone's mind.
Yep. Julio got 142.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Sao Rivas.
Sal. 145 for an opener. That's a strong opener.
A little bit of a grinder, heavier on the heavier side of openers. I do want to give a shout out real quick to all the barbell production staff. This is incredible back here. Like, this media area is the size of most gyms, and it's to ensure the best quality production for the lifters, for the meet. This live stream, the meet day photos and whatnot going on, they're keeping us all like hydrated, caffeinated. I mean, we just had Bryce Lewis, a former world champ, hand us some White Monsters. Like, that's a pretty cool feeling, right?
That is a cool feeling.
That's how much they care about doing this. We got the world champ passing out caffeine.
And a world champ knows how important caffeine is.
Yes. So we're going to have Johnny Vu come back out, retake his opener, 155 kilos.
Got Luke on platform 3, opening at 147.5 kilos, 325 pounds.
These are huge openers.
They are.
I think they got the exact same rack command.
I think they did too. Hoping for, yep, white lights that match too. It is interesting. Another benefit I think from the self handoff is a lot of times you get a faster press start command.
Absolutely, right? So I know for me as chief, I have to wait for that liftoff person to get out of the way sometimes. And then it also gives me the opportunity to verify if the referee on that side put their arm down or not. Granted, if the chief referee believes that they're set, they only need one of them, so they might still be able to see the other side. It's just this, the liftoff person can sometimes be in the way.
Yep.
Bench is so far going really well for everybody. And we got another good lift from that kid, Calvin Trapp. It was 165 kilos on his bench. Brian Wu coming out for his opening bench press at 157.5 kilos. 75 kilo open category male lifter. Max grip, pretty good arch. That was fantastic. Jason and Uriah both coming out right now to take 120 kilos on their bench presses. 120 for the second for Jason, 120 for the third for Uriah. A lot of lifts today. At this point, we're probably about halfway through the session, and then we've still got the Primetime session tonight.
Easy press for Jason.
Not quite there for Uriah. Missed it on his second as well. So that's one of those instances where he went 115 to 120, missed it on his second, and then missed it again on his third. That's one where bench scares me, and I really like to see those smaller jumps down to just 2.5 kilos, just try and chip away and build that total.
Yep.
I mentioned the Primetime again. Are you coming back to watch the Primetime tonight?
I am. I'm going to try. I gotta go get some food in me. Been running around all day, so.
I'm going to try and watch as much as I can before having to come back here at 5 a.m. tomorrow to work a scoring table. Any lifters you're rooting for tonight?
I mean, Jen Thompson, obviously.
Jen Thompson,
yeah. I mean, you gotta cheer her on. I mean, that's a show in and of itself. Watching her hit that third bench and stand up on the bench and give her pose. definitely encourage everybody to tune in this evening because that'll be a show.
I'm looking forward to the third iteration of the battle of the 60-kilo women between May, whose last name I can't remember, and then Christiane Hazard. Yes. I'm really pulling for Christiane. She was one of my favorite lifters to watch at the Arnold this past year. So I'm really hoping that she can kind of pull this out and win round 3, but I just know that that's going to be a great one to watch.
You got to love when there are battles. This powerlifting is such a solo sport, and it really is. It's you against yourself, against your total, against, everything like that. But when you get some of those good battles.
And they know it's a battle too, right? Like they're competing for the national championship of USA powerlifting. The first time they met was last year in Memphis. Then they met again at the Arnold in Columbus, and now they're going to meet out here in Salt Lake City, Utah. That's really cool to me that this sport can do that and just have that kind of nationwide reach.
Yep. I think Tariq might have jumped that.
And I think Al's going to have downward. I think you're right on him jumping that press command.
Yeah, Al did have that downward movement. Sometimes it hits that sticking point, and that force just brings it down. I missed the call on Tariq.
No, you were right. He did jump the command.
Okay.
Because it was the catch-all.
Yeah, that's a curious one. It was a second attempt. He made his first attempt, second attempt. So generally, you'd think they'd go up. What do you think?
I'm sorry, repeat the question for me.
So he made his first attempt, and then he jumped the command on his second attempt. So it's just a technicality.
I would still retake.
You'd retake?
I would still retake.
Oh, okay.
It's just one where it's like you have to lock that in. You have to build that total. Especially, we've been talking about it so much with bench. That 2.5 kilo jump might be too much.
That's true.
Right? Because it was a little bit slower for him. I was more watching Al's lift at that point, but I could see it out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't the fastest. I'm just not a fan of jumping after a missed attempt, pretty much, period. Unless you absolutely have to. Like if it came down to your third deadlift and it's like you have to pull for the win or you're going to be stuck in second, it's like, all right, go for it, right?
Yep.
It's a little bit different there.
Definitely.
But when it comes down to building your best total, I think it's most important to not jump after missing.
We'll see if his coach agrees with you here shortly. They did. They retook.
I might know a thing or two about the sport.
Know a thing or two about a thing or two. Yeah. Look at you.
I think it's the caffeine waking me back up.
Locked back in.
It's a long day, people.
Yes.
It's just after 4 p.m. here in Salt Lake City, Utah. So in California, you're lucky. It's only 3 o'clock. It's the middle of your Friday. You're feeling good. On the East Coast, where we're from, it's 6 o'clock. We'd already be home by now.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be
home,
cooking dinner.
In my comfy clothes. Yeah, cooking up some dinner.
And instead, I don't know about you, I've been up since about 4 a.m.
Yep, 4 a.m.
This is tough.
This is tough. But at least we're doing what we love.
Absolutely. This is fun.
It is. Donovan crushing that third attempt. See what the judges have to say. Three white lights.
No surprise there.
No. Very technical lifter. Gerard on platform 3 giving another rundown of how he wants his handoff, which is not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's important to do it every time.
Yes.
The last time I spot and loaded, you mentioned this. Last time I did it was at Masters World Cup down in Memphis, and I was the liftoff person. And it was so helpful that every time they reiterated it to me, because even though I could remember their face just a little bit, I'm sorry, man, I don't remember how you wanted it the last time.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that. They're like, oh, they'll remember me. Well, I don't know if it's 1, 2, go, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, go, you know.
There's just so much going on the platform for everybody involved. The person doing the liftoff, that's not their sole job. They're doing other things, right? They could be helping adjust the rack. They could be helping call out the next plates, right? Everybody, it's an all hands on deck kind of thing. So everybody's got multiple jobs. So it's very easy to forget something simple like one person's liftoff cue.
And you definitely don't want that liftoff to get messed up, to mess up your attempt when it's avoidable. That's the main thing.
I do remember my favorite lift-off cue that I got from Memphis World Cup, though. A Masters lifter named Callistus Schissel. He's from Minnesota. He has the world record in bench for his age category. He's a very intense lifter, and I don't think he communicated what he wanted fully, but he just came up to me, looked at me, shook his hands, and just said, heavy. And I'm like, cool, you got it, heavy. And then I want to say he benched, it was like 250 kilos.
Wow.
Yeah, it was something crazy like that. I don't remember entirely. But it was enough to the point where I'm giving the lift off. I've seen the video afterwards. My legs are shaking, pulling it out of the rack.
Yep.
Dante's second attempt looks really good. Javier Salas, third attempt.
Looks good to me.
Yeah. I don't think his butt came off from our perspective. The little bit of flexing in your glutes kind of gives that appearance of your hips coming up, but as long as your butt is in contact,
and it could be the tiniest piece.
Yep.
That's what's crazy. It can be the tiniest piece.
I think you and I have probably been given the same cue because we probably have some overlapping mentors. You look under the butt, and if you see daylight is the surefire thing. And if you don't see any daylight at all, there's still contact.
Yep. Johnny Vu with his third attempt. I think there was a little downward movement there. See if the oh yeah, the judges agree. That sticking point just came at him a little too strong, so there was a little bit of downward movement.
Isander's second attempt, 147.5.
We lost his last name too.
We did.
All these people joining Matthew.
And Oprah and Cher.
That's right.
Them look pretty smooth.
Yeah, 3 white lights. Calvin with a big third attempt bench for a teen 2.
I'm just kind of sitting back here rolling my eyes right now. 374 pounds for a 183 kilo, like 16-year-old, 17-year-old.
Yep. 16, 17.
And he nailed it?
I think so. 3 white lights.
Good grief.
They're taking the platform apart on platform 4, so it looks like that's going to be the last bench for this. Oh, they're setting it up for deadlift. I got really confused.
Last bench for the session on
this
platform
session.
4. There we go.
I know. Well, they're putting more weight on the bar, so I got confused.
Yeah, the Texas guys, they do things a little unorthodox there.
It was very efficient.
It was. They did that yesterday. One of the things I saw they were doing yesterday's session, rather than using the arms to jack up the rack on lighter enough benches, they would just grab the bar, move it around, and move the bar to pick up the rack, and then set the pin, and then drop it and set it back in. It was crazy to see how fast those guys were going. We did yesterday was 3 flights, some shorter flights, but still 3 flights. We did a 3-flight meet on platform 4 in exactly 4 hours.
Wow. Yeah, they were moving.
And while they might not say they're in a race, they're absolutely racing.
Absolutely. You got to bring a little bit of competition into it, a little bit of joy. We got 2 red lights, 2
Yellow
catch-alls.
cards. Yeah.
For platform 3, maybe a foot popped or a butt.
Yeah, without the head ref calling it, I'm inclined to think it would be their butt.
Yeah. Luke with a strong second attempt, 341 pounds, 155 kilos.
Got 3 more lifters in this round of bench for platform 3. Gets his start, gets his press. Looked pretty smooth to me.
3 white lights, they agree.
That's another one where, so he's just at 155. I don't think a 7.5 kilo jump makes the most sense there again. That's what he did from his first to his second. So I'm going to guess 5 kilos off of that.
Yeah, I would say 5. 5 is safe. I think 2.5 is too few in my opinion, but I don't know. I don't know how it felt.
Yeah, we're not the ones moving the bar. I actually have a couple scratches coming in for this flight for third benches. So the third bench will move a little bit faster, then we'll get into the third flight a little faster. Mark Hyman's second attempt. His hips are rocking back and forth a little bit, but I can't tell if they came off. I don't think that they did. 3 white lights. Mark has got to be one of my favorite people that I've ever gotten to interact with. He's an incredibly smart dude. He's super nice. He's super funny. He will go out of his way to be nice to people. So we have another official from Michigan named Nate Hamp. This dude's thing is pizza. Like, he loves it. Like, he'll post on his Facebook. He checked out this new place. He'll review it. Mark drove from Pennsylvania to the Michigan State Championship a few years ago. He made a pizza just for Nate.
Oh my gosh.
And it was the funniest thing ever that I got to see him ask if he wanted to try it, and Nate was like, yeah, of course. And he's like, cool, I have it. I even brought a toaster oven with me. And then he sprinted outside to his car.
Wow.
It was so great.
What a character. What a character. How fun.
And I think everybody who's gotten to interact with Mark has a story like that about him just being the coolest guy possible.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think it was it 2 years ago was Mega Nats in Vegas?
Yep.
So 2 years ago, in the same building that our national championship was going on, so was the United States Chess National Championship. He did a full power meet,
No.
walked down the hall in his singlet, and then sat down for a chess match.
Wow.
Which I think he won.
Oh my goodness. Very eclectic interests
Yes.
there. Jason for his third attempt. Strong third attempt.
There's the first 7.5 kilo jump.
Yeah.
It's going to show me up. Maybe I don't know that much.
Maybe not.
Maybe I just
I
really
think
hate
you do.
bench press.
You're in good company. Tariq retaking his second attempt as his third. He jumped that command, if I do remember correctly.
Yes, he did.
Hopefully he can be a bit patient. That's what I try to tell lifters. Patience.
Number one cue that I give to lifters before attempts, because not everybody's like as focused as the others, just got to find that headspace.
Yep.
So that'd be the last thing I say to them, right? I don't want to talk about technique on the platform, because like I don't want you to have to be focused on that. I just want you to find your headspace, go through your process.
Yep.
Is he gonna lock it? He's not gonna
he
have
shook
it.
his head, no.
I think he jumped the press command on that
I
too.
think he did too. I think he did too. Yeah, we're on that 10-minute break for platform 4, so about just under 7 minutes. Leandro coming up, 142.5 kilos. It's going to be 314 pounds. And I know you always say you round down, but this one I feel like I always round up. Even though it's not even good, you know, you can't even
That's such a
round
big
it
gap.
up.
Yeah,
I
like-
know, but it's still, it's 3 plates. It's 345
It's pretty
plates.
close to 3 plates, okay?
What an easy third attempt. Hopefully their judges agree. It is, and that's a big milestone. Plus, you got to think, we're talking about pound plates, so they're not calibrated, so it might actually be 314 pounds.
There you go. There was a gym that I used to go to for a while where all the 45s, every couple weeks, somebody would take them, set them back on the scale, and they would write in chalk what they actually weighed out to be. Solely so that way people weren't like misloading super hard. And, like
Oh my
I would
goodness.
like it just so that way I actually knew, right? Because you throw 3 plates on there and each of them are only 43 pounds. Like, well, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I don't know about your gym. I'm pretty spoiled with the amount of kilos that I have.
I'm like one of 3 powerlifters at my gym.
Oh,
So,
that's a bummer.
yeah. No, I'm used to it though. I've always trained by myself. But I have kilo plates and a combo rack, so that's really all I need.
I think my gym has 6 combo
so
racks and like enough reds to, you know, do whatever you could ever imagine.
See, and I have the option. I just don't like to drive. So when I want to spoil myself, I drive down to the Chaos Lab in Chesterfield, just outside Richmond, and they have, I think, 6 combo racks, 2 monos. I mean, every kind of powerlifting thing you could ever want. But I go to one of those dreaded commercial gyms, which is 1.0 miles from my house.
They'll do her, yeah.
So
I always call those Globo gyms.
yeah, I agree with that. You see a little bit of everything. Thomas Coons, 5 kilo jump for his third.
I don't remember exactly how his second moved.
I don't either. He got it. He's on track now. 5 for 5 so far. Bit shaky. See if he can drive through.
Not going to get it. It's funny, too, the discrepancies right now between our commentary tables, because you and I, like, I don't know how old you are. I'm 29, so, like, so we're getting up there a little bit.
A little bit.
We've been standing for the last hour.
I know.
And then Katie and Adrienne are over there just chilling, being young.
Being young, sitting in the same spot for so long.
Oh,
My 33-year-old bones can't take it anymore.
I'll do that in the referee chair. It's like I get out of the chair pretty often if stuff's going wrong, but then like as the flight goes on, things usually settle in, so I don't have to. And you'll just see me like extending my knees in pain as they crack.
The joys of powerlifting. We're convincing all of the watchers, all of the viewers to come over and join.
I'm hoping that most of the people that are watching this have already been suckered in enough to where they're understanding.
That's true.
And I say that, and now Katie stands up, grimacing in pain, having to stretch. Two to one good lift on that last bench press there. That was for Gerard Pasquale, his third attempt at 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Edgar Omar Mejia coming out, his third attempt. He's had an interesting bench session. He missed his opener, jumped 10 kilos, nailed that. Now he's up 5 to over 330. He's at 336 pounds as a 75-kilo lifter.
Good breath in. There was that bounce we were talking about earlier.
A little bit wobbly.
I don't see any downward movement.
He's going to lock it out. It's going to be close.
I saw those hips shaking, so I don't know. I don't know what they see from back there. They saw downward movement.
Through red. I thought I did, but
Did
my eyes also kind of jumped to the hips. Being from the chief spot, I tend to focus more on the barbell. He also got a yellow card in there, so maybe that right-hand official also saw his hips coming up, and maybe his butt did come up. Dante Searcy out now, also taking 152 kilos.
Oh, just not there.
Just. Somebody must have submitted an attempt change on platform 4 for deadlift.
Yep, we got them changing out the plates just a bit.
That's another rule that not everybody's aware of. You are allowed to change your openers up to 3 minutes before the start of your flight, or 3 attempts in the flight before you still left.
Yep. And it's nice because when you're warming up, you think you have something, and then maybe as you're warming up and getting closer and closer to your opener weight, things don't move as well. Conversely, sometimes they move better.
And sometimes maybe things just shake out differently in the meet, right? Say somebody in your competition, these are big flights, maybe they're not in your flight, maybe they're in the flight before you, and they don't hit a number that you expect them to, and suddenly you can cut your opener down lower, and the gap is still as small as possible, so that way you have a chance to beat them in deadlift for your third.
Yep. We just had our first deadlift on platform 4.
Brian McMaster from Down Under, 85 years old, just deadlifted 160 kilos as his opener.
Oh my! And it looked like nothing. It moved so well.
His exact words to me in Memphis were, "I'm probably the oldest lifter here." And I just said, I was like, "I doubt it." He goes, "I'm 85." I don't believe you. He had to show me his ID. Granted, I was doing his weigh-in. So
yeah.
Here comes Monty. Energetic as always.
All the hype coming out. All of it.
172.5 kilo opener. Yeah.
Look at that face. Look at that. He knows it. Good looking lift.
Monty had the knee sleeves on for his deadlift. Is that normal?
It's not something we see all the time. While it is legal, it's just not something we see all the time. I think part of the concern for people is that the bar may get caught on the knee sleeve, the bottom as it comes up. But you can wear them. It is completely legal.
Do you wear knee sleeves when you deadlift?
I do not.
I don't either.
I do not.
Mostly because the sleeves I wear are like tight enough to where I feel like I can't get to the bottom.
Yeah, that's the way they are now. When I first started powerlifting, maybe when you first started powerlifting, we didn't have knee sleeves like they have nowadays. Some of these guys come out, they look like they're, you know, in these contraptions.
They look like they're through rigor mortis.
Yeah.
Shout out A7,
A7.
our sponsor. Yeah, I think the stiffest sleeves available when I got into it were the slingshot knee sleeves.
Oh yeah,
Like,
Mark
and
Bell.
Yeah, and that's when they were like just starting to make them super thick, I think. Which really, that was only 5-6 years ago.
Mark missed his third attempt on his bench, and we're setting up for Brian.
Which is an absolutely massive bench press. 185 kilos as a 75 kilo lifter.
Not to mention a 15-kilo jump.
Yeah, I really want him to get it so I don't have to like sit on that high horse about big jumps.
Yeah.
Almost 2.5 times his body weight, 2.46. I don't squat that ratio. Like, that's crazy.
That is crazy. Jose on platform 4, making that deadlift fly. See if Brian can push this out. Oh, just not there.
And that's when that big jump really, I think it hurts.
Yep.
Right? So he's trying to set as high of a total as possible for the guys that are coming in the primetime session tonight, and they're going to have that number to hit. It's not out of the question that somebody from the morning sessions takes a podium spot because they set a total high enough. The guys in the primetime still have to beat it. So that could have an impact on placing tonight.
Yep. So they not only, what you're saying is they not only have to worry about the competition within their flight right now, but they also have to keep in mind they can't just beat the people in the flight now. They have to keep in mind that somebody else is coming after them, right?
Yeah, and it's probably going to be a few people. I don't know the exact roster for tonight's primetime for the 75 kilo men, but it's probably at least 2 or 3 dudes.
Yeah.
So now that 15 kilos that he missed out on there, say he had gotten another 10, that might have been enough to keep him in a podium. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll have to wait until primetime to see.
And that is one advantage for the primetime lifters, right? It might seem a little bit unfair, but they've also earned their way to get there, right? They've qualified with such a massive total that they've earned that advantage to get to go after everybody. But they also do have the disadvantage of starting super late tonight because we're not going to start primetime until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, 10 p.m. Eastern. So there's a real chance that there's some lifters pulling some third attempts past their bedtime.
Oh, yeah. Heck, they're pulling their first attempts past my bedtime.
Lee Rogers with a snappy opener at 190. And that's going to secure his total. All right, we are into our third attempt benches for the last flight for platform 3. Chris Faxon's coming out with 140 kilos. And we've got Jay Thompson taking 200 kilos as his opener on platform 4, and that looked really good. So did the bench from Chris. Both good lifts. Anthony taking his opener at 210 kilos on platform 4. Looks like an opener should. Christian Vaughn getting his opener, getting a lift off. Gets his start command. Gets the press in the rack, and is going to probably get 3 whites off there. Now, if you notice, there was a little bit of movement there after he got the start. What he did was he locked his elbows a little bit harder. Sometimes people do that just as a brace. I wouldn't recommend doing that because then it could be a sign to their officials that, hey, my elbows weren't actually locked. That is not Anthony on platform 4. That is Dwayne pulling 230, 507. So there's the first 500-pound deadlift on the day from our 67.5 kilo lifters. I'm sorry, Dwayne's actually a 75 kilo lifter. Justin No on platform 3, opened up at 150 kilos. Gets his press like butter. And now here is Brian McMaster coming out, getting the crowd fired up. 75 kilo Master 5 lifter, 160 kilo deadlift like it's nothing. He's just got, you know, a 25-hour flight home. But he's going to live it up here while he's in Salt Lake City, Utah. Got our category referee from Pennsylvania, Lee Macarone, back up on platform 3 to start his bench. 150 kilos, 330 pounds. He's getting a lift off. Great opening attempt there for Lee. He's probably feeling at home with that platform too, because he's got the Pit Meat Day shirt on, and then he's got the Pit Crew there. We lost another last name. We got Pierce Woodworth up on platform 4. 182.5. That was a really good attempt there. He jumped up 7.5 kilos. I'd expect that from him again. Michael Escano on platform 3, his opener bench. A little bit slow once he got it off the chest. Hit a sticking point, but I think he's going to get that. Monty loafing. Yeah, the fired up Monty. That's a big pull. That's over 400 pounds. That man is in his 60s, and he just pulled over 400 pounds at about 145 pounds body weight. And then Matt Frankenhauser coming out for his second deadlift. 187.5 on the bar. And we've got Jack Swolvinsky on platform 3, opening bench, 150 kilos. That looks like a good opener to me. Something cool that we're seeing on the platform 3 right now, because there's so many people in the same category and right around the same level of strength, we're seeing a lot of attempts tightly bunched. So what that's going to do is it's going to have a big impact on how the meet shakes out, right? So we were talking earlier that there's lifters in the prime time that these guys are going to compete against, but they still have to build a total and try and beat the guys in their own flight. So we're looking at 5, 6, 7, maybe even 10 or 15 guys in this flight right now, all going head-to-head, trying to beat each other and see if they can chip their way up onto that podium. Jose Venzes coming out, his second attempt on deadlift, 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds on the bar. He's a teen too, so he's 16 or 17 years old. Pulling over 400 pounds as a teenager is incredible to me. Jeff Loom coming out. 155 kilos on the bar as an opening bench press. Then we got Bradford Olson taking his second attempt deadlift on platform 4, 200 keys. Sumo stance, very upright. Pretty short range of motion there, locks it out. I think his knees were locked. They were not. So that's the first instance that we're going to get to talk about the color cards on deadlifts. There was one red card earlier that I kind of missed. I was talking about a bench. So why don't you break it down now that you're refreshed? Talk about our cards for the deadlift.
So we have the same 3 colors, red, yellow, blue. So the red card is going to be kind of your lockout card. That's how I like to think of it. It's going to be your shoulders are back, your hips are forward, your knees are locked. One big one that we'll see a lot of times with the red card is those shoulders not getting back. I think that's probably the biggest one. Sometimes it's the knees, especially for the sumo lifters. That blue card is going to be up and down movement, just like the bench and the squat, so that makes that kind of easy. And then we also have supporting the bar on the thighs. That is a big one, again, for the sumo lifters. So as soon as you see a lifter shift their weight back, that bar gets supported on the thighs. And that doesn't mean scraping up the thighs, because you'll see nearly every single one of them scraping the bar up the thighs. It's just the way that the body moves. But it's when you're taking weight off of the bar with your thighs, that's supporting it.
Yeah, and that's a pretty subjective one. And, like, some referees, like, you could sit 5 national or higher referees in the same chair, have us all watch the same lift where we can all objectively agree that they support on the thighs, but it's like, how much did they kind of thing. So there's going to be times where you'll see somebody get a lift 2-to-1 or miss it 2-to-1 for supporting on the thighs, and you'll have a bunch of referees going like, I didn't think there was any chance about that. But it's a pretty subjective call. It's a tougher one for a lot of younger referees to get.
Yeah.
For me, I like to gauge it off the speed of it, right? If it slows down a ton and you see the knees start to come forward, then it's probably going to be supported on the thighs. But if it's still fast, I don't really care if the knees fly forward, because they weren't doing anything there.
Yeah, you're not taking any of the weight. You're not making the lift any easier. It's only if it's advantageous to the lift. If it makes the lift easier in any way.
And going back to the jargon thing about it, something that we have to hit on is some people commonly refer to it as hitching or ramping. Those aren't listed anywhere in our rule book. So generally, you're not going to hear referees say that. We're going to say it was supporting on the thighs. If we're saying you hitched it or you ramped it, we're using the wrong terminology, and you should smack us with a ruler.
Right.
Because I know that's what Kathy Marksteiner would do to me. She'd like glare at me. She'd be like, it's not in the rule book. And I'd be like, you're right, my bad, don't hurt me.
Absolutely. Her, Saber, Jack Marcus,
Yes.
They're all going to get on you about that, because it's supporting the bar on the thighs, because it is specific to the rule book, because it is supporting.
Yes.
Because what is ramping? You don't know. Supporting, though, we all can agree what that is. But the other card is the yellow card, which is, again, our catch-all card. We have things like dropping the bar. Dropping the bar intentionally as well. That's going to be a big one. You see sometimes we got Brian McMaster, 170 kilos.
That's almost a 2 times age deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was, right? Because he's 85, he pulled 170.
Yep.
Like, oh, yeah, it's like 2 times age. It's like, well, he's 85 years old.
Yeah.
Like, that's incredible.
And he got 2 white lights, so he got a good lift there.
And he got a handshake from Gino.
Exactly. Yeah.
Before he goes and hops on a plane back to Australia.
But yeah, that's one of the differentiations. Sometimes you see people in training pull these deadlifts and just let go, because they're so excited. They let go of the bar falls to the ground. While it's not only bad for our equipment, bad for the floor, it can be dangerous. The bar can bounce and it can hit you and hurt you, especially when there's a bunch of weight. We got Excitement Monty out here, getting all hype for everybody.
Gino missed it. Come on.
Wow. Masters 3 lifter.
So that puts him in his 60s. 187 and a half kilos. So he just pulled 413, and he's in his 60s.
3 white lights.
Like, I love my grandpa. He was never doing that.
No. But
That
yeah.
must be great for picking up the grandkids, right?
It's got to be. I feel like that's the motivation. It has
Yeah,
to be. But yeah, so the yellow light is just anything else. A new rule that's been added recently is accelerating the bar to the ground. So in USAPL, we have to control the bar to the floor. That means keeping your hands in contact with the bar at all times while it travels back down to the floor. You don't have to lower it to the floor. Gravity can do the work, but you do have to keep control of it, because, again, it is a safety thing. But a new thing that they just implemented is it is a yellow card if you accelerate the bar to the floor, and that means any extra pressure towards the ground with
Basically
the bar.
slamming the bar
Slamming
into
the bar, yes.
To quote my good buddy Dane Roach, like that's a tougher one to do. It's like, but to quote him, I know it when I see it.
Yes.
Like that's one for sure where it's like, if you have to question it, it's like, it's probably not, but you know it when you see it for sure. Aldair Cardoso coming out to take his second bench press at 145, and we've got Matthew on platform 4, 192.5 kilos for his third dead.
Oh.
Just doesn't have it in him to crack it off the floor.
Sometimes it's just glued to the floor.
My old coach used to have this saying, and he usually really only said it to me because I get kind of cocky sometimes, is that it's like you didn't win. Gravity still won. You just quit before it got too heavy to kill you.
I like that. Got Chris coming out on platform 3 for his second attempt bench. 147.5 kilos, 325 pounds. Mark is another Masters lifter with those patriotic socks. Third attempt deadlift.
What a great
What a
pull.
fight.
And some like Nike running shoes too.
Got one red card, but two white lights, so good lift.
Calling being locked out from the front is also difficult. It's like calling squat depth from the front. It's not impossible, and you still are supposed to call it if that's what you see. I find that that's a tougher one to call.
Yes.
Bradford's going to lock out that second attempt there. He missed it on his last attempt for lockout. Oh, and he's going to miss it again. This time he's got 2 other cards, though. He didn't get called for the lockout. He got called for blue. So downward motion or support on the thighs, and he got one of those catch-all cards. That's one where if the judges don't necessarily agree with each other, if I'm the coach, I'm going right to the jury, especially on that third one. Because if they're not agreeing, it seems much more likely that the jury might disagree with one of them and just overturn it.
So we'll have to keep an eye on it because we can't see the coaches area from where we are. So we'll have to see if maybe they do go over to the coaches or to the jury table.
Jose Vencez, huge jump, and it paid off.
There we go.
3 white lights, 205. Good lift.
It said move from second to first, so we'll see if he can hold that.
So that put him in first for men's Raw Team 2. He's got some competition coming up in the flight after him. So it might be a little bit tough to hold that.
Jeffrey, very controlled second attempt bench.
That was really impressive too. It's almost like as it descended, his arch grew to meet the bar halfway.
Yeah. Lee with a really tough pull, but he didn't.
He's gonna lock it out.
Ooh.
He's seeing some stars. I think, yeah. 2 reds, but with yellow cards. I thought those would have been blue cards watching that lift. I would have probably called up and down on that, so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure either. I
Maybe in him falling to the ground, he didn't control it.
It's one of those where we're not out there, we don't know. But I thought he held contact the whole way, but Chris Vaughn, platform 3. Easy looking lift over there, 341 pounds. And we have Jay Thompson with 220 kilos.
What a pull. Gets excited.
Waiting for those lights. 3 white lights. Oh, American record.
I didn't even see that up there.
I didn't either.
That's one of the nice parts about being a national referee is knowing that when we go out there now, we can do those.
Yeah.
Because there were a couple world record attempts this morning, and nothing feels more embarrassing than seeing that up there, and I have to stand and wave the thing for one of the reserve referees to come and do it because I haven't earned the right to judge those lifts yet. So being at nationals and getting all these American record attempts feels really good.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
No, it feels great. It feels fantastic. All in due time, though. All in due time. That's what I tell myself. I got plenty to learn.
I like to rush through things sometimes, but I've already got it planned out, too. I should be able to take that category test at the next Raw Nationals next June in Atlanta.
That would be great. That was a great pull there. 232.5 kilos for Anthony.
And it paid off, 3 white lights. And that's going to bring us to our last deadlift for this flight on platform 4. We're going to have Dwayne Madeir come out, 242.5 kilos, just a 5 kilo jump. I do remember his second one being a little bit tougher. As Justin No takes 160, that looked great, a 10 kilo jump. So I think that might have been last warm up was on the platform.
Absolutely. It had a little bit of resistance, but it wasn't bad.
Get a fresh clock for Dwayne.
Oh, we have a record attempt. That's what this is.
Wow.
Let's see Dwayne put that record in. Lock it in.
I think he did too. I'm confident he got that.
3 white lights. Good lift.
Was that a world record or an American record? I couldn't tell.
I couldn't either.
With the delay, I'm almost thinking it might have been a world record attempt.
Yeah.
Because they started the clock and then restarted it, so I wonder if they had to replace with some reserves there.
Yeah.
As the legendary Jack Marcus walks back into our media area.
Yep.
That's another guy I've gotten lucky to have at a lot of my meets. He actually only lives about 40 minutes from me, so I see him all the time.
What a guy to learn from. Just a wealth of knowledge. Jose with an easy second attempt, 160 kilos on bench. 3 white lights.
I was talking about this a little bit ago when you stepped away for a moment. Look at the tight bunching in all these guys in this flight. This is all the 82.5 kilo open, and it's just stacked. Everybody right now in this flight is between like 155 and 165 on bench, and all the subtotals are pretty stacked. So I'm pretty excited to see how deadlifts are going to shake out for that.
Yeah.
I did mention it too, right? Because we were talking about Brian Wu earlier trying to build that total. Like, those guys are trying to do the same thing, trying to build a total that sets a precedent that the guys in the primetime session have to come in and beat.
Speedy pull. First attempt for Daniel on platform 4. We have Joshua, platform 3.
Great second attempt. Still some big jumps in there. But I think you kind of have to, right? Like, if you're trying to keep up with everybody else in your flight and you see somebody submits a 7.5, 5 kilo jump, you're like, well, great, now I have to. Mm-hmm. Like, even if that wasn't your plan, it's like, if you don't, you're just going to fall behind.
Yep.
Good pull there from Julio Sanchez. Locks up his total.
Jared on platform 3, locking in under a 165 kilo bench. Got a strong setup there. And here comes Samuel with the shades.
He lost his last name.
Yeah. Jared is fighting. Look good to me.
I would agree. I'd expect another probably 5 keys out of him on that one.
Yeah. I think all of his lifts have looked
they look tough.
Tough, but he keeps going up
yeah.
every time. I blinked and I missed Samuel's lift. That opening attempt just flew. Sean has second attempt 165 kilos on bench, and he missed his opener.
I can't remember what he missed it for. He missed it 2-1 with 2 yellow cards, but I don't know what the call was, and he stood up looking kind of confused.
Okay. So maybe it was some small technicality he thinks he has under control.
That was like a pause.
I know. I was just thinking that. Maybe he's done too many in training. It's automatic now.
Building that strength off the floor for sumo.
Yeah. Good pause on the chest for Sean. It looked like a good lift.
Yeah, I bet he did something technical like we were talking about earlier. He might have just jumped the command or something.
Yep, 3 white lights there, so that's good.
So I think that was the first time I mentioned the stance, sumo, right? So we've got our two stances, sumo and conventional. Sumo, like we've got Daniel Jackson out here doing, feet out wider than the hands. Conventional is the opposite, where the hands are wider than your feet. What do you pull?
I pull conventional.
Same.
Yeah.
Conventional is the way to go. Not that sumo's cheating. I just don't have the mobility to do it.
I don't either, and I also have very short arms. So generally I feel like sumo lifters are the long arm, long legged people.
I'm a little spoiled in that I'm not quite 6 feet tall, but I do have like a 6'3" wingspan, so I should be able to do it. I don't know. I just don't have the hip mobility to get into a good spot for it.
It is hard, and you will see a lot of these guys when they get in these positions. I mean, Kurt over here is stretching all out for it. You'll see them when they start to pull, you'll see their hips kind of drive up underneath them, and that's
almost like scooping.
Yeah, it's the mobility you're talking about, and some people just don't have it.
This guy.
Same.
So, and then this is the only lift of the 3 where the grip gets kind of weird. Right, so we've got some double overhand,
right?
Some mixed grip. So I'm a hook puller.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I come from a weightlifting gym. Speaking of grips, very narrow mixed grip.
For Nicholas there,
and that's a huge pull. That's a 220-kilo pull, and his hands were completely off any of the knurl.
And he made it look so fast.
Which is inadvisable.
Yes.
I think the knurl's better.
I do too. But sometimes it tears your hands up. I mean, you see a lot of these lifters, and they've got these calluses and all that. The knurling does tear you up, but I'm a mixed grip.
I don't have the ability to supinate that properly without hurting myself. And Zane coming out with a hefty opener.
Nailed it.
I had to.
Nailed it.
227.5, over 3 times body weight opening on his deadlift.
501. He had to get that 500-pound opener. Chris with 3 white lights on a 150-kilo deadlift.
Bench press.
I mean, bench press.
We're in 2 different time zones, not just in real life, but in the platforms themselves.
Trying to keep up.
Platform 3 is just a little bit behind right now by about, I'd say, a flight and a half.
Yeah.
So they're still benching. The meet started at the same time, but that's just kind of how it happens sometimes. The different size flights.
So I'm interested to see what happens here with Giancarlo.
Oh.
So he pulled, let's see.
He's also going to get a talking to.
Oh, they gave it to him.
But he's going to get a talking to, and so is the TC, because did you notice something?
I did not. I was not. I was watching the weight.
He only had his socks down to his ankles.
Oh, okay. That's a good thing to talk about. You want to tell them about that? Well, let me tell you about what he did. I thought he did.
Because I didn't see it.
So when he got himself into position, a lot of times they'll jiggle on the bar, they'll pull the bar, all that kind of stuff. And those plates came off the ground a little bit. And that has been determined by our technical committee, our executive committee, that counts as an attempt. You can't pick the plates up off the ground and put them back down and then start your attempt again. So we'll see if he does it again. But what about the socks? Because I do see all the socks are up and long.
So that is like a safety sanitary thing, right? So you see Nick there pulling his opener great. He's got his socks up to just a little bit under his knee. Honestly, if I was on the platform, I'd probably ask him to pull this up just a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
But so what that's going to do is that creates like a barrier between yourself and the bar, so that way you're not getting a bunch of skin on the bar from grinding up your shins. You might not cut yourself as easily, kind of thing. Now, it is going to happen. Gino likes to say powerlifting is a blood sport. Gino's just very eccentric, so that's why he says that.
Yes.
But sometimes we do get a little bit of blood on the bar from this, or from like, pulling hook grip, or your hands rip a little bit. So the socks are just there to absorb that and hopefully prevent that, so we don't have to have as many delays. People coming out, spraying the bar down, cleaning it, wiping off all the chalk, because that really slows things down.
Yep. A little bit of a misgroove there for Ivan on platform number 4.
Yeah, he's going to get the no lift on that.
Yeah, it looked like he, when he got to the lockout, sometimes when you lock out that hard, it can pull you forward. It's interesting.
And that's definitely what I think happened there, right? Like, he just kind of lost his balance and came forward. He got 2 red cards for not being locked out, which I don't disagree with. And then he got a 3rd one, the yellow card, for jumping the down command is what I would be led to think that side put that for.
Yeah.
That's probably one. I'm probably throwing the blue for downward movement.
Yes, me too.
Good lockout there for Daniel on his second 175. Coming out now for a second deadlift attempt, we got Dan the Man Madsen. Big 22.5 kilo jump, which makes sense. His opener did move pretty well. He's up to 200 kilos, 440 pounds. Teen 2 lifter. That looked good.
He had that little moment where it pulled him forward a little bit.
I was a little worried maybe that was a quicker down command,
yep.
or maybe he jumped it a touch, but it must have just been exactly that, a quick down command.
Yep.
Chris Vaughn. Yep, good third bench there for him, 160. It should be 3 whites. It is.
There is a little bit of a nuance in the rules about settling the bar into the lockout.
Yes, there is.
So that's a good point.
So downward movement, right? When we're talking about downward movement, it's like kind of egregious, like your shoulders move down in front of the lift before you lock it out, or if the bar were to move downward, as Julio's just not going to crack the floor with that one. I'm curious to see if he comes out and takes that again, maybe a little bit more rest. But so the downward movement that is allowable is as you lock out and your shoulders go backwards, they're going to go down, so therefore your hands kind of have to go down. That is not a reason to throw a blue card. All of our referees are trained on that, so we're pretty well versed in seeing that. Sammy Shades back out, 210 for his second attempt. He's got to readjust.
Make sure they stay in place.
I think he did something to his hair too, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah. It looked good. He doesn't look very happy with it, but it looked strong.
I think he's happy with it. I think he's upset with his coach for not putting more weight on the bar. Okay. He's like, what are we doing, brother?
All right, all right.
Justin No coming out to take his third bench press, 165 kilos. Now, I'm curious to see all these subtotals right now, right? So we've got, so far the lowest one that I'm seeing is 387.5, and the highest subtotal is 415. And that's a flight, I can't count that high. That's probably like 14, 15 lifters. A full flight is what, 14, right?
That's so close.
That's a lot. That's super tight knit. So then it's going to really come down to who's got the deadlift.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be shocked if there's a couple of 82.5 kilo lifters sitting up in that pro athlete area right now, looking down and maybe doing a little bit of shaking in their boots.
Yep. Antonio looks like maybe he got a little bit of a cramp. Or
I think he lost his balance, and as the bar went, I think he might have dropped the bar on his shin.
Ouch.
But our video feed kind of cut out, so that's speculation, and hopefully he's okay.
Yeah. Got Joshua, third attempt, pushing 165. Look good to me.
I would agree. And that's a great third call for him there, right? So he took the bigger jump on that second attempt like we were talking about earlier, and then he took the smallest jump he could, just trying to build that total and try and throw himself up into that podium spot.
And he does have that. He is coached by Sam Calhoun, handled by Sam Calhoun, who is here, and I saw her here earlier. And it speaks to experience. And she's used to fighting for her total every inch, so.
And I mean, a 400 kilo subtotal, like that's huge.
It is huge.
Currently, it looks like in that category, Justin No's leading at 422.5. But there's a couple guys coming up still with benches that could jump them.
Yep.
What are all their body weights at? Because that's another thing people don't realize is you don't just have to pull the most or total the highest, but if you tie somebody and you have the lower body weight than them, you can be good. So Justin's in a great spot right now.
He is in a great
spot. He's the leader in the clubhouse right now. There's a couple guys still on 18 putting in, but he's got the lead. If it goes into deadlifts and he still has the lead, he's got advantage with body weight, he's in a great spot.
Yep, definitely is. We've got Daniel setting up for his second attempt deadlift, 235 kilos, 518 pounds.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Justin's not the leader. Jared Arkfield's got a 430 subtotal right now.
Wow.
And he might.
And he's about to.
Yeah. He only went up 2.5.
hopefully going to put 2.5 on it.
Not quite.
That's all right.
But so he's got the lead right now at 430. And there's a couple big pulls in there. Justin's going to open up at 275. Jeff Lung's open his deadlift at 305.
Wow. Got Zane. Oh. Looks like he lost his balance a little bit there. So have you ever pulled sumo? Like,
I have.
Like, trained it consistently for a while?
It depends on how you want to define consistently. If consistently was for like a 2-month stretch, then I would say yes. My best pull conventional is just under 300 kilos, and my best pull sumo is like 270.
Okay.
So.
All right. So one of the things that I know about sumo, I only pulled it for a short bit of time, but the thing that I learned very quickly is it is a technical lift. And I think that's something good to talk about while we're watching, because you'll see some of these lifters and it'll fly, but one wrong movement can pull them out of position and they're not going to get the lift.
Absolutely. And something to note with that too is the wider they go, the harder it gets, because you have to maintain that upright position and keep your balance. So if you go really wide and you twist your feet and they're pointing straight out, there's not a whole lot of room there, just the width of your foot to be balanced on.
Yep.
And a lot of these guys, like Ivan right here, he just had to balance over 3 times his body weight over a 3-inch wide platform that is his foot. That's crazy.
Yep. He got 3 white lights there. It was close to him letting go of the bar. That was.
He made it look easy though too.
He did.
After I think he was one of the ones where he lost his balance on his
balance,
opener. So I'm glad to see that correction. I'm also glad that he just retook it.
Yeah. Oh, we know. Big retaker. Sean, 172.5, pushing hard. Oh, not there.
He did get credit for his second attempt on 165. And he was kind of battling some injury earlier, too.
Oh, that's right, that's right. We do have a 20-kilo jump here on second attempt deadlift.
562.5, 578. This is a huge pull. I like that 20-kilo jump.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think there's another 20 in there.
No. I think 5 or 7.
Yeah, it really kind of comes down to where he's looking at for placing off that.
Yeah. We got Andrew out here pushing hard. Oh, it's just not there.
So looking at some of the subtotals, Nick was a little bit back there. So I honestly, depending on what he's pulled in the past, I would like to see him take a 10-kilo jump, try and get that 272.5, try and get that 600 mark at a 160-pound body weight. That'd be pretty impressive to me.
We've got the last bench press of the session coming out on platform 3.
It's my Hoosier, Josh Sparks.
182.5 kilos, 402 pounds.
And like I told you, this is really where he makes his jumps.
Daniel just smoked the same weight for deadlifts, smoked that 400-pound deadlift.
Flash the heart to the camera in celebration. Oh, not there for Josh.
There.
Kind of got burned by that big jump. Does get his credit for his second attempt at 170. And all right, you're right. That was the last bench. So now we're going to have a 10-minute break on platform 3 before we get into the deadlifts. And I think we're brewing a really good battle in the 82 category.
What a third attempt call. I think that was a great call by his coach or handler.
I like his facial expressions when he pulls because he's just super focused.
Yeah. Julio's coming out, retaking his second attempt.
This will be interesting to see if he retakes it, right? Because I think he might have been... No, he didn't break it off the floor last time.
Right, yes. And again, sometimes in the sumo, it can be a matter of coming back out, setting up better, and then you break the floor, and it flies.
And sumo you have to be patient with, because off the floor, it's so incredibly slow. Good progress there. Locks it out. I think he's got it.
I think he does too. Looked like a good lift to me.
Judges agree. 3 white lights. And then he's going to do that thing where he goes around and he thanks all the officials. sometimes I really enjoy that. Other times I'm like, hey, I don't know. It's just kind of a funny thing to me, especially because like I know that they're doing it to like thank you for your time, but sometimes I feel bad because they come up and shake my hand and I'm like, I gave you like 4 reds today.
Yeah.
Like, yeesh. As long as I still shake my hand, unlike that one guy earlier who stayed in the meet with the 2 whites and then ignored the referee that redlined him.
Yeah. Here's the interesting one. He was, we think, upset with the smaller jump, and so got himself a 20-kilo jump, second to third.
And he's pulling hook, pulling sumo. Baby powdered up. Oh.
Didn't break the floor.
Oh, he's kind
of a little bit of a cramp or something going on.
Something in his hip or his glute.
Yeah, he's hobbling off there. I don't mind when people come around and shake my hand after. I think it's nice. But one thing that makes it hard is it's always after deadlifts, and they're chalked.
Yeah, so it's like
everywhere.
There are a couple times a day where it's like I shook someone's hand and then I immediately had to like smack the chalk off my hands.
Yep.
Nick Petrusian coming out, 3rd attempt, 235.
Curious about the shoulders.
I would agree with that.
When you're so narrow in your hands, it's so hard to get. Oh, he got 2 white lights. It's so hard, especially in sumo with your hands so close. Just anatomy works against you.
Zane Hefty out. Still took a jump despite missing his last attempt. I wonder if a couple guys did that, like still took a jump just to get more time. Maybe buy some extra break time.
Oh, maybe.
I think he got up and down on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's going to be upset with that one. But, I mean, he still got his opener at 227.5.
Still totaled. Kurt with a 10-kilo jump, teen 3.
He's got it locked out, but I see up and down on that.
I do too.
Yeah.
These refs, all this experience, they're not going to miss anything.
I don't like to play spoiler and like kind of, you know, tell the audience what the call is going to be before it happens, but it's just natural habit right there.
Yeah.
That looked like a great lockout from Giancarlo.
It did.
3 whites.
It's a good 3rd attempt.
It's a good way to end your day. What do you go? I think he went 8 for 9.
8 for 9. Looks like it.
It's hard to tell with squats. We'll deal with that later.
Technology is finicky.
Especially when it's not ours.
Yeah.
Dan Jackson up for his final deadlift of the day, going for a 250 kilo, 551 pound deadlift. Gets very upright.
Look at that smile.
That was incredible.
When somebody has a technical sumo lift like that, it is just beautiful. Like
It's like a work of art.
It is.
It's like you can tell that they've spent a lot of time working on that.
Yep. Where conventional, you can just muscle most of the stuff up.
Antonio Gomez also taking 250. He got his opener, missed his second, still jumped 20 kilos.
20 kilos. I wonder if it was a technicality. I can't quite remember.
I think that he's the one who like dropped it on his shin.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta respect that fight.
Yeah?
He got the lock. I don't think he got the down command. There's up and down. He wasn't locked out. It's unfortunate to see, but I do agree with that call.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, I've been here loading up 272.5. This is going to be our first 600-pound deadlift of the day, at least in our platforms. We can't see 1 and 2, but I'm pretty confident this is going to be the first 600-pound pull of the day. .22.5 kilo jump. He wants that 600 pounds. And he's going to earn it too, man. He missed his opener at 250, right? I believe he lost his balance. He came back, nailed the second one.
Yep.
Getting tight, going to pull slack.
That nice wedge.
The only question there might be his knees.
Yeah.
But I'd still give it to him. And
I would too.
The refs agree.
Benefit to the lifter.
The shakiness does not mean he's not locked out.
No.
Oh, bigger jump than we expected.
Much bigger.
6'11". This must be in PR territory. So this is to stay in third place. So no matter what happens on this one, he's going to be in third place for Team 3 at the end of this. And I don't believe there's any Team 3 lifters in the prime time. So he's already got his bronze medal spot. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. So he's going to be in third going into this, right?
Yeah, no, it's a different weight class. I apologize.
Gotcha. Okay, so he's already locked up bronze medal position. I'm hoping that this is a PR attempt now. Oh. I bet he's okay. He's just exhausted right now.
Yeah, sometimes when you get those really long grinds, you start to see a few little stars. I don't know that grind was long enough for him to see some stars, but man, I know that feeling of pulling with all your might and then just your body giving out.
You ever like black out during a lift and like completely lose consciousness?
I have not done that. Thank goodness. I've had tunnel vision.
I have one time. It was in a squat. Thankfully, I was in a power rack, right? So had the full setup. But I just remember I hit the hole and lights turned off.
Oh my goodness, how scary. Here we go with our first attempt deadlifts for Flight E. Donovan Thompson. Another Masters lifter coming out with knee sleeves on.
Looks like he got the lockout. I'm a little concerned with the knees.
Yeah.
And one would agree.
It's another questionable, or another thing that sometimes can make it hard to get those knee sleeves really locked out on deadlift, or at least to appear like your knees are locked out.
Pat Foster coming out fired up. Smacking the bar around. Not seen that one before.
I know.
Well, that's a good opener. He's locked out.
Mike Mayo coming out, a Masters 3 lifter, 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. What a good opener. What a good opener. And if I remember correctly, I think his squats moved slower, but he went up every time, and we've had a conversation about that before. Category 2 referee, Virginia native Al Matagrano, coming out for his opener, 202.5 pounds, kilos, 446 pounds. Easy opener, just the way that we like to see it. Uriah, Teen 2 lifter, coming out. Bar is loaded for him, 205 kilos, 451 pounds. It's a great first attempt. Dax is coming out looking strong, 207.5 kilos as his opener, 457 pounds. Dax sitting there looking all baby powdered up. I don't think that's something that we talked about.
No, I think I've hinted at it one time. I mentioned the baby powder, but baby powder is a great tool for deadlifters, right? You want to have as little friction as possible on your thighs, as you can even see a bunch of it just popped off there. You a baby powder user?
Oh, yeah.
Have to be.
Avid baby powder user.
We actually have a specific hallway for it in our gym, and the floor is just covered in it. They don't even try to clean it up anymore. So it's like you'll see people, they go in there, and rather than like opening up a new bottle sometimes, this is kind of gross. They just take like a dustpan, scoop it, and then pour it on. It's funny. You just kind of recycle it over and over.
I was going to say, that's resourceful.
It's a power lifter move for sure.
Absolutely. But it's funny because I have heard in the past, especially when I first started powerlifting, is people getting confused. Even lifters getting confused. Putting chalk on their legs because they think it's chalk when they see it on somebody else. But it is in fact baby powder.
I've even heard some horror stories of maybe a little bit of mischief and sabotage in some meets, where in the chalk that everybody shares, some people might put some baby powder in there. I don't understand doing that. I'd rather beat somebody because I beat them rather than, I kind of cheated them.
Yeah. But it will definitely make it a bit slippery in the hands for sure.
This is exciting now, though. We've got deadlifts going on both platforms. Like, we've got some great battles shaping up. We're all the way in our third and final flight for Platform 4. We're still taking openers. And then Platform 3, where I think the real big battle is going to show up with the 83-kilo open. 82.5 kilo. I kind of rounded up. I'm really looking forward to see how that one shakes out.
Axel with a big opener and a big smile at the top.
Still has half of his last name, though. That was a snappy lockout there for John Gonzaba.
Over 450 pounds for an opener.
He locked that out so hard his necklace hit himself in the face.
Johnny on platform 4 with a nice conventional opener, 227.5 kilos.
Our display's a little behind. Oh, there it goes. Right up to Calvin Trapp.
Jason with an easy opener, 205 kilos, 3 white lights.
Well executed opening there for Steven, and same thing for Calvin. Now, looking at Calvin's squat, it's not uncommon for some people to out-squat their deadlifts, although, I don't really see it that much at this weight. I'm looking for him to take a wild jump to his second, because that kid has just impressed me this entire session.
Yes. And I think that's what he's gearing up to do.
So, I'm sure you haven't just joined us if you're listening in. You've probably been here before, but it's been a while, so I just want to reintroduce ourselves to you. My name is Alex Walters. I'm the Indiana State Chair and a national level referee for USA Powerlifting, and I'm joined by Dean McCarthy from Virginia, also a national referee. Between us, we have about 10 to 12 years of experience refereeing almost exclusively for USAPL. So I'm hoping that throughout these deadlifts, we can continue to provide insight for our listeners.
And like we said before at the beginning, we're making educated guesses. We don't have the best vantage point to see these things, so we're not calling the lifts, but we are making educated guesses and sometimes trying to explain things for the folks at home who may not know the nuanced rules.
It is nice to have experienced refs on our live streams right now, too. So on the other live stream commentary, we have Katie DeGator, a soon-to-be national-level referee. She's one of my Indiana refs, and I've been trying to push her a lot lately to get to the national level. And then she's joined by her good friend, Adriana Davis, out of South Carolina, who is a national-level referee. So between the two live streams, we have a lot of experience. So not to toot our own horn too much, but we do kind of know what we're talking about with some of this stuff. Pat Foster coming out stomping, hyping up the crowd. I bet he smacks the barbell again. Yep. 195 on the bar for his second attempt.
Good 10-kilo jump.
Stands tall, locked out. That should be 3 whites.
Yeah. We got Bill Matthews over on platform 3, Masters 2, with a 210-kilo opener, 462 pounds.
Looked easy.
Did.
And then out comes Mr. Donnie Thompson.
All outfitted in A7. our meet sponsor here at Raw Nationals 2024.
So something Don did there that not all the lifters do. I'd say he's actually probably in the minority now because of how technically sound everybody's got. Not to say Donnie's not technically sound. He's a great lifter. He kind of ran into the bar is what I like to call it. He didn't pull slack. He kind of got his brace and then just went, right? I like to think of that as you're kind of running into a wall. So when I coach, I try to coach that slack, and the way I describe it is, all right, your car ran out of gas on the side of the road, and you got to push it to the gas station. Are you going to get a running start and hit it? No, you're gonna push into it and then slowly go. As Mike Mayo goes down, I think he just lost his balance and let go of the bar. He looks fine. But so back to what I was saying, you're going to see a lot of these lifters take their time, and you'll see the bar bend on it. It's a 45-pound bar. It's thick. It's heavy, but there's enough weight on there that it's going to bend.
Yep. Al coming back out for a second attempt. 215 kilos, 10 kilo jump. Oh, sorry, 12.5 kilo jump. 473 pounds. Jason Chen crossing that 500-pound mark, 507.
All of Al's lifts today have looked like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like they look a little heavy, and you can tell he's tired, but it moved great.
Yeah, and he's always consistent. Jason setting up for that sumo pull.
That was a snappy lockout.
Yes.
Uriah Snyder getting fired up. What I like about this is I know Uriah's coming up on platform 4, but we can see him in the background on 3 right there. Taking a rip of some ammonia, coming out.
Interesting, the buckle is behind him on his belt. Some people choose to do that. I think maybe it gets in the way.
Yeah, it must. I've seen a couple people do that here. It's not something I see too often at home, but like Heather Foss, shout out to her, EC member, women's committee chair. She was on my platform yesterday. She had the exact same thing. She had her lever in the back.
It was a good pull. It was a slow second attempt, but we'll see what happens for third attempt. Here comes David Brown, Masters 1, 235 kilogram, 518 pound deadlift.
No, that name's wrong.
I'm so sorry. Danny Lee is who's out there.
The names are okay. Cool. I was confused for a moment.
Yes, the live stream name is wrong, but it's right on LiftingCast.
Yeah, because I don't think that's... Is that Dax Decker? No, that is.
Yes.
Good pull.
Wow, what a quick pull for Danny Lee there on platform 3.
All right, now it's right on platform 3. Josh Lip's going to come out, take his opener at 240 keys. As Luke Milliner comes out, 12.5 kilo jump for his second pull. I don't know about for you, but deadlift is kind of where I do get a little bit of energy back. It might just be the monster that I've drank incredibly quickly and the caffeine's fired me back up. But knowing that the battles that are coming up are very close and just the energy that they're putting into the platform, it's just getting me fired up.
Yes.
Which is important after being up for almost 14 hours now.
Yeah. Julio out there getting himself hyped up. Team 3 with the patriotic socks going on. 230 kilos, 507 pounds.
That was a great pull.
Moved like an opener, I'd say.
Yeah.
David Wang. Go
I
ahead.
think I'd like to see another big jump there out of Julio. He just jumped 17.5. I'd like to see probably another 15 there off that.
Yeah.
David Wang, double overhand hook grip, 207.5.
I'd say that was a solid second attempt for David.
Almost 3 times body weight for Axel on platform 4. He's got a narrow hook too. Like, he's setting his hook on the smooth part of the bar. Like, that's pretty unconventional.
Yeah. 3 white lights, though. Got that good smile from him at the top.
And then we're going to also get 3 whites for Steven with 215 on platform 3.
Got Calvin on platform 4 coming up. And it looks like Bill on platform 3, 215 kilos. 3 white lights on platform 4. And 3 white lights on platform 3. We are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty.
Yep. But the man, the myth, the legend, Bryce Lewis, is currently trying to correct it for us. The lifting's still going on. The LiftingCast itself is working up. It's just our display is a bit frozen.
So we can see the lights, we can see the calls.
So the stream's still up from the sounds of it, so that's a good thing. So we're going to try and use the LiftingCast as best as we can right now. Javier Salas out, taking his second attempt on 4. He's repeating 270. I don't remember what he missed on that. He gets it 2-1, though, with 1 blue. I'm going to be inclined to think that it would have to be up and down.
Because it's the head ref, so you'd think up and down would be the call that's made, maybe. We've got Kevin on platform 3. Getting close to the end of the time, though. Like I said, we can't see the live stream, but 3 white lights.
I think we can kind of hear the bars hit right about before they go.
Yeah.
So that's like our only indicator right now. 270 was good for Jose Gonzalez.
Starting the last flight on platform 4.
Things are going to start to get intense now.
Yep. We got a lot of people in the same category here. Might start to see some attempt changes. Have we talked about attempt changes?
I don't think we have. Not apart from openers.
Openers, okay. 3rd attempt deadlifts, though.
3rd attempt deadlifts. We have not. Would you like to take a crack at it?
Sure. So 3rd attempt deadlifts, it is probably the most intense and the most fun thing to watch. You got 2 lifters that are very close in weight, and you got coaches and handlers that are just watching like a hawk to see the number that their lifter needs to take the win or to podium, something along those lines. So we do allow 2 attempt changes for deadlift. And unlike the openers have to be 3 minutes before the start of the flight or 3 minutes before the start of lifting. The deadlift
as soon as the bar hit the ground and they didn't pull it, I had 3 different coaches slam attempt changes down on the table. And one of them actually tried to submit an illegal attempt change.
What was that?
They tried to pull their lifter's weight down to match what was on the bar, but because of lot numbers, it was illegal. Because then it would have meant that the lifter with the higher lot number would have went before the lower lot number.
First time we're mentioning lot numbers might be confusing to the general public.
They're sometimes confusing to us as officials too.
I will agree.
At the local level, lot numbers really only kind of matter for weigh-ins.
Right.
Sometimes they
random.
They are completely random. So it's kind of crazy sometimes that those high-level meets or how somebody like attacks their game plan on meet day is up to random. Because really there's no other good way to assign it.
Exactly.
All right, so technical difficulties have, for the short term, been resolved for us. Our stream is back up, so we can actually get back to talking about the lifters right now. So Donnie Thompson coming out for his 3rd and final deadlift, 210 kilos, 462.97. I'm not rounding that up.
I see.
Not even for Donnie.
Not even for Donnie. We have Jason coming up for his second attempt on platform 3. Oh, just not there for Donovan today.
Still had himself a pretty solid day. His total is going to be 532.5 kilos. That's a really good day for a Masters 82.5 kilo lifter.
Jason getting that sumo set up. And it paid off.
What a great lockout.
What a good second attempt. Sumo's one of those things where it's hard to get it off the floor sometimes, but when it does, it flies.
Attempt change in progress. So here's the first instance.
There we go.
So I'm curious when it got put in, right? Because if it got put in before bar got called loaded, then they're doing this the correct way. But if the bar got called loaded and then the attempt change got put in progress, who was that? Uriah? He should still be pulling right now.
Right.
But so it looks like it's going to change things. The attempt change happened. And I don't know.
It looks like Al might have changed his attempt.
He had to have gone down, but so he must have been at 225 beforehand. He must have a higher lot number than Uriah, right? Because lot numbers are just based off each other for the flight. So he must have a higher lot number than Uriah, bumps himself down to 220, probably just to beat Donnie.
He needs 20 kilos. 20?
Just to time, and we can't see the body weight on there. So this must be exactly what's needed for Al to jump Don Thompson.
Yep. So he was waiting. This is a perfect example. He was waiting to see if Donnie Thompson made that lift or not, waiting by that score table. And he's a Cat 2 referee, so he knows. He knows all the rules. So he was waiting. And when he missed that lift, he threw that attempt card down, and he was ready to go. So
he probably already had, 225 or 230 queued up as his original third. And then as soon as Donovan missed his third, he knows exactly where it needs to go to.
And that speaks to a great coach, because Al's coached by Patrick Carr, and so experience again.
And he did it.
Secures it. Yep.
Unless there's something we can't see, that's the example of third deadlift attempt changes winning you the meet.
Yep. Danny on platform 3. Oh, just slipping out of his hands.
Now back to the order we had before. Uriah's coming out now for his third and final dead at 225 kilos, 496 pounds.
Can't break the floor.
But he's got a smile on his face. He's not upset.
David's second attempt moved a little bit slow, but still a 10-kilo jump. So I'm interested to see how this moves. Luke pulling 7.5 kilos more than his second attempt, waiting for those lights, 3 white lights.
That's going to keep Luke in 5th place for his age category, the Teen 3. David, this pull is going to keep him in 2nd place no matter what. Hopefully this is a PR attempt for him then.
Big breath and a big brace.
Come on!
Looks good to me.
I agree.
Let's see what the judges have to say.
I'm giving him a white light off that.
There
Judges
we go.
agree. 3-0, 3 white lights.
We got Dax pulling his third attempt, being patient off the floor there.
Come on, Dax.
Oh, the lockout. Nailed it.
That was like a 7-second pull.
It really was. Looked good to me.
3 white lights. So now is when I'm trying to peek at the back there and see if any of these affect it. So Bill's going to stay in 1st place for Raw Men's Master 2 no matter what. Julio right here, he's trying to pull himself onto the podium.
If successful, he will move into 3rd place. So.
All you got to do is get yourself onto the podium and just kind of hope that somebody else makes a mistake.
Yeah.
He's probably jumping one of the guys that are after him, but he's got to make this to put the pressure on.
Because you never know what can happen. Anybody can miss. Oh, just can't break the floor.
I think he's cramping up.
Yep.
Salt Lake City is a warmer climate, and I hear the elevation, it helps, you know, dehydrate you a little bit, so cramps make sense.
Good pull there for Steven, 10 kilos over. 3 white lights. And this is a pull to move into first place here on platform 4.
This is big. Who's he trying to pass right now? Come on, Johnny.
There we go. What a strong pull.
I think he did it. I think he just pulled himself into the lead.
Looks good to me. Looks like he's got a cramp in his pec, but he pulled it. 2 to 1. Good lift. Daniel retaking his second attempt. Good to me. Quick. Axel.
Pretty quick down command.
Yep. Secured third place.
He's dancing.
Yep.
Can you believe that? We're already down to just 4 lifters left on platform 4.
Flew by. A Teen 2 lifter, 578-pound deadlift to stay in first place.
This is going to put him over a 700 kilo total.
Wow. As a Teen 2, 16, 17.
At 82.5 kilos.
Yep.
I get the impression that we're going to see Mr. Calvin track for a while.
I have a feeling you're right.
Unless he's like a football player or something. We're probably going to see him on the stage quite a bit.
3 white lights. Kevin fighting for that third attempt.
Javier Salas taking just the minimum jump, going from 270 to 272.5 to move from second to first. This is huge, and this is incredible that he only needs 2.5 kilos to do this the way things are shaking up. He missed his opener, came back and got it on the second.
He needs 2.5, and he doesn't have anybody in his division after, so.
You got to think that he's got this, right? It's just, is that pressure too much right now?
This is a good example. If this flies off the floor, this is a good example of taking what you need.
Because I got to think that if you're opening at 270, you've got 300.
Yep.
And,
taking what you need.
And he probably did have 300 if he needed it on the day, but he didn't. So, congratulations to Javier Salas, pulling to win the national title in his age category. That was incredible,
that was
too.
Great.
I mean, imagine how good that must feel to be able to walk up to that deadlift, pull it that fast, and be like, that was to win?
Yep.
Jose Gonzalez, third pull, that one looked good. So did Michael Beaupre's.
3 white lights on both.
Jose's also going to win the national championship for his age category as well. Regardless of how he did on that one, he had already won it.
Yep.
Beaupre, I believe that moved him up into 6th place for his age category.
We have a
He's an
relift,
open.
actually.
Oh, for Mike Mayo?
Yep. We do.
What did he miss on?
He missed his second attempt, but I'm not sure why. We have a 25 kilo jump to third attempt on platform 3 with what looks like a good pull.
That's a big pull.
It is a big pull.
Moves him up into 5th. Oh. No dice on the relift from Mike Mayo, but it was probably a good attempt change, or excuse me, a good attempt selection.
Right.
And just like that, platform 4 is done. Danny Lee out of Chicago. He was actually on my flight here. That's why I know that.
Oh, really?
I flew out of O'Hare, and he was like a few rows up in front of me.
Small worlds. Retaking his second attempt.
This goes to show just how deep this category is, right? Because this is nearly 4 times body weight for this pole, and this is going to move him into 14th. Oh. Just didn't have it on the grip. That's one of those ones where, that's why I like hook so much. Mixed grip, it doesn't feel as strong to me. Hook grip just feels way more secure.
See, I'm the exact opposite. Hook, I'm slipping every single time.
Jason Chen coming out for his 3rd and final pull at 255 kilos. 562 at 67.5 kilos body weight.
What a 3rd attempt. 3 white lights, that's what we'd like to see. Another pull at 255 kilos.
This should be the real David Brown.
Yes.
It is. Side note, he did end up getting his 3rd bench. So his world record squat, it counts.
Yep.
He's got that. We can't take that away from him. We also can't take away the fact that he's already won the Natty, and he just added to it there.
562-pound deadlift as a Masters 1.
Got it 2-1. Blue card in the middle.
I didn't see anything, but
I wonder if they pressed the wrong button.
I wonder. I didn't see anything, but again, not a good angle.
I do that sometimes, pressing the wrong button. It's always funny when you can see that because the other officials will like look at you when they see a color like that, and you're just like pointing at the thing in your hand. You're like, oh, okay, we're good. Just press the wrong one.
Starting 1st attempt deadlifts for the next flight.
Esau Rivas, 190 for his opener. Dante Cersei's opener looking snappy, 205. That 75 kilo men's category is probably pretty stacked right now too.
Yep. It does look like it. Yeah, it looks like we do have some subtotals in 75 that are right near each other, so we might have some good battles coming up. Nice pull there for Brian Wu, 220-pound easy opener, 3 white lights. Sorry, 220 kilograms. Edgar pulling the same weight, 220 kilograms, 485 pounds.
Seen a whole lot of green in these deadlifts.
It's looking great.
The momentum really changed from the first few flights of squats. A lot of missed lifts. Thankfully, there's no depth calls in deadlift.
Yep, that's true.
Deadlift, I would say, is probably the easiest one of the 3 lifts to judge. I would say squat's the hardest.
I think bench is the hardest for me.
Really?
Yeah, it's just so many things to look at in so many different areas. You gotta watch the feet and the butt and the, thank goodness we don't have to watch the head anymore. The feet, the butt, the bar, the elbows. Nice easy opener for Luke.
Or was that Callum?
Oh.
No, that was Luke. The bottom line just did a little mess up there. This is Callum Hurst. Was there a misload on that?
I don't think so. I think LiftingCast might be having an issue.
Our referees are coming out now.
Oh, it might have been.
Yeah. Looks like some LiftingCast issues.
So we have Luke on the bottom bar. We have Callum on the screen. Callum just came out and pulled. I did recognize him. So it should be Tariq.
This is going to turn into one of those things we were talking about earlier, maybe. Nope, they fixed LiftingCast. Yep. Darn it, we don't get to see the referees overcome and adapt. Well, that's the most elaborate deadlift setup of the day so far.
He's rivaling some Susie Gary setup right there. Hers is a little more mobile, but his is very elaborate too.
There was one yesterday. I was side referee on Platform 4, Session 1 yesterday, and there's this girl who would go down, grab the bar, and then take her hands off it, stayed up, and point to a spot on the floor. And the first time she did it, the chief referee had whipped to the floor, like, what is it? And it's like, no, she was just, and then go back and pull. And it was super confusing, and it happened again on the second time, and I saw him go like, but it's like, nope. It's like, it's just what she does for some reason.
Everybody's setup is so different.
They must be getting ready to do something there, because I did just see Vice President Johnny Graham walk back towards the scorer's table.
Yes.
He's probably not doing that just because. So they're probably going to make some kind of relift or maybe overturn a lift or something. Something to keep our eyes peeled for.
Look at the stance with these heels. I think it's making it difficult for him to get those knees locked. Yeah.
And there you go. Good call.
Those heels were just about together, which is an interesting stance. Trying to keep an eye on the scores to see if anything changes.
Jordy Rodriguez coming out to take his opener, 247.5 kilos. Should be 545 pounds.
Nice opener there.
Really solid pull. Get a chance to explore Salt Lake City at all yet?
Not too much. Have walked through the city a little bit. The mountains are wild coming from the East Coast, so that is something that I enjoy.
Well, how far are you from the ocean?
About an hour and 45 minutes.
Gotcha.
So not too bad.
So Indiana's pretty similar. We're super flat. It's mostly cornfields. But I'm close to Lake Michigan. I'm about an hour from there, so it's kind of the ocean, but it's not. So I agree. The place that I'm staying at, I'm on like a 6th floor and I've got a balcony. When I go out there, the sun's setting. I just see mountains, and it's crazy to think that a place like this can exist.
Exactly.
I'm so far really enjoying Salt Lake City, which is good because we've got another 3 days here if you count the NGB meeting.
Yep.
Try any good food around here?
Not yet. Not yet. I've been cooking. We have an Airbnb.
Oh, see, I do as well. I just haven't shopped yet. There's a Mexican place about a half mile from here that you want to check out. It's called Alberto's.
Okay.
I probably like no free ads, but also they make a mean chicken burrito.
Oh, okay. All right. Noted. Yesterday, traveled, and then getting ready.
Did you fly in yesterday?
Yes, yesterday morning. Yesterday, I got up at 3 o'clock Arizona time. I came from that side of the country from visiting family, and then flew over here. So it was a long day yesterday. I had a friend lifting in Primetime last night, Ariel Patra. Watched her finish out from the couch because I was exhausted.
She's flapjacked, right?
Yes, 52.
She won?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Very
shout
excited
out.
for her. By the end of third attempt deadlifts, though, I was about knocked out on the couch. Jason here just pulled 265 kilos, but they didn't call him for it. I didn't think he controlled it all the way to the ground. I thought he let go of the bar.
I give a little bit of that benefit of the doubt where it's like, I don't think I need you to stay bolted to it, but I agree, like, in weightlifting, the rule is you have to control the bar below your shoulder before you let go.
Okay.
Here, it's kind of like, I'm not going to say below the knee, but it's obviously closer to the floor, but a couple inches off the ground, I'm not that worried about it.
Okay.
That being said, I stay bolted to it in meets.
Yeah.
But like we were talking about, when training, I'm letting it go. I let it go from about the knee.
See, I can't do that because I'll do it on the platform.
My coach keeps telling me, he's like, we need to stop doing that. And I'm like, I'm fine. It's like, so I started working recently with Sophia Veras, shout out, another category referee out of Connecticut. I've started working with her for the past few months, and like this is the first meet prep she's seen me. It's like, but I've always done this, and then on the meet day, it's like, it'll be fine, it'll be bolted. I got to tell her, it's like, don't worry about me.
Yeah, you can't tell that to a Cat 2 referee.
I'm like, it's gonna be fine, it'll be all right. Jeff Trong's opener, 270.
A bit slow for an opener, but who knows? Maybe that's how all his lifts move. You never know.
And of course, he could be jockeying for position with that, right?
That's true. We do
many.
have a lot of 75s, and we do have a lot very close within each other. So he is a bit back. He's pretty below.
Yeah, he's probably out of range.
Yeah, but we do have quite a lot in the 390, 380, high 370s that might be able to squeak something out depending on their deadlift.
And there's still something to be said about finishing higher at nationals. Like if you make it to top 10 instead of 11th place, like you can say you're top 10 in the country.
Yeah.
Although let's be honest, even qualifying for this meet is an outstanding achievement.
Yes. Especially they've upped the qualifying totals in the last few years and doing it again next year, and it's needed, I think.
I would agree.
Because it's nice to come out here and see the people that really, really have worked for it and earned it.
It's only a slight bummer because I was about 30 keys short of qualifying.
Oh, I was 15.
And now it's 140.
Yeah. I was 15, and now I think I'm like 60 away now.
The qualifying total for 110 men went from like 730 or something, 725 to 835.
Yeah.
It was like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Back to the grindstone.
You get to a certain point, and you're like, well, there's always masters.
For me, it's like, well, I've got regionals. I can do that.
Yeah. And the regionals, I mean, we haven't talked about it. The regionals are such a good option. For years, I've always thought that, because I'm lucky enough, Saber puts on incredible meets. I mean, he just throws everything he has at these meets, and they are grand.
That's what I've heard.
But not every state has the ability to throw meets like that, or the time. He just dedicates so much of his time to it. So for lifters in other states who maybe can't qualify for nationals, regionals is such a great stepping stone and such a great option for them. It requires a total.
A pretty good total, generally speaking.
Yeah, requires a total, and it's a good time to get exposure, compete at a bigger meet. The flow of a bigger meet is very different from a local meet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm spoiled too in Indiana, where it's like I've got some pretty good meet directors, and in Michigan, I've dealt with a lot of multiple platform meets. But I got to imagine there's a lot of people out there that haven't had the opportunity to have a multiple session or multiple platform competition come local to them with the bright lights, a nice quality live stream, like high quality officials. So regionals is a great stepping stone for that.
Exactly.
So you're from Virginia, so who ran your, I don't know what region you're technically in. Are you in the southeast, the northeast, mid-Atlantic?
Mid-Atlantic.
Gotcha, so that was in New Jersey?
Yes, it was.
Who ran
in New
that?
Jersey. I'm not sure who ran that, actually. We have so many meets in Virginia. Sabre runs them nearly every other weekend. So I stay pretty local to like work meets
Gotcha.
and stuff.
I really like to travel. Like, I mean, obviously we're both in Utah right now. So Midwest Central region, that's what I was combined with. Like, they combine the Midwest and the Central now, so it's just the Midwest. Appleton, Wisconsin, which was about a 5.5, 6 hour drive for me. But it was ran by one of our sponsors, Limitless. So Quentin Meyer out of Appleton, he ran it. Put on a fantastic meet, I thought. Man, it was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to be able to compete in one of those myself.
Yeah, that'll be a great opportunity for sure. We're flying through these 75s right now. We got a sea of green going.
Love to see that.
One miss so far, which is pretty incredible. Hope I didn't jinx anybody, knocking on some wood for him. 12.5 kilo jump.
Brian Wu. Looking confident right there. Tariq Dundee out now for his second attempt at 250 kilos, 551 pounds.
With that setup we've come to love. Big brace and big pull.
Did a really good job creating tension into the bar. I've grown to notice in deadlift that there's two different kinds of setups. There is the top-down setup, right, where you brace before you grab the bar, and then there's kind of like the pump-and-go kind of setup where you grab the bar, pump your hips back, get your brace there, and then go. Do you have any preference on that?
So I tend to, well, actually I'm changing my deadlift right now. I'm trying to anyways. I'm trying to change my brace, trying to change my setup. Like I alluded to earlier, I have very short arms. So deadlift and I are not friends in the least. I'm trying to work on that wedge. I'm trying to work on that starting position. My lockout is the hardest part for my deadlift. So starting position, which is something that a lot of people might not understand. Starting position has a lot to do with the end of your deadlift, which is an interesting concept. So currently I'm working on hinging my hips and then taking that big brace before I drop into the deadlift. What about you?
So as a longtime conventional puller and kind of coming from a weightlifting gym where we learn to develop our brace before we go down to the bar, that's what I've really stuck with. And it's worked best for me. I do a pretty good job bracing even if I'm at the bar, but it's just like for the people listening at home, like if you know how to brace completely upright and then like let it go, bend over, like try to touch your shoulders to your chest and then do it again. To me, I can't get the same level of brace, and I think that's probably how it is for a lot of people. So it's always interesting to come to these meets and see how different people do it.
Yeah. Here's an interesting one. We have Mark who missed his opener. I can't remember.
He wasn't locked out.
Oh,
because he has the narrow feet.
Oh, the narrow feet with the heels together.
The Dorothy like no place like home.
Yes. So we'll see if they like his lockout and his knees better this time. They looked.
I think so.
They looked locked out to me, but again, not a good angle for us.
Good lift.
He got the 15 more kilos that he was vying for.
And Mark's a veteran. He's been around this for a long time. So
Yeah.
while I wouldn't advise doing a 15-kilo jump after not locking out your deadlift, he's got the experience, and all is forgiven if you make the lift.
That's right. Jordy with a second attempt. 262.5, 578 pounds. He got one one blue card, which is interesting. I'm not sure.
And it's from the front ref again. I'm wondering if they didn't just press the run button again, because that seems like a lockout call.
It does. So we have a 12.5 kilo jump here for Thomas. Doesn't like the position of the bars, so he's got to find that perfect spot.
Meets like this, heavy deadlifts coming down on some plywood platforms, they're going to create some dents.
Yeah, absolutely. And you never know, that little tiny fraction of an inch could make a big difference.
Yeah, you're essentially pulling from a deficit if you let it get in that big of a divot.
Yep. Good fight, good fight.
Does a pretty tough pull for a second. I think he's going to get it.
Yep.
I don't think he's got much more room there to go up. He's going to probably crack 600, so I expect at least 5 kilos out of him. Gerard Pasquale coming out his second. Here's 600 pounds.
10 kilos for him.
And we're getting ever so close to that 4 times body weight pull for these 75 kilo lifters.
Good looking second attempt.
Yes,
there.
it was.
It was good. Judges agreed. We just had Gerard pull. Now we have Leandro Gerard.
That hurts my brain.
I know. Mine too. Especially after all this
Today?
live stream time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm used to the one platforms where you get a little bit of a break.
We get a 5 kilo jump though.
Must not have been too happy with how his opener moved if he's only taken 5 keys. But that was a pretty solid one. That might be one where you could argue he accelerated the bar down.
Yeah, so I think that's one of those ones where it's a possibility. I think gravity took the bar down, but he moved his body faster than gravity took the bar.
I would
so
agree.
It kind of looked like he slammed it, but I don't think he gave it any extra.
Yeah, that's one of those weird ones because it's like as he went down, you could see his elbows go to 90 degrees. Like that's kind of hard to do unless you actively move down.
Yes. But it's one of those ones where we give the benefit to the lifter. You have to.
Isander, 277.5. That was a beautiful second attempt. Getting some pretty big totals built up here. There's a lot of guys here with a north of 8 times body weight total in the 75 kilo class.
Yep.
Jason Mika now, second attempt, 280.
That was a nice looking second attempt.
Gonna have our last second attempt for flight number 2 of the session. Jeff Trong coming out 285.
Set up for this 15 kilo jump and a nice pull.
I think he was staring down the head ref the whole time.
I think so. I think he smiled because he knew what he was doing too.
All right, strip the weight down. Going to 210 kilos for the third and final deadlift of the competition for Isao Rivas.
Sal coming out for 210 kg.
He's looking a little nervous.
He is. First pull jitters. That's what I'll chalk it up to.
I hope not. It's his third.
Oh, sorry. Third pull jitters. I'm sorry. See?
Nothing to be nervous about with that.
Nothing. No baby powder, nothing.
Definitely a good call for his third.
Got a blue card from the head ref. Maybe they saw supporting on the thighs. I did not, but I'm not sitting in the chair.
I'm inclined to think that that's just the wrong button. I think the Chief might have lockout confused with bench press.
Oh, maybe.
Dante Searcy out 235 for his final pull.
Oh, just can't break the floor.
Wait.
Oh, he's going to give it another one. No.
That would have been interesting if he had gotten it on that second attempt.
Yeah.
Because he didn't break the floor, but that looked like a bona fide attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with you there. It would be interesting to see how the platform handled that.
They're probably just looking at him like,
yeah.
Wait a minute. Good third pull from Edgar. It's a pretty solid day from Edgar. It went 7 for 9. He had some hiccups on the bench. He only got one, but he's still going to finish his day with a really nice total at 627.5. That's 8 times body weight.
Yeah. It's a great total.
8 times body weight is absolutely incredible.
Brian Wu setting up for his third attempt deadlift. 250 kilos. 17.5 kilo jump.
That doesn't surprise me, though. He's been looking strong all day. No doubt about it.
3 white lights. He knew it, too. You can always tell when they walk off confident like that. Coming out for this last deadlift. We're going to see this fun setup again.
Nothing if not consistent.
That's right.
I think he was locked out there.
I think so.
He didn't exaggerate the shoulders back, but he got him there.
He did. We have Luke coming out, 12.5 kilo jump, 262.5 kilos, 578 pounds for his third attempt.
Locks it out, gets the down command. He had a little bit of balance problems at the top, but I don't think it's nothing to get rid of those white lights for him. Oh. I'm trying to not look too far ahead, but I wonder if Andrew Graves got injured. His opening deadlift is currently at 70 kilos. We'll have to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
Callum Hurst coming out. 10 kilo jump from his second. 589 on the bar. Locks it out. It was a grind. Good lift, though, 2-1.
2-1. Jordy trying to put 10 kilos on his total. 272 kilos. Just crossing that 600-pound mark.
It's a major milestone for anybody, let alone a lifter that weighs 165%.
Big pull. Oh. Got pulled a bit forward.
I think so.
Lost a little bit of balance there. Mark coming up next. Had a 15-kilo jump after missing his first attempt, and now he's going to take another 15-kilo jump. Try to pull into 13th place for now.
This looks like a state record attempt for him.
Is it? Yes.
Now, I'm curious as to what state that's actually for. I think it's going to be for California.
Okay.
But I know he's moved around a lot, so I'm not sure where he's technically a resident. I would tell him to pull his sock up personally.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to let him know about that afterwards. I think he's got this, though. I know he's pulled 600 in the past. I just don't know if he's done it in a meet. Oh.
Just not there.
He's been traveling a lot, so we're exhausted from one day of flying. That man was in Europe a week and a half ago.
Yeah, that's exhausting. Thomas looks like he's
gonna just go ahead and time out. Doing the respectful thing for his competition. Timing out rather than scratching. He could have elected to just zero and eat a little bit of rest for the other competitors. Although in a flight of this size,
So
probably doesn't matter.
I was getting ready to say that. When the flight's this size, I actually prefer the scratch.
Yeah.
When I'm a ref, spotter loader, or a lifter, I prefer the scratch because you're not, a flight this size, you're not gaining much by, keeping that extra 1.5 minutes in there. I'd rather just get back out there and finish the meet.
I would agree.
So, but maybe he didn't know. That's the thing. Maybe he wasn't sure how he was feeling and then decided to scratch it.
Yeah, he did only submit a 7.5 kilo jump to go up there, so. Also, scratching does kind of make your stats look a little bit better because then he would have been 7 for 8. Now he's going to be 7 for 9. But I don't know.
All right, so now we've got Leandro coming out. 282.5 kilos, 622 pounds.
Yeah. Oh. Well, that's the first instance of hook grip dropping.
It is one of the dangers of hook grip, in my opinion.
Hook grip is like sumo in its own, though. It's just it's its own art.
Yeah.
When you get used to it, like you never get rid of it. Like my thumbs are bruised from it,
Yeah.
and I hook grip steering wheels. Just out of habit, I'll just sit there and. Gerard Pasquale coming out, 282.5 kilograms.
And the second attempt moved very well, so let's see what this third attempt looks like. 10-kilo jump here.
I think this is probably a PR attempt for him.
And that's the thing with sumo. Sometimes just a few extra kilos and that bar is glued to the floor.
So for the 75-kilo men's open, it looks like placing is pretty much locked up. I think we're seeing a lot of influence from the other platforms. So I don't think that any of these are going to have any real impact on the overall standings or the podium. But I am still looking forward to the Primetime session, seeing how some of these guys stack up relative total-wise to the guys from Primetime. I say that, and Isander's coming out. He's just 12 kilos short of pulling 4 times body weight.
Just glued. It's crazy to think, though, some of these guys, they're not in Primetime pulling weights like this.
It's absolutely bananas.
We've come a long way.
Right now, it kind of feels like somebody turned gravity up a little bit.
I know.
That was a 5th straight missed lift. But now we got Jason Mika coming out 292.5, hoping to flip that momentum around.
Patient off the floor.
And I think he did. He looks exhausted, though. Oh, never mind. No, he doesn't.
Those white lights, they'll invigorate you. They'll give you a little extra push. Especially after you fight for your lift. Now we've got the last lifter in this flight. Jeff is going to go for the same weight, 292 kilos or 644 pounds. And again, 75 kilo lifter at 644 pounds it's pretty incredible.
I've got this guy by 35 kilos, and my best deadlift is only 5 kilos heavier than this. I know they say there's no weight classes in the jungle, but there are at USAPL Raw Nationals.
And they're very real.
Yes.
And they hurt your soul. Oh, what a fight.
So that's going to wrap up Flight B, or D at this point, including session 1.
Again, we're going to have Andrew coming out for a deadlift. And like you were talking about earlier, a lot of times when people get hurt, they end up dropping their deadlift way down because you can make that first attempt change, just so that you can post that total. So maybe that's what we're seeing here.
Because he was 5 for 5, then he missed his 3rd bench. So this would be wild if he's actually going to go to a real second attempt after this. I think he just has to be hurt. Maybe he tweaked something on his last squat. Maybe he's cramping up.
Yeah, he's going to shake the hands of the refs and, you know, give thanks. So
that's a bit of a
like
bummer.
He's going to scratch the rest of his attempts. Yeah, he had some good squats. I was excited to see what he could pull.
He got north of 500 pounds on the squat, north of 360 on bench. Yeah, I'm curious to know what happened. I'm going to have to ask him after this.
Yeah. Now these poor spotters and loaders have to load all that weight back up. They just stripped it all off.
But here's something kind of cool for the rest of this flight. We're never going to take off 4 reds.
Wow.
There's always going to be 4 reds on the bar for the rest of the session. That's incredible.
That is incredible. That is some serious lifting there.
Which basically means for the remainder of the day, it's all 3 times body weight pulls or higher.
Yep. Got that good wide sumo stance getting set up, 240 kilos. Wow. Flew off the floor. Definitely a great opener for him. Sean coming out taking the same weight.
Now, Sean's been another guy battling injury throughout the day. We saw it on his squat. Something was acting up. Maybe his lower back. He just kind of rolled his eyes there at something.
Yep. He's very emotive. His facial expressions.
He's got a killer stash.
Yeah.
I always love a good mustache. So I don't think he's locked out in his knees.
I don't think so either, but
we're not the platform official, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's walking off in a bit of pain there too.
He's wincing yet again, so I'm curious to see. I mean, he didn't. It seems like he's going to keep going. Hopefully he doesn't injure himself further if he is injured. Nice pull there from Jose. 247.5 kilos. We have Nick coming out now, opening at 250. That's just cresting 551 pounds for an opener. Wow. That just moved so well. 3 white lights there, no surprises. We've got Joshua coming out. Something interesting some of the people at home may have noticed is the guys coming out and wiping their shoes off on that carpet in the back. It's just to give themselves, especially these sumo pullers, a little extra grip because we've got baby powder and chalk
everywhere,
all over the floor.
And on this slick concrete floor that the event center is, I mean, we kind of have to do that. Otherwise, this could get kind of dangerous.
Yep. So we've got a little bit of the carpet overlays the back side of the platform, and it's a nice spot to wipe your feet off, wipe your shoes off. We've got Joshua coming out.
I didn't realize Josh was that tatted. Because the only time I got to work with him, we were in the national referee uniform, so we were up
Long
to
sleeves. Yep.
up to the wrists.
Nice opener there, 252.5. .255 kilos, moving like it's nothing there for Christian. Easy opener. I don't jinx him, but it's looking pretty nice.
I think you just jinxed it.
Knock on some wood. I'm knocking on wood.
Is this table wood?
I don't know. I'm a big blockhead, so I'll knock on my head.
I think it's plastic.
We've got Jack
Swolvensky.
Nice, good opener there for him. 573 pounds. We've got an opening attempt here for Lee. 260 kilos. Well.
Great pull. Great opener.
Yeah.
Still going well. You haven't jinxed it yet.
No, fingers crossed. Crossing it home, guys. Crossing it home. Chris is getting us close to cresting that 600 mark.
I think there's going to be a lot of pulls over 600 in this fight. This guy looks built for sumo.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get that.
I don't think so either.
Because I don't think he was locked out, but even the way he fell, you could argue he didn't control the bar down.
Yep. Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to call is not controlling the bar down.
Benefit of the doubt from the head ref.
Yep.
Johnny's cheesing.
Yeah, I don't know that his knees were locked out either, but it's one of those. That's a perfect example of one of those moments when sumo can be super difficult. It's the smallest little thing will throw you off balance. 600-pound opener. Flew just like it should have for Jared. He seems pleased with that, with the little, little hand motion to his handler or coach over there.
He's been intense all day, so like that's probably the most emotion we're going to see from that guy.
Yeah. Other than the stare down he gives the weight every time he walks on the platform. Justin coming out for his opener, 275 kilos, 606 pounds. Beautiful opener.
Easy peasy.
And we do, it looks like Chris Faxon scratched his next two attempts, so it looks like he's not going to be finishing the meet, not posting a total.
So he must have gotten hurt doing that.
He must have, yeah.
Well, that's a bummer.
I know.
He had a pretty good subtotal going in there, too. He was probably going to try and run down a 700 kilo total.
Yep. Michael making an easy opener with another nose strip coming out.
I like the nose strips. Maybe that's the thing of the future.
Oh, maybe.
Because there was a lifter, Anas, at the Pro Series Finals, and he wore one. It's like people used to put the chains in the mouth. They still kind of do that. I think it'd be cooler if it started being the nose strip.
It's taken over the world. It's going to hit Raw Nationals next the world. Jeffrey opening his squat at 305.
Deadlift.
I mean, his deadlift. I need more caffeine.
I don't think you do.
I might not.
It's 6:30 here.
Yeah. Deadlift, 305 kilos, which is 672 pounds for an opener.
This is huge. Like nothing. Kind of let go of it, but I'd say he controlled it. Oh, but one of the sides didn't.
One of the sides didn't like that he let go of the bar. And I tend to err on the side of agreeing with that ref, just because, well, I might just be a prodigy of saber schnitzer.
Yeah.
But,
I think that's the saber coming out of you.
But we hold the standard, it's the letter of the rule book. I told you I have a little bit of a reputation.
I think that's one where if I'm chief, like I might be like, all right, and then I just like, hey, and I'm like, next time.
Yeah.
Like, I did actually have to tell a lifter today to stay with the bar. They failed a bench, and they let go of it.
Oh. On bench?
Yeah. The spotters already had it, but they like let go and were out from under it before the bar was in the rack. I'm like, holy.
I'd be scared for my noggin at that point.
Here's Sean again.
10-kilo jump.
He got his lift, I want to say it was 2-1 last time.
I think so. He winced off the platform a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know that his knees were locked out there.
I don't think they were.
He's still wincing and moving a little bit slow. He got it. 3 white lights from the judges. I'm curious to see if he takes another one after that. He was moving. I feel like he's moved slower and slower each time he's left the platform.
And at this point, it would just be to try and build a total, right? He's already missed 3 attempts on the day. He's like, you can tell he's injured. It might just be a wise idea for him to scratch.
Yeah.
That was a quick down. I do like that. I like the quick down commands. Give them a chance to lock it out, and they show that they are up at the top. All right. Let him down. No reason to hold him.
Some newer refs do have trouble allowing them to finish their lockout. I will say that is something that I feel like has to be learned over time, because you have to give them a chance to finish the lockout. That's, you know. Aldair, 260 kg, 573 pounds, easy second attempt. All right, we've got Joshua Sparks coming out here.
Team Hoosier.
Your buddy coming out here, 584 pounds. Tell him to buck up and put 6 on there.
I think he will.
I think it's, let's see how this moves.
Yeah, he better put 6 on.
A little slow at the top.
Yeah.
So that's my only concern.
It did slow down a touch, but I think that if he gets it well past his knees, he's got to be strong enough in that upper back and just in his upper body in general to be able to lock that out.
Yeah.
The guy benched, what, 170 and then he missed 182? It's like, so his upper body is incredibly strong. I think he can lock out 6.
Yeah. Here comes Joshua with his full kit. His USA kit. And I do believe he is in the service as well. Tough second attempt.
He's upset with himself on that one.
But it's one of those moments, I don't know, he might have just got off balance. It did seem like he came a little bit forward, so we'll see what happens on the next attempt. I would imagine he retakes that one.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Josh is going to go for 6. He's going to go up to 606, 275 for his third.
Nice. That'll be an exciting pull.
Yeah, and Josh Anderson is going to retake.
Good.
20 kilo jump here for Jose Vasquez. Snappy.
Very. It's so satisfying, those sumo lifters, when their knees snap locked and then they just stand right up. It's nice.
Christian Vaughn now going to put us over the 600-pound mark for this round. 272.5.
About halfway through the flight, which is impressive.
That's an impressive lift.
It's a nice deadlift. 3 white lights.
Jack Slavinsky coming out, his second attempt, also 600. Cool thing about Jack, actually this isn't more about Jack, but it's something Jack's got going on. His girlfriend is Carmen Hu, Wigglytuff, so she's actually competing in the Primetime session, I believe, tonight. So it's kind of cool that they're going in the same day.
Back to back.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And she's got a real shot at winning the Natty for her weight class, too. She won the USAPL Ladies of Iron event, like overall dots. She won it for the entire country.
Wow.
It was like 30 different meets that were happening, all head-to-head, and she won it on dots.
Wow, that's incredible.
Lee's coming out. I'm going to go ahead and say his facial expression is going to turn intense, and then it's not going to change for the entirety of the lift.
Except red.
Yes, it's going to get very red. Like we're probably going to lose it in the plates behind his head right there.
Very true. What a nice sumo pull.
He looks tired.
He does, but I feel like each of his lifts have moved tough.
Yeah.
But he goes up and he gets them, so we'll see what he puts up next.
Michael Escano coming out now for his second attempt. 305 kilos, 672 pounds on the bar. Gravy.
Yeah, that was a nice pull.
I want this next pull to go really well for Jeff. Obviously because I'm rooting for all the lifters, but also because if he makes 320 move really fast, if 330 is there, that would be a 4 times body weight deadlift. Which is unfathomable for most people.
Yep. And not in prime time.
No, that's
out here in the open,
absurd.
in the normal sessions.
Jill, you want to hop in on the camera? Jill, go. You want to hop in on the camera?
Very specific setup here for the sumo pull. Like we talked about, you got to be very technical.
705.
First 700 pull.
I'm iffy on the knees.
I am too. I'm not sure if he got that left one locked.
They said he didn't. That's one where it could be of use to send your coach to the jury.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not saying they're going to overturn it.
It's worth a try.
It's worth a try. A 700-pound pull at Raw Nats, like, that's huge.
It is huge. I mean, it was his second, so he's got another one. He can take it again. Because it moved well. It was just that lockout got a little sticky.
And it does look like they're just going to go ahead and retake it.
Right.
Okay, so Sean is going to take a third attempt.
And still went up another 10 kilos. It looks like when he comes out, he does all right walking out, and then after he lifts is when the pain sets in. So hopefully there's nothing too wrong.
I think there's some heating pads and ice baths in the future for Sean.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's got that lockout.
I don't think his knees were quite locked out.
But that
He
was
did move well.
that was the least amount of pain I've seen him in, I think.
Yeah.
Not like that.
It still moved well. It's just those knees at the end.
I think that's the correct call.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. All right, here's Joshua back out to retake his second attempt, 267.5 kilos, 589 pounds. Another good mustache for you.
Did great.
Yeah?
Whatever happened to him on his second, he completely corrected there.
Yeah.
I think he just got kicked forward on that last one.
Yeah. 3 white lights.
Did a better job keeping his shoulders over the bar to keep his balance point over the middle of his foot.
Nick comes out, take the same weight. Looked like a nice lift. He might have even had a few more kilos if he
think so,
really
too.
wanted it.
I don't think we're technically allowed to like sing along with the music that's playing there right now. I think Kevin might get mad at us. But you know it's been a long day when this is like the third time I know I've heard the song today.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's only so many hype songs. Look at that smile at the top.
That was great. 606 for Jose. 3 white lights.
Yep.
Speaking of hype songs, what's your go-to PR song? You are allowed to say the name of it. You just can't sing it, kind of thing.
You don't want me to sing it.
No.
I'll do everybody a favor. You don't want me to sing it. No, I have a favorite Deadlift song.
Okay.
Which is my favorite hype song, I'd say.
Let's go, Josh.
275.
Oh, come on,
You
use
can break through the sticking point
strong
here.
upper back. Yeah.
He got those shoulders back. I like it.
I think I called it. 3 white lights
Definitely
for
did.
Josh Sparks.
Definitely
Let's
did.
go.
That's great. My coach and I have the same Deadlift hype song. It's called Stitch by a band called Wage War.
Okay.
But the first, it's got like a nice little breakdown at the beginning, and then one of the first lines in it is like a yelling part that says "pick it up."
Nice.
So-
Okay, yeah, it's cool. It's fitting. Yeah.
I have to put it on very, very loud to convince myself to pick it up.
I like it.
What about you?
So I've had the same one for a while. I'm gonna watch this pull.
Yeah, 5 kilos. Oh,
grip's just
I
not-
think if his grip didn't give out, he might have had it.
But that was a good third attempt from him,
Yeah,
though, right?
for
280
sure.
on the bar. He only went up 5, so he knew it was close. So my go-to hype song is a bit of an oldie but a goodie. "I'm Bad" by LL Cool J.
Oh my goodness.
It's just, it goes so hard for like 5 minutes straight. Obviously, no lift I take is going to take that long, but that is my go-to.
Right.
I let it play a little bit before I get into it, and I'm bopping the whole time.
I'll have to add that to my hype playlist for sure.
Aldair Cardoso coming out, also taking 280 kilos.
20 kilo jump from first to second and second to third. I think he got there.
I do too. Blackout looks solid.
Yeah, it does.
He's
Shoulders
fired
look
up for
bad.
it. 2 white lights. And it's a blue. It's got to be the wrong color.
Yeah. I think so, because I didn't see any downward movement, and I definitely didn't see any supporting on the thighs, but I'm not sitting in the chair, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're seeing.
That's like the perfect attempt selection too, because that's one where it's like if the ceiling fan above them got turned on, they're not going to get it.
Yeah.
Just like the perfect weight.
And that's what you want for a deadlift. Sometimes squat and bench, you want to leave a little bit.
Great pull from Christian.
Sometimes squat and bench, you want to leave a little bit in the tank. You want to, make sure that you have extra to finish the meet. But deadlift, this is it. This is the end. Leave it all on the platform.
Speaking of which, we are down to our final 5 attempts of the session. Jared Arkfield coming out. He only went up 5 kilos from his second.
It's a bit surprising.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be tired. This has been a long day. He's mean mugging it still.
Yep.
285.
Always bringing that intensity. Oh, just slipped. Maybe he ripped a callus. He lifted
I think it
the
ripped.
palm of his hand. He got a little off balance there, but I think if that callus didn't rip, he would have had it. So disappointing for sure.
Going to keep 285 on the bar, this time for Jack Slavensky, a Circle City strength lifter out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Got the flow.
He's fighting for it.
Hearing the cheers from the crowd.
Shaking his head, yes, like he got it.
He got the
Let's
down
see.
command. I'm a little iffy on his left knee, but they're
They
not.
like it.
3 white lights for him.
307 kilos for Justin's last deadlift. 677 pounds.
Justin's having himself quite the day. He's second in the flight right now for the weight class, but just to show how stacked that is, if he pulls this, it's going to move him into 13th.
That's crazy.
Well, excuse me, forecasted. It's going to be 12th place, but we've still got a couple lifters behind him that can go ahead of him.
Yeah.
It's just incredible how stacked this class is.
Gotta finish that lockout. Looks good to me.
He thinks so too.
Shakes his head yes.
Yeah. I think he had too much energy left. I think he had another 2.5 kilos in there.
I'm telling you.
If he can jump that high.
I was going to say, it's right there in the jump. I liked seeing it twice, too.
The slight lag on the video board for us.
Yep.
All right, Michael Escano coming out 312.5 kilos, 688. I'm still not going to round up for him.
688.94.
That's incredible.
Not giving him that .06, but what a weight to attempt.
This is also going to be huge. This is going to give him a 700 kilo total.
Oh, just broke his grip.
His grip's, he's telling everybody he's okay. His grip just went. All right, down to it. The last poll of the day.
Of the session.
You're right, I'm sorry, of the session. We've still got the primetime session, which, to be fair, is going to end tomorrow.
Yes.
Or pretty close to it.
Yes.
Tomorrow for us East Coasters.
Yeah.
So we're going to load it up to 320 kilos for Jeff Loon. 7:05. It's a retake of his second. I believe he was called for not being locked out on his second attempt.
Yeah, I think it was those knees.
Looks like a very confident young man. But he's in the open, so he could actually be older than me.
That is true. Taking his time, getting that good setup. Like we said, you got to be very technical with your sumo setup.
He's got his hook.
Locked his hook in.
Slag. I think he's better than his last attempt. I think he's locked out.
I'm curious of the shoulders. Oh, they
Three
like
white
it.
lights.
They like it. Over 700-pound pull.
For a 183-pound lifter.
Wow.
That's remarkable.
That is.
And with that, everybody, that is going to wrap up session 2 for platforms 3 and 4. Platforms 1 and 2, they already finished a little bit ago, but who cares about them? So from Salt Lake City, I'm Alex Walters.
I'm Dee McCarthy.
And that's all we got for you. Have a good night, and see you in a little bit for Primetime.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we give out the medals from the center in front of the main platform, I would like to introduce to you a former powerlifting, the USA Powerlifting World Champion. He is the president of USA Powerlifting, just flew in from Alaska on 1 hour sleep. Give me a round of applause for Dr. Lowry Bailey.
Stacey, you still want to lift? It's okay. I got the class.
I do. If you're going out,
One clip. I need dancing.
Let's start with the first category. Men's Raw Junior, 67.5 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Chance Mitchell. In fourth place, Kat Stockman. Bronze medal, Brady Olazak.
what I've been getting is
Silver medal, Robert Axel Jr. Robert Axel Jr. And in first place, Ricky Ortiz. Give the boys another round of applause. Men's Raw Junior, 75 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Diego Acaro.
Yeah, like stop.
In fourth place, Benicio Castillo. Castillo. There you go.
like something.
Bronze medal, Marcus Mousset.
I think my phone's cooked.
Marcus. You done? Marcus. The silver medal, Ryan Schroeder.
If you have like a newer.
And in first place, Lieutenant
So you guys, I feel like you guys should be in the middle. You guys.
Give these boys another round of applause. All right, thank you, fellas. Men's Raw Masters 1, 67.5 kilo weight class in fourth place, Lee The silver medal, Anthony Valdivia. Sorry, I got it right on the fourth try. Valdivia. And in first place, Jeff Cohen.
I actually still.
Give these boys another round of applause. Men's Raw Masters 1, 2, and 2. Men's Raw Masters 1. 75 kilo weight goes to silver medal, David Wang. And in first place, David Brown. One more round of applause to them. Men's Raw Masters 182.5 kilo weight class. In first place, Jose Gonzalez. One. Men's Raw Masters 2, 75 kilo weight class in first place, Bill Matthews. Bill Matthews. All right, let's move on. Men's Raw Masters 2, 82.5 kilo weight class, Roswell, Patrick Foster. Silver medal, Congratulations, Mike. Men's Raw Team 2, 67 kilo weightlifter bronze medal, Matthew Frankenhauser. And the silver medal, Pierce Woodward. And in first place, Jose Alexis. Jose. Thank you, gentlemen. Men's Raw Team 2, 75 kilo weightlifter in first place, Samuel Blackwell. Men's Raw Team 2, 82.5 kilo weightlifter, silver medal, Uriah Snyder. And in first place, Calvin Trapp. Calvin. Calvin just came back there in a Hall of Fame suit. Men's Raw Team 3, 67.5 kilo weightlifter in fifth place, Sebastian Honau. In fourth place, William Ellers. William Ellers. The bronze medal, Gary Peterson. Silver medal, Edward Mish. And in first place, The bronze medal, Axel Duel Resendez. Axel Duel. The silver medal, Johnny Boone.
better choice